A Stolen Heart. Victorian Retellings Book 3. Written by Clarissa Kae. Read for you by Deborah Balm. Chapter 1. Rosalyn Devereux. Before the sun could peak above the horizon, Rosalyn circled the remodelled Derby Stadium in her simple day dress. Today she would play the part of a lady's companion. Her brunette wig was plain and unassuming. Workers had attached a roof over the walkway between the stables and the back of the wooden stadium. Running a finger down a pole, her hand caught on the rusty head of a nail. She smirked. The builders had used old nails. She placed a palm on the other side of the pole, feeling for empty holes. Sure enough, she felt several places where nails had once been. Both the wood and the nails were reused. The builder more than likely still charged a premium for the simple overhang. Progress was conquering the country, but no one was more adept at success than thieves. Rosalyn tugged on the gate, the hinge squawking in protest. At ground level, the poorer gentry would squeeze into the enormous standing box with a betting ticket clutched in a fist. They would smash into each other, both at the start and at the finish, chunks of grass and dirt flying in the air from the pounding hooves. The 4 levels of the whitewashed stadium were stacked on top of each other, organising England's class system with perfection. The Queen and her family would be at the top, as would the shiniest jewels and pockets brimming with coin. Climbing each level, Rosalyn paused to catch her breath, a palm on her chest. She would have to be careful. Her heart abhorred stairs as much as hills. It was a rebellious organ, much like its mistress. The levels were empty. None of the guards had been signed to the corners yet. The race horses were still days away from being stabled at the barn, just to the right of where she stood. She left the stadium and snuck to the back, prying open the broken boards. In the dark underbelly of the stadium, she blinked, her eyes adjusting. In the far-forgotten corner, she found the jacket and trousers she bought from a humble stable boy. A faint smell of hay and horse tickled her nose, granting Rosalyn a rare moment of comfort. Horses had given her a future, and the races elevated her from poverty. Her life might still exist in the shadows of England, but she no longer feared what tomorrow might bring. Out of habit, she reached for the pouch tied around her middle. Inside laid her stethoscope, the one treasure she couldn't replace. The distant sound of a rooster crowed, signalling how little time she had. The vendors would be passing the stadium all too soon. She threw on the jacket and stepped into the trousers, nearly forgetting to trade her feminine boots for the solid mucking boots a stableman or boy would wear. She made quick work of the pins in her hair, pulling the wig of black curls from off her head, trading the wretched thing for a plain brown wig. She'd nicked it from an arrogant earl who wanted to hide his balding head. She'd taken it out of spite, but the mess of unruly hair had become a wonderful tool. Never before had she been able to complete her look as a mucking boy. She tucked a newscap on her head and peeked through the stadium's back boards. Rosalyn waited for the first canvas wagon to pass before slipping out into the dark morning. The air was still, the birds not yet stretching their necks to greet the sun. She glanced over the rolling hills at the growing trail of vendor wagons marching their way toward the Derby racetrack. The harvest would be ripe indeed. For the next week, the clatter of vendors would call her from her hidden quarters in the churchyard on the edge of the grounds. She kept her hat low and her shoulders hunched as they slowly arrived. Her walk was purposeful, a boy servant on assignment. She made her way around the periphery, waiting for the hidden wares to surface from the belly of the wagons. With her stolen newsboy cap tugged low on her brow and a dusting of dirt on her face for good measure, Rosalyn weaved among the harried vendors in her dirty jacket and trousers. Fortunately, the businessmen were too busy setting up their posts along the racing banks to notice the feminine face of a poor forgotten orphan boy. The dirt she'd smeared could hide only so much. With another round, she neared the baker's wagon. He emptied a basket of bruised apples onto a table, muttering curses. He placed a loaf, broken in half, next to a teeming pile of half-rotted pears. When he turned, her hands nicked an apple and the loaf. Rosalyn slipped both items into her jacket, her pace never breaking. Her stomach rumbled while she hid behind another wagon. She broke open the bread and poked the centre. She rubbed the innards between her fingers, feeling the grit of plaster. The baker must be from London. The inner city had picked up the bad habit of kneading bits of plaster and other ungodly items into the bread. A poor sop would purchase the heavy loaf, thinking it hearty, but the loaf would turn to heavy plaster in his stomach. She had watched it time and time again. Rosalyn tossed the bread, the food unfit for beast and man alike. She would have to purchase a meal later in the day from the village. The pop-up race vendors didn't have to face their customers as neighbours. They marched from town to town, chasing eager gamblers and winning horses. She picked at her apple, pretending to eat as she weaved in between the wagons. The shrill whistle of a race coordinator stole her attention. Each man barked and whistled at the starting line, their gestures cartoonish and overwrought. The poor surveyors ran about inspecting the trail for rocks and timbers their coordinators pointed out with far too much gusto. Rosalyn smirked. Every year the coordinators would puff their chests and argue over the flaws of the course, but all would be forgotten the moment horses arrived. Not a divot or pebble would be remembered, only the winning horse. She would know. She'd correctly predicted every winner, regardless of the race. Rosalyn meandered about the dew-kissed grass, birds chirping their morning greetings to the growing audience. Vendors added to the cheerful cacophony, griping about the cloudy weather. Impending rain wasn't good for business. Rain or not, the vendors would come with wagons bursting with Bibles, sugared treats and boxing rings. They scrambled in and out of their carts, showcasing their wares. In just a few days' time, the rolling hills would be covered with English men and women, their guard down and their greedy eyes on the race. And Rosalyn's pockets heavy with treasures. She kept her chin tucked low, her eyes searching the periphery. Rain was hard on the vendors, but it gave her an edge. An older businessman squinted at the sky through his spectacles. He'd not yet unpacked his wares. His poor eyesight made him a prime target. With a gentle bump of her shoulder, Rosalyn mumbled a low apology. Before the man tossed a look her way, she stole his wallet from his coat jacket. She kept her face neutral and shoulders hunched. With quick work of her fingers, the wallet was discarded and the money in a hidden pocket next to her chest. She wound around the vendors, her small hands slipping in and out of the coats and trousers. Her slender frame and unassuming position cloaked her mischievous deeds. Rosalyn rounded the periphery, depositing the finer personal effects, watches and embossed banknote clips, at the empty table near the stadium, where a table would be staffed for lost items. Rosalyn had no reason to keep evidence of her crimes. She had but few keepsakes, and even fewer friends. Keeping her pace steady, she marched across the gentle grassy hill toward the church. She was dressed as a boy on the cusp of manhood, not a single woman without a chaperone. No one would question a boy's solitary errand. Her chest began aching. It was barely mid-morning, far too early for her heart to complain. Rosalyn slid behind the church's garden fence. Tucked in the corner was a cottage, swallowed by ivy and overgrown weeds. The door was crooked, and the windows appeared to be broken. A splash of black paint had finished the abandoned look. Rosalyn walked to the edge of the garden, ensuring she was alone before slipping inside. She had just enough time for her medicinal tonic. She was an eternal patient of the nearest apothecary. Her heart was a cruel master. She lit a small fire and put her tiny kettle on. Quick as she could, Rosalyn threw the threadbare jacket and trousers to the floor. She wiggled into a simple day skirt and top a few years past its prime. She pulled the pins from her wig and shook her aching head, a mountain of dark red hair spilling past her shoulders. She She vowed that one day she would invent a gentler type of disguise. Rosalyn allowed only a moment to massage her scalp before wrapping her hair into a tight bun once more, a wig of blonde curls covering her hair. Like every day, her heart sank a little at the covering of her hair. She had only a name and her fiery hair that distinguished her. Her mouth had long ago abandoned her Scottish heritage, her accent now mirroring the vicar's gentle tones of a lower-class nobleman. The man was kind and quiet, the very reason Rosalyn trusted him, just as the orphan children trusted her. She wiped the charcoal and dust from her face. Out of habit, she pinched her cheeks. Her starving childhood and weak heart had left her with the frame of a young boy, a mighty asset when picking the pockets of the masses, but a terrible weakness when pretending to be a lady's companion ready for hire. She folded the jacket and trousers, hiding them below the loose board under her bed. Cans of food and strips of dried meat lay untouched next to her bow and arrow. Out of habit, she touched the rags soaked in wax covering the food. There was enough bread and dried sausage for 2 weeks. She could eat her ration for the day, but wouldn't, not until she'd replaced the consumed food. Instinctively, her hand went to her middle. Rosalyn had promised herself she would never go hungry again. Replacing the board, she sipped her tonic, eyeing her little cottage. There was barely enough room for her thin bed and fireplace, the hearth so small it looked better suited for a nursery. Rosalyn finished her tonic, her pulse steady and sure. She took a quick inventory, making sure nothing personal was out in the open. The cottage was stark, void of any evidence of Rosalyn Devereux, a ginger-haired woman determined to live as she very well pleased. Not even the vicar had seen her unruly hair. Rosalyn allowed the grey-haired man to know her given name, nothing else. On her bed, she separated the coins from the banknotes. She hiked up her skirt and pinned the notes to her undergarments. She would drop off her deposit to Mr. Thomas, a solicitor recommended by a friend. The money would be out of reach from even the most talented pickpockets. Cupping the coins, she filled her pockets and made her way toward the church. With a quick flick, she opened the top of the alms box and placed the coins inside. The vicar didn't charge her a penny for her meek quarters in the hidden garden, nor did he ever express surprise at the sudden increase in donations. The old man was a widower twice over, and left Rosalyn as much privacy as she desired. The sound of the coins hitting the bottom of the box brought a nod from the vicar, sweeping between the pews. Rosalyn had once vowed to burn every church in England, but the quiet vicar had made her pause. Perhaps there were a few good men left in this forsaken country. A wicked grin crept across her face. She didn't care how many men, good or bad, were left in England. She only cared about the man she was hunting. Chapter 2. Nikolas Whitworth, Earl of Rochelle. In the centre of London, Nikolas sat silent in the borrowed carriage, his back straight and his mind as dark as the stormy morning. His sister sat silently opposite him, her finger twirling the ring Nikolas had given her, a Whitworth family heirloom. The surrounding sounds of street vendors peddling their wares and the growing stench of filth in the streets couldn't save Nikolas from his mood. He braced himself against the bench, careful to keep his healing shoulder from being jostled about. They passed an orphanage, a vendor wagon parked in front of the entry. A petite blonde woman stood just inside the shadow of the wagon. A hand on the carriage glass, Nikolas stared at the woman's back. For a moment, he was sure. She had to be her. The carriage lurched, avoiding another collision in the ever-growing city. Nikolas gripped his aching shoulder and pulled his gaze from the woman. He'd been cooped up in the Duke of Gerard's home for weeks, his penance for aligning with the criminal Tailor. Instead of being hanged for his crimes, Nikolas must help rid the country of its underground criminal enterprise. Under the Duke's thumb, they'd attended frivolous balls and dinner parties, but never was Nikolas out of sight of the Duke, not even to lay his head to sleep. A good man, a gentleman, would be overcome with gratitude at Gerard's interference. But the Welshman riding on either side of the carriage felt like a noose around Nikolas's neck. Only a few months before, Nikolas had been shot. Granted, he'd been at the centre of a salacious plot. It wasn't his first brush with the law, but it was easily the worst. He'd finally been burned after playing with fire, a favourite of his father's sayings. Nikolas frowned. His father was twisting and turning in his grave. Henry Whitworth was a man of principle. The thought of his father's disappointment soured his already dark mood. And Nikolas had only himself to blame. He was a mere pawn in the Tailor's game. The blasted criminal had played the ton like puppets, Nikolas included. He'd tried, and failed, to catch the elusive criminal, his injured shoulder evidence enough. The Tailor once wanted to right the social injustices, but had changed over the last few years to a vengeful criminal out for blood. He wanted to hurt the Queen. That was the one and only fact Nikolas knew. He could build a castle with everything else he didn't know about the blasted criminal. Nikolas was an earl, considered a gentleman by title, but he had been the one to make his own life difficult. The truth tasted bitter on his tongue. A Welsh soldier just outside the carriage slowed his horse to a gentle trot. Nikolas didn't appreciate the constant reminders of his many sins. His sister fidgeted on the opposite bench, her hands twisting and turning her skirt. She had an engagement ring on one hand, the Whitworth ring on the other. Another bump in the road, and the carriage lurched once more in protest. Ada groaned as several golden curls fell from her intricate plait. Nikolas had paced the Duke's drawing room while his sister's maid laboured over her stubborn curls. When he was a boy, he couldn't help tugging on her hair. Her lips would curl into a mischievous smile, her eyes upturned. The playfulness didn't last. His hand became heavy, and his taunts became cruel. He forced himself to look away, his sight on the Welshman instead of his innocent sister. It was easier to look at his punishment than his victim. The carriage slowed, the view of the window filling with the grey stone of his mother's townhome. He'd lived the first few years of his life behind these stone walls. Both Nikolas and his sister should be living with Lady Rochelle, but the Duke had tossed out the rules of the ton. He preferred his fiancée safe and Nikolas tethered under one roof. Nikolas had once thought he'd bring a wife and baby to his mother's townhome. There was only one woman he'd promised a life together. She'd rather kill him than kiss him at the moment. A weight fell on his chest. He tugged on his cravat. A wife was out of his reach, and his own mother was more like a prison sentence than a source of comfort. Ada shifted on the bench across from him, her lips pursed and her hands wringing. Her nervousness softened him. She had taken the brunt of his frustrations. Though she would never believe him, Nikolas cared more for his adopted sister than anyone else in his family. If he was half the man he should be, half the man his father was, Nikolas would tell Ada of his affections, or, at the very least, apologize. But Nikolas was a coward, and always would be. His hand went to his shoulder, the pain awake once more. "Are you well?" she whispered, a slight hesitation on well. Ada hadn't quite stuttered, but with her lip trembling, she would soon. Nikolas smiled widely and lied. "I'm right as rain." "Liar." Ada arched her eyebrow. He placed a hand over his chest. "You wound me." Her mouth fell open, her eyes drifting to his shoulder. "That's not what I meant," Nikolas groaned. He didn't want her pity. A few months before, he'd taken a bullet while she'd pleaded for his life. Selfishly, and secretly, he'd wanted the Welsh soldier to pull the trigger. Nikolas had done too much to ever right his wrongs. But his sister refused to leave his side. It would have been imminently easier to just die. Nikolas sighed. If his father could read his thoughts, the late Earl would be doing more than just rolling in his grave. Nikolas smirked. It would serve him right if his father haunted Nikolas. Then what did you mean? Ada lifted her chin, her eyes narrowing. The blasted woman was worried. No idea. Nikolas let his hands fall to the bench. Just know that I am well. You've lost your gift. She tilted her head, resembling a puppy instead of a future duchess. Of all the men Ada had to fall in love with, she had to choose Gerard, Nikolas's personal prison guard. Lies were easy for you. Nikolas held out his arms. I'm a reformed man. Ada pulled her gaze to the window. It's her, isn't it? Nikolas swallowed. The her in his life was gone. By her, I assume you mean our mother. Ada winced at our. Guilt poked at him. She was an orphan before she could speak. Instead of providing comfort, Nikolas had needled her wound. I've not written her in weeks. Nor have I. The silence stretched between them. Lady Rochelle kept a dizzying amount of correspondence. She kept in touch with hundreds of ladies and gentlemen. Nikolas could not fathom spending hours each day sitting in a chair, let alone putting thought to paper. Ada blinked and broke their gaze. Nikolas still remembered when she was born. After all, Ada was his cousin. But more than her birth, Nikolas remembered the death of her parents. Henry Whitworth arrived with the sad news and a baby in his arms. Nikolas's mother glared at the wailing child, her history of stillborns sparking an unquenchable jealousy. His father rocked the poor orphan, while Nikolas stood in the centre of the living room, frozen in his loyalty. If he doted on the poor baby, he would earn his mother's wrath, but if he kept his distance, his father would not reach for him. He would be destined to live forever on the periphery, beyond his father's touch. The carriage door squawked open, a footman at the ready. Just a few years before, Nikolas would have pranced to the ground with a flourish, but today he groaned in his dissent. You didn't have to come, Ada whispered behind him. She came to his side. I could have delivered the news on my own. She was to be married in a few weeks to the Duke of Gerard. For a man determined to find the tailor, the Duke had picked the most inconvenient time to fall in love. Nikolas was not yet convinced Gerard was even human. He was stoic and cold with every word he spoke to Nikolas. Granted, he'd spent the last 3 years trying to catch Nikolas. Mother will be delighted to hear of your engagement. Nikolas should be excited as well. Her marriage to Gerard had saved his neck from the noose, at least temporarily. She has always wanted a duke in the family. Ada smiled, a glint of mischief in her soft eyes. Even a dark duke? Even the almighty dark duke. He slid to the left, offering his good arm. If you can charm Gerard, you can handle Lady Rochelle. Can you, is the question. She searched his face, her brow furrowing. He smirked. I've been handling her since I was just a boy. You're no longer a boy, Nikolas. Ada took a step back, her gaze travelling from his eyes down to his shoes. And yet, you seem very much afraid. A lump formed in his throat. Had Ada said those words a month earlier, Nikolas would have devoured her, picking her apart until she was a stuttering mess of tears. He could not fault her now. He motioned to his injured arm. I am wounded. My mother is dancing with insanity, and... He waved a hand to Ada. I've no idea how to repair this. Ada tucked her chin, a golden curl falling forward. A blush crept up her cheek. She hadn't the foggiest idea of her beauty or her charm. She was a bright and lovable. She was everything Nikolas was not. Nikolas sighed. Father would have forced me to apologize. His father had been the glue to their fractured family. They'd been anchorless since he passed. I don't need an apology. She lifted her gaze. There wasn't a tear or welling of any moisture in her eyes. She was calm and collected. He'd watched her strength grow under the attentions of her fiancé. The Dark Duke might incite fear in everyone else, but to Ada he had given hope and confidence. "I won't pretend to understand you, Nikolas, but whatever you decide," she glanced over her shoulder at the townhome, "I will support you." "Love looks good on you," his voice caught. He groaned. His mind had turned to mush. She arched an eyebrow. "And where is your love?" Nikolas groaned. "I have no love." "And there you go again." She narrowed her eyes once more. "Being afraid again." "I'm not afraid." He stepped towards his mother's home. The sooner they entered, the quicker they could leave. "Rosalyn." Ada circled him, the glint of mischief back. "You said her name was Rosalyn." Perhaps it was a moment of delirium. His hand went to his pocket where he stashed Rosalyn's kerchief. She placed a hand on his arm. "And yet she is your source of comfort." She looked pointedly at his pocket. "If you cannot mend whatever happened to the both of you," she smirked, "then why not give her back the handkerchief as a peace offering?" Nikolas stepped back. "She doesn't know I have it." Chapter 3. Rosalyn Devereux. Donning a blonde wig and a simple day dress, Rosalyn kept her vigil behind an oversized wagon across the street from her childhood orphanage. The 5-story mansion was renovated 40 years before, a gift from an old noble family. Rosalyn sniffed. She hated when the headmistress recited the attributes of the family who handed their mansion over to the orphanage. Every morsel of food, every drop of water to drink, was provided by a gentleman, and each orphan would do well to remember she existed only on the charity of others. Rosalyn sighed and glanced up at the driver. He was seated at his bench at the front of the wagon. While his employer visited the mercantile shop, the driver napped in the afternoon sun. Hidden from view, Rosalyn watched at the garden gate of the orphanage. Every Tuesday at noon, both the residing vicar and the headmistress greeted the orphanage's benefactors. They would line the fairest children in the grand foyer, babes with chubby cheeks and older girls with golden curls. The more unruly children would be working the garden or mucking the pony stalls. They would be kept to the periphery, far away from the polished men gracing the poor orphans with their presence. Before the benefactors would arrive, both the vicar and the headmistress would scrutinize the chosen children with dark eyes and pursed lips. The spinster headmistress would pinch a cheek and scowl, remarking on how unhealthy a girl's pallor was, blaming the child for poor nutrition. Rosalyn had spent many a day under the baker's stern glare. She'd learned to knead the bread with plaster, especially on Tuesdays. The heavy loaf would seem hearty to the men checking on their charity. By week's end, the younger children would be tossing and turning in their beds, a hand clutching their stomach. As if summoned by her thoughts, a carriage arrived, pulled by 4 enormous black horses. Rosalyn circled from her hiding spot across the street, a bag filled with savoury pastries on her arm. There were only 2 men today, instead of the usual 3. Rosalyn waited for them to enter before scurrying across the street. A crossing sweeper boy ran out in front of her, his frail body nearly as thin as the broom he clutched. He attacked the street with his broom with fervour, hoping to get a coin for his labours. A lump formed in Rosalyn's throat. She'd given her coins to the alms box at the church. She couldn't unpin her bills in the middle of the street. She grabbed the boy's arm. "I'll pay you, but not—" His face fell, his back hunched. He'd been waiting for someone to cross to earn his keep. "But I will absolutely give you 2 farthings. His head shot up. 2 farthings? "Yes, bring me rats, dead or alive." "Rats?" He furrowed his brow and took a step back, his eyes searching Rosalyn. He was a street sweeper, looking to clean the way for a wealthy pedestrian. "Yes, there will be 2 other boys doing the same. Follow their lead, and I'll have 2 farthings for you." The boy broke out into a smile, his lip catching on a broken front tooth. Just under his left eye was a puffy patch of skin, slightly tinged with yellow. He'd been hit, but not in a week. Living on the streets was cruel, regardless of the age. Rosalyn would know. She'd learned to sleep on the slated roofs of the wealthy. There was less chance of being trampled or grabbed. The summer view was comforting, and the mornings provided for a peaceful breakfast. The cooks of the upper echelon weren't watching for thieves. Rosalyn could nick 3 biscuits in as many seconds. Late fall would sweep Rosalyn from her perch, the only time she'd ever be above an earl or a duke. Before the boy could utter another word, Rosalyn rushed toward the orphanage, slipping through the gate and side garden to the back. Straight to the cow and vegetable row she went. "Ross," a familiar girl chirped, a hand on the bony cow. Rosalyn couldn't remember her name, but would never forget the scar running down the girl's face. The poor child's back was hunched, her spine deformed like most of the children. Rosalyn suspected it had to do with the cook's food. It wouldn't be the first time an illness affected all the children, and none of the faculty. "You're alone?" Rosalyn kept her tone light. The cow murmured softly, sifting through the grass for a morsel of food. "You're blonde." The girl scrunched her nose. A smattering of freckles was dashed across her delightful face. She couldn't be more than 12, possibly 13, but her frame was that of a 9-year-old. "I am." Rosalyn patted her hair before offering a pastry. "And you're alone?" The girl snatched the pastry, shoving the food to her mouth. "Aye. Do you not work in twos?" The rule of always having a companion, or 4, was as old as the orphanage. Little girls were never to be alone on the premises unless they were being reprimanded. The girl shrugged, her mouth full of pastry. She took a big swallow. "Most everyone's sick in bed." "With what?" Rosalyn's heart quickened. She'd watched too many of her fellow sisters waste away. The doctors would never be called. A few trips to the apothecary would be all that sufficed, and only if there were too many sick kids to hide from the benefactors. "Not sure." A crumb fell from the girl's lips. She cupped her mouth, her eyes wide. She searched the ground for the crumb. "There's more, darling girl." Rosalyn's voice cracked. She coughed to cover any emotion. She held out the bag. "Make sure to hand them out to the infirmary." The girl nodded and grabbed the bag, her eyes lingering on Rosalyn's borrowed wristwatch. "You've had one to yourself. Let the others have their turn." Rosalyn held the bag only a moment longer. The hunger in the girl's eyes would haunt Rosalyn for days. The faculty believed starvation cured the girls of sin. The hungry didn't have enough energy to complain. A blush washed over the girl. She could have eaten the entire bag. Rosalyn ate 13 cakes the day she escaped. Slower now, the girl nodded, her eyes somber. "Are you here for the nobleman?" Rosalyn shook her head. "I'm not here for the benefactors." But she would follow them and pick their pockets as they entered their nobleman club afterward. But that was not the sole reason Rosalyn came. She knew the hunger of an orphan. A trusted baker would be delivering a few dozen loaves after the rats were discovered. The kitchen would be shut down and the cook reprimanded, not for the horrible bread, but for embarrassing the headmistress in front of the benefactors. The children would eat proper bread tonight, while the vicar and headmistress would spend the night shouting at each other. "Oh, he's too young to be a benefactor." The girl wiped her face with the stained sleeve of her dress. The cow raised its head as if acknowledging her words. "Who is too young?" Rosalyn's heart pounded. The feeling wasn't unwelcome. She'd lived on the street and kept her belly full by thieving. Staying alert was the only reason she was still walking. "The nobleman, he asked about you. Seemed kind enough." The girl tucked the bag under her arm. "What's the play?" Rosalyn swallowed hard. Noblemen were never kind. The lie caught in her throat. She knew only one gentleman who was kind, and yet he'd broken her heart. The plea? The girl motioned to the house. What will embarrass our lovely vicar today? The brightening of her eyes, the uptick of lips. Rosalyn loved every moment. Hope was a lovely expression on even the most downtrodden. Rosalyn winked at her. "'Twould be a shame if rats were found in the kitchen." A cheerful giggle escaped from the girl. Rosalyn should ask her name again, but reality was harsh. The girl wouldn't be here for more than a few months. She would either escape or fall ill. There was only so much food Rosalyn could funnel through the stone walls. Pointing to the fence at the edge of the property, the girl smirked. Half the wooden posts were rotted. The few still standing had faded targets carved into them. "It's true, isn't it?" the girl said with far too much joy. "You're the one who shot the arrows, weren't you?" Perhaps. They weren't the quality arrows she now hid in her cottage, but they worked well enough. Rosalyn had poached the scarce game. Just beyond the fence, she would huddle with Miriam, her one and only friend from the orphanage. They would cook the rabbit or grouse, whatever Rosalyn could kill with her shoddy arrows. Their bellies would fill before they'd smuggle the cooked meat to the other children. A bow and arrow were the few memories she had of her brothers. Before the potato blight, before the starvation, before the orphanage. The memories were hidden in the back of her limping heart. Her hand went to her chest, feeling for the rhythm. In the still of night, Rosalyn yearned for her childhood. She missed her brother William most of all. They were the last of the Devereuxs, until he died. A deafening screech pierced the air. Squeals from little girls erupted. Rosalyn smiled. The girls would play their part. They would alternate. Half would faint and half would fawn over their classmates. The girls would do anything for a belly full of hearty bread at supper. Rosalyn dipped her head in farewell to her little companion and circled the orphanage. She'd need to be at the entrance before the benefactors ran from the house. She stepped on the sidewalk just as the first nobleman marched from the orphanage, an arm waving in the air. He was followed by two younger men. Rosalyn waited a beat. She kept her chin low, appearing to examine the hem of her skirt. The vicar burst through the front doors. "Please don't." The youngest gentleman held up a hand. "Say one more word and we will take our leave permanently, as will our pocketbooks." The vicar snapped his mouth shut, his face turning crimson. Slowly, with his back hunched, the man returned to the front door. The silver bun of the headmistress appeared to his right. He shot out an arm, keeping the shrill woman to his side. While they argued, Rosalyn bumped into the elder nobleman. She mumbled an apology before nicking his billfold. She crossed the street and hid behind the corner. Several boys snuck their way to her, grinning widely. Rosalyn tossed them their due and made her way east toward home. She went through St. James's Square, her fingers lifting wallets and coins as Rosalyn made her way through the busy streets. "I'm sorry," a familiar voice echoed. In the front garden of a townhome, Nikolas, the Earl of Rochelle, stood with his hand outstretched to a beautiful woman, her curls dishevelled and her skin like a fine china doll. The woman shook her head and entered the townhome. He wiped his haggard face with a hand, his other arm wrapped against him. Rosalyn froze, her heart in her throat. She ducked behind the garden fence. Stolen kisses and secret embraces swarmed her mind. The loss of him, the grief she'd thought was long healed, ripped open, a gaping wound. He'd promised to return to her, and yet here, in the centre of London, Nikolas stood. He was free of the tailor. Her hands gripping the fence post, Rosalyn's body shook. She had searched for the elusive criminal for months, finding no evidence he still existed. She thought she'd find the tailor and free Nikolas, but here he was. Nothing was keeping him away. He'd chosen to stay gone. Nikolas was free from everything, including Rosalyn. Long after the house had swallowed Nikolas, Rosalyn stood, her heart hammering away. She felt for the stethoscope hidden inside her dress, the only source of comfort. Movement from the corner of her eye pulled Rosalyn's focus. A dark brunette peered at her through the curtain, her face aged and haunted. Chapter 4. Nikolas Whitworth, Earl of Rochelle. With his sister on his arm, Nikolas entered the sitting room of his mother's townhome. He'd once rented rooms across the square. Freedom was only a memory now. A stack of letters lay abandoned on the bench of his mother's bay window. For a woman who never ventured out, Lady Rochelle kept constant correspondence with her peers. She'd been a countess for only half a decade, but had taken up writing with a fervour since his late father became titled. Mother's not at the window. Ada went to the bench. Her hand brushed the stack of unopened letters. Why does she keep writing? She hasn't been out in years. She was proud to become a countess. Keeping up appearances would be a priority. Nikolas was just as guilty. He'd embraced the rise in status. As a boy, he'd watched his friend Lord Pichon partake of all the privileges of a peer. Nikolas was bound to suck the marrow out of his new-found title, until his heart fell for a forgotten orphan. If reputation is the motivation, why not leave the home? Ada sat on a bench, a frown forming on her lips. You knew she wouldn't leave. You had your canvas wagon placed across the street. Guilt pricked Nikolas. He'd done more than place a wagon to spy on his family. Ada only knew a handful of Nikolas's sins. If she knew everything, he would lose the only family he had left. "Oh, Nikolas," his mother called, her voice high and shrill. She'd only begun to claim Ada as her own. The late Earl demanded to adopt Ada, not Lady Rochelle. "And Ada?" Dressed in a dark navy dress, Lady Rochelle's creamy complexion was that of a younger woman. Her dark hair had yet to silver. Had she not the dark eyes of sleepless nights and the haunted expression of a widow, Lady Rochelle would be a woman in her prime. "Mother." Nikolas bowed but couldn't meet her gaze. Shame washed over him. She had no idea just how close Nikolas was to shipping her off to an asylum. She would have been treated and protected, something Nikolas's father was never able to do. He couldn't keep a physician for more than a month before Lady Rochelle would send them packing. Lady Rochelle smiled and motioned to the sofa. Only after Nikolas and Ada sat did his mother walk past them to the bay window. She gathered the envelopes to her chest and sighed softly. Ada wrung her hands in her lap, her mouth trembling. She let her head fall back, her eyes on the ceiling. "Are you well?" Nikolas asked his mother, and scooted to the edge of the cushion, not able to relax against the back of the sofa. He'd sent doctors to the Countess's home to answer this very question. "I cannot answer that honestly, can I?" His mother kept her vigil at the window, her back to her son and adopted daughter. "I am a grieving widow, my son." She glanced over her shoulder. A Roman nose and high cheekbones had marked her a beauty. She'd snagged the humble son of a mercantile owner, Henry Whitworth. A few decades later, he would be granted an audience and a title by the Queen. He fell ill within days, gone a week later. Have the doctors helped? A lump formed in Nikolas's throat. He'd been torn between opposing forces most of his life. Arms outstretched, he'd teeter between his father's gentle neglect and his mother's overwhelming moods. Lady Rochelle spun around, her mouth a tense smile. "A physician cannot cure a broken heart." She nodded to Ada. "The home has been rather quiet of late." Ada sat up straight. "I'm afraid I need—" "He's proposed." The Countess smiled, her eyes crinkling. "How did you know?" Ada's brow furrowed, her gaze flicking between Nikolas and Lady Rochelle. Nikolas held up a hand and gave a subtle shake of his head. He'd not told his mother. Lady Rochelle tisked. "Never you mind." She slipped off the bench to her feet. She clapped her hands together, her face blushing brilliantly. With her eyes lit with joy, she appeared half her age. "How wonderful!" "The banns were just posted," Ada whispered. She was recently engaged, but would be married in a fortnight. "I see." His mother sighed, her gaze on her feet. The air rushed from the room in an instant. Nikolas felt the heaviness. He was launched back to his childhood, his mother pouting in the corner and his father playing with Ada in the nursery. Like he had as a boy, he jumped to his feet. "Ada is being silly, that is all." His sister slumped on the couch. He'd not meant to make her the end of a joke. It had fallen from his lips before he could think. His mother beamed. She stretched out her hands, wiggling her fingers. "Oh, Nikolas, you know how it is." "I know how what is?" A chill brushed across his neck. She'd moved from solemn to excited in seconds, just like she had when Nikolas was young. The Countess grinned and closed the gap from where Nikolas stood. She grasped his hands. "You know what it's like to be madly in love." She sighed and placed a dramatic hand to her forehead. "Your mind shuts out all reason." Ada's mouth fell open, her gaze flicking between Nikolas and his mother. He'd never admitted to Ada how serious he'd been about Rosalyn. Rosalyn. Her name, just the thought of her, had him stepping back. He rubbed his neck and turned from his family. "You were madly in love?" Ada's soft voice pricked at Nikolas. "Oh, heavens, yes." The Countess laughed, the sound shrill. "He went so far as to propose to the poor girl." "You proposed?" Ada came to his side, her eyes filled with worry. With another curl falling from her updo, she mouthed, "I'm sorry." Nikolas cleared his throat. "Mother, we need to discuss some things." The Countess waved a hand in the air. "Oh, not to worry. I can plan a Christmas wedding." "You won't be planning the wedding." Ada lifted her chin, her hands twisted into tight fists at her side. Pride swelled at the sight of her. Nikolas wished the Duke was here instead of him. Gerard would have announced the wedding without so much as a blink. He'd ordered everyone but the Queen, with little regard to feelings. Gerard was tender to only Ada. Nikolas witnessed one too many times the gentle tones between them. Nikolas had once been consumed by a woman, every thought, every breath, until his mother had intervened, her pen announcing his secret love. Lady Rochelle had, unwittingly, put a target on Rosalyn's back. Ada's voice was small but firm. "The wedding will be small and intimate." Lady Rochelle glanced at the letters on the bench. "I will be receiving congratulations." She ran a hand down her skirt, smoothing the fabric. Her face became stone, her look far off. "Is there a reason the Duke thought so ill of me that he'd not discussed the wedding beforehand?" "He's particular about the wedding," Ada whispered. Gerard wanted his fiancée content, which meant Lady Rochelle wouldn't have any input. Silence filled the room. A weight settled on Nikolas's shoulders. He was, once again, a boy on a tightrope, caught between two family members. Before, he'd ridicule Ada and bask in his mother's sudden good mood. A glance to his sister squashed the temptation. Ada had stood by him when she could have thrown him to the wolves, or rather, the Welsh soldiers. She'd refused to have his neck in a noose. He could not abandon her now. I... Nikolas rubbed the back of his neck. He'd never been brave. The idea didn't fit him now any more than it had as a child. "I am worried about your health." "I gathered that." Again, his mother betrayed nothing, her expression void. Her hands were at her sides, not clenched and not wringing. Her back was straight but not rigid. She was simply there. "I believe the count is 7. 7? Ada asked. "Doctors, Ada." the Countess sighed. Nikolas held his breath. Her mood could pivot in an instant. Do try to keep up. Anger. His mother was angry. He offered, Have they helped? You and I both know they are not here to help. Lady Rochelle folded her arms and paced in front of the fireplace. I miss your father, and I am not allowed to grieve. Why is mourning the loss of a love a crime? Ada covered her mouth and came to her adopted mother. I am so sorry. A fire flashed in Lady Rochelle's eyes. Then it was gone. A single tear fell down his mother's cheek. With delicate fingers, she dabbed at the tear. Nodding, she waved Ada away. It is I that need to apologize. I have neglected you. She reached for Ada's hands. I should never have left you alone. I should have been with you at the Duke's estate. She leaned forward. It is not a forced proposal. Were you compromised? No. Ada shrank back, her eyes wide. Not at all. Are you sure? You should be here, not at his house. Lady Rochelle's eyes darkened. You need not be ashamed if he's been untoward. The laws are very clear, and I have no problem taking him to task. Ada shook her head. I am not ashamed. I love him. Oh, my child, how can you love him? Do you even know him? The Countess cocked her head to the side, her smile sweet. Nikolas's stomach turned. Ada's mouth hung open. She blinked and closed her mouth, only to open it again. Her tongue was tied. Lady Rochelle motioned for her housekeeper. See that my bags are packed. I'll not wear any mourning dresses. She rolled her eyes. Heaven knows my son and the Duke do not need any ammunition to send me to an asylum. She clapped her hands. We'll be off in a few minutes. Nikolas pulled at his cravat. If you don't stop pulling, you'll hang your pretty neck. The Countess rolled her eyes. Nikolas scoffed. Off where? With eyebrows raised, his mother tusked. To the Duke's estate, of course. How am I to plan a wedding if I am not present? Right. Avoiding his sister's pleading gaze, he held out his arms. Ada and I will leave you to pack. We came to deliver news, but Gerard has us on a tight schedule. Do not tease. Lady Rochelle sat prettily on the sofa. We have much to discuss. She patted the cushion next to her. I'll have some tea made. No, Mother. He held out his hand for his sister. The Duke is a taskmaster, and I'd hate to start our family relations on the wrong foot. He values punctuality above all else. Oh, Ada doesn't need to leave yet. We have so much wedding planning to attend to. Lady Rochelle beamed at her adopted daughter. You'll need to learn how to conduct a dinner party. Seating arrangements can be so trite. She clapped her hands together. So much to teach. Ada's face drained of colour. She was an artist, not a hostess. Refusing to see his mother's gaze, Nikolas pulled Ada to a stand. Lovely to see you, Mother. With his long legs, he dragged his poor sister through the door to the waiting carriage. He helped her inside and sat with a huff. I apologize, Ada. Nikolas rubbed his healing shoulder. I shouldn't have dragged you from there. Gerard won't be meeting us for another hour. We had no reason to rush. With wide eyes, Ada sucked down a breath. I don't know how to run a dinner party. I can't toast to save my life. Nikolas leaned forward and pulled her hands between his. Do you have any memory of our mother hosting a family? A dinner party? Ada paused, tilting her head. No, I can't remember her doing either. She never did. He released her hands and sat back. It'd be the blind leading the blind. She could only teach you how to pick a fight with your spouse, or slam your hand onto the table. Nikolas. Pity filled his sister's eyes. "How are you not angry at her?" He groaned as the carriage lurched. Grabbing his shoulder, he added, "Her temper is horrendous, mercurial, and now she wants to take over your wedding." Ada lifted her chin. "She's family, Nikolas. I will always forgive family." Chapter 5. Rosalyn Devereux. Dressed as a simple stable boy, Rosalyn crossed the Derby grounds as the sun stepped from behind the dark morning clouds, casting warmth on eager vendors and travelling customers. Faces upturned to the sky with eyes closed. Hundreds of men and women basked in the rare burst of sunlight of an English Derby day, while Rosalyn weaved in and out the distracted gentlemen, avoiding the women and curious children. She was not so depraved to steal from the littles or those that protected them. With a quick check of her cap, making sure it was tucked low, Rosalyn could cover her skin with dirt and charcoal, but it'd take only a moment, a simple gaze to know she was not a boy, but a woman. The racehorses had not yet arrived, but a growing crowd had surrounded the roped boxing ring. The encircled ground was uneven with grass and mud in splotches. If only Rosalyn could predict the winner of the savage sport as easily as the Derby. Her skill at detecting the winning horse had won the attention of a certain criminal, and Nikolas. She blinked. The mere thought of him pricked her heart. She ducked out from the crowd. Her occupation would have to wait. Rosalyn had learned, long ago, that only a focused thief would keep her head. She'd witnessed too many thieves caught for being distracted. A momentary linger could cost her everything. Slipping into the underbelly of the stadium, Rosalyn sank to the floor. She believed Nikolas when he promised to return, that the only person keeping him from Rosalyn was the tailor. But he'd lied. She shouldn't have been surprised. Everyone lies, including Rosalyn, her wig as evidence. The steady rhythm of horses' hooves clopping on stone echoed into her dark corner. The rumble of men grew, punctuated by their arriving horses. She curled against the wall. Powerful men would slap each other on the back, bragging about his own horse. They would make impromptu bets while their groomsmen swirled around them, levelling the shavings in the stalls and checking the water. Slowly, the boasting turned to farewells. Then, only the soft neighs of horses settling in. Rosalyn ducked out to the attached cover separating the stadium from the barn. Fresh shavings covered the musty smell of a damp building. Rosalyn snatched a mucking rake leaning against a stall door. A snort came from behind the door. The dark head of a bay horse snapped up, hay falling from its lips. The ears were tipped and tiny, accentuating the wide-eyed expression. It tossed its head and went back to eating. The gentle sound of the horses nuzzling and eating was all Rosalyn could hear, with only an occasional stamp of an irritated hoof here and there. She slid the barn door open and placed the mucking rake against the wall. She'd need to grab it quickly if someone came. There was only a short window before the true groomsmen and guards would start their circulation. With nimble fingers, Rosalyn unbuttoned her overshirt and opened the pouch. She pulled out the 2 earpieces, cradling the round sphere attached at the end. The contraption looked like the misshapen horns of a toy bull. Rosalyn had begged and purchased a stethoscope twice. Each time, the merchant came up with an excuse on why she couldn't have it. Rosalyn was nothing but an orphan girl with no recourse. The spindly man would give her the other version, a long tubular cylinder that could only be used on the back of a patient. Several medical mucky-mucks touted the superiority of the tubular stethoscope compared to the newfangled contraption in Rosalyn's petite hands. Hers was fragile and prone to breaking. She'd fixed it several times over, but she wouldn't trade it for anything. Hearing the heartbeat of horses had given her freedom. And a future. Mimicking her childhood doctor, Rosalyn slid each earpiece into place. She put the cup on her chest, moving and listening for the hiccup of her heartbeat. She held her breath. The already fast staccato sped even faster. She breathed deeply, the rhythm slowed. Her late doctor used to let her practice on him. His heartbeat was slow and steady. It was the first human heart she'd listened to. Other than her own, Nikolas was the last. Cooing to the bay horse, she placed a chopped piece of carrot in her palm, the end of the stethoscope in the other. It nickered, raising its head. The velvet lips found the carrot. The horse nuzzled her hand once more, looking for more carrots. Rosalyn rubbed its neck with her left hand and slid the end of the stethoscope along its side. Gentle blowing whirred through the end of the tool. The lungs were healthy. She moved the stethoscope forward, halfway between the shoulder and the sternum, steady and strong, then just below the point of the shoulder. Like she'd done dozens of times before, Rosalyn moved the end back and forth, left to right, listening for the rate, rhythm, but more than anything, she used the sounds to estimate the size of the heart. Stepping back, the horse was roughly 16 hands tall, a little on the shorter side for racehorses. For centuries, horse breeders believed the parents were the biggest indicator of the winning horse. Rosalyn's own father wouldn't purchase a farm horse without seeing the mother. And yet, Rosalyn's experiment over the past several years had been fruitful. Pedigree didn't guarantee a winner. The size of the heart did. She went from stall to stall, ending with an enormous grey gelding. The horse hung its head through the opening over the door. It nickered, begging for a treat. The gelding had to be well over 19 hands tall. She offered her last carrot and listened to his lungs. No crackling. She slid the end of the stethoscope toward the sternum. The beat was off, erratic. A deep drum and then a hiccup. Rosalyn went from left to right, the rhythm changing each time. The horse lowered its head to eat. The rhythm became erratic. It raised its head, hay falling. The rhythm slowed but was still unsteady. The horse wasn't fit to race. "You're a fool," a low male voice echoed toward where Rosalyn stood in the stall. The sound of a scuffle followed. She glanced around for the mucking rake. She must have left it in another stall. The true groomsmen and guards were arriving. She checked her cap, making sure it was tucked low. Throwing her stethoscope into the pouch, Rosalyn buttoned up her overshirt. "You whine and moan about being under house arrest, but do nothing. I trip over you trying to do my job. And what are you doing? Nothing. Nothing." The same low voice began again. Whoever it was had an upper-crust accent. He was a gentleman, not a groomsman. "You have no idea the amount of trouble you're in." With the amount of soldiers surrounding me, I think I have a rather accurate view of my predicament. The new voice pierced Rosalyn. Nikolas. She could recognize his accent, a bridge between upper and lower society. The voice ripped her back to a memory. She was dressed in a blonde wig, donning the high society dress of a débutante. She was walking through Hyde Park with strategic splotches of mud on her skirt. Nikolas came stumbling across the path. He was drunk and dishevelled, his sapphire eyes beguiling. She'd picked his pockets before he said a word. Only when she'd come to the edge of the park, her reticule full of treasures, did he loop his arm through hers, saying, "Since you've relieved my person of my coin, perhaps you can hail the hansom." He'd winked and took a step to the side. The sound of a body against the stall shook Rosalyn from her thoughts. "The only reason you have a neck is because of your sister," the low voice growled. A shuffle of boots along the cobblestoned corridor followed. "My sister?" Nikolas cleared his throat. "Does not have the best taste in men now, does she?" "You're a coward," the man growled once more. "Give me one reason. One bloody reason why I shouldn't turn you over to the Welshman." "You forget that I did not bargain for my life." Rosalyn covered her mouth. Nikolas had abandoned her. He had lied that he was protecting Rosalyn from the tailor. He was drowning in debt, suffocated by shame when their paths had crossed. She'd helped him recover, showed him a few tricks of the trade, but she'd thought he was better financially when they parted. He'd left because of a different kind of debt. He was scared, terrified. Month after month, Rosalyn searched for any sign of the tailor, but when she came up empty-handed, she realized the truth. The tailor was just a man, not an ogre to fear. Nikolas was an earl. He'd fed her a story of needing to escape. Long before Nikolas, Rosalyn had come in contact with the dreaded tailor, but she'd been left alone. She wasn't stalked or intimidated. The criminal was not a mastermind, nor did Nikolas have anything to be afraid of. The grey horse neighed, its nose nudging her chest. Rosalyn placed a finger to her lips and shook her head, knowing full well the horse wouldn't understand her. It wouldn't be the first time she'd acted out of sorts around Nikolas, even if he was unaware of her presence. Rosalyn kneeled, peering through a crack in the stall. Nikolas's back took up most of her view through the wood. The horse pulled Rosalyn's cap, nodding its head until the cap flew across the stall. Rosalyn's hands went to her wig, but she didn't bother moving from her corner. She couldn't risk Nikolas finding her. The horse snorted above her head. Rosalyn covered her wig with her arms. Its lips moved along her hands, searching for carrots. She pulled her hands back to her chest. The horse nudged her with its head. Rosalyn rubbed its velvet nose. She needed only a moment or two more. The horse was much taller, legs thin and long, completely different from the short and stout farm horses she'd grown up around. Regardless of the breed, every horse would beg for another carrot. "I'm going to ask this once, and only once." The stranger gripped Nikolas's shoulder, releasing when Nikolas winced. The man stepped away from him, his profile in view. "Who is the tailor?" "If I knew that, I certainly wouldn't be here." Nikolas motioned with one arm, mirroring the stranger's stance. His right arm was tucked against his chest in a sling. "I would be dancing on the little man's grave." "You're a coward of the first order, Rochelle." Rochelle? Hearing his name pierced her heart all over again. Nikolas Whitworth, the Earl of Rochelle. He wasn't truly in danger. His pretty promises were empty. He was a nobleman. An earl could not give a penniless orphan a future. "I didn't say I would have killed him." Nikolas gave a lopsided grin. His eyes were haunted, carrying none of the mirth they once held. The horse nudged against Rosalyn once more. She gently pushed the head away. It slunk to the other side of the stall. Pointing a finger at Nikolas's chest, the stranger growled once more. "If I find out you are aiding—" "You'll hurt me?" Nikolas sighed dramatically. "My dear Duke, you'll have to get in line." Duke. Nikolas had crossed a duke of all people. The man had never known when to quit. Even when Rosalyn helped him with cards, the poor fool could barely win. Despite his title, the man was destined to lose. "I can't protect you, Rochelle." The Duke ran a hand down his face. "No matter who your sister is." "Your Grace," another man called out from what sounded like the stadium. The Duke gave a pointed look to Nikolas before stalking off. The horse snorted behind Rosalyn. Before she could turn to look, her cap landed in front of the stall, a mere foot from where Nikolas stood. Chapter 6. Nikolas Whitworth, Earl of Rochelle. Nikolas had cut his teeth on horse racing. The Derby ground was where he'd placed his first bet and where he'd nearly lost his life. In an ironic twist of fate, the tailor had anonymously stepped in, wiping his debt clean. One little note had pulled Nikolas from the brink of bankruptcy to pockets brimming with cash. Nikolas had never met the man, nor did it seem like Nikolas ever would. The closest he'd come was when Nikolas had brought his sister to a meeting at the Conroy's residence. She was a talented artist the tailor planned to use for printing money. The tailor never arrived, and the Welsh underground army burst in, guns in hand and tempers ready. The Duke had spared his life at the behest of Nikolas's sister. Feeling the weight of the past few months, Nikolas pulled at his cravat and refused to watch the blasted Duke leave the stables. The Welsh soldiers surrounding the Derby barn blamed him for the death of one of their own. Had the Duke of Girard not stepped in, Nikolas would have been shot without a second thought. Girard's footfalls echoed over the cobbled stone. The Duke blamed him for his sister's melancholy mood. The Duke didn't understand the dynamics of the Whitworth household. Nikolas's mother was not known for her easy demeanour. Lady Rochelle's mood could suck the joy from even the merriest of souls. She had a gift of being very high or very low, stealing the aura from those around her. Nikolas had not fully understood his mother's mind until he'd reached out to a French physician. Despite Ada's stoic behaviour of late, Nikolas's sister was eager to marry the Duke of Girard. She would rather do it without Nikolas's mother mucking up the wedding plans. Life was decidedly more simple without Lady Rochelle. Guilt tugged at his heart. Nikolas was an undeserving son. Movement caught his eye. The Duke had pulled him into the barn for a private talk, but he wouldn't be surprised if a Welsh soldier was hidden in one of the stalls. Each of the stall doors had a dip, allowing horses to stick a neck over the opening. The weight of being watched fell on Nikolas's shoulders. He'd given up his freedom. He was only allowed to speak to the Duke and Ada without an audience. Every other moment he was accompanied. Nikolas couldn't muster up enough gratitude for that small privilege. He'd done poorly in his choices, that he knew, but he'd tried to make it right. He wanted to find the tailor, a man who'd turned his world upside down. The thought twisted in his throat. The tailor was not entirely to blame. Nikolas had made a mess of everything. He'd tormented his sister. He'd tried to save Rosalyn, the only woman who'd dared to love him. But thankfully, she was on the continent somewhere, unable to be found. A grey horse's head nodded up and down, peeking above the open dip of the stall door. With a flick, the horse flung a cap. Nikolas bent over, his heart sinking. The cap was small, made for a mucking boy. The facts fell about him, closing him in. The walls seemed to thicken and the air felt heavy. The Welsh soldiers had hired a mere boy to babysit him. "Might as well come out now." Nikolas ran his hand around the brim of the cap and straightened his stance. Whoever was wearing the cap had no idea how to spy. He must have been a new recruit. "I won't hurt you." "I believe you already have." The soft voice floated to where Nikolas stood. He didn't dare move. The voice was too familiar, too soft. Rosalyn. He shook the voice from his head. She would not be here. She was in France or Italy, anywhere but here. She was the queen of disguises, but he'd watched her board the ship with his own eyes. This person was not Rosalyn. The stall door creaked open, revealing the small frame of a boy. He kept his chin tucked, his face hidden. Nikolas sighed. He'd once been a mischievous boy. Worse, he'd been a fool of a man and trusted the wrong people one too many times. Nikolas stepped closer and offered the cap. Without raising his head, the boy stepped back, the movement too graceful for a young man. His hands flexed at his side. A chill ran down Nikolas's neck. The hands were petite, familiar. Nikolas came closer, his eyes taking everything in. Dirt smudged on the boy's chin, a rather smooth chin. He nibbled his lips and raised his chin. Nikolas swallowed hard. "Rosalyn." "You're in England," Nikolas whispered, the words catching and tumbling in his mouth. His chest ached and his mouth went dry. Rosalyn, the girl he'd sold himself for, was in front of him. in the flesh. As you are. She didn't meet his gaze. Her voice circled him, echoing over and over again. Her hair, wig, Nikolas corrected himself, was a muddy straw colour, short and straight. I went to the continent. I looked for you. He offered the cap once more, unsure of what to do or say. He dreamed of running into her again, of holding her again. His pulse raced faster and faster. He was a ship during a storm, tossed about by the waves of confusion and hope. You said you were in danger. Hesitantly, she peered up at him. Like a fairy, she flitted her way into his life again. Her eyes, a swirl of green, anchored him. She pursed her lips. You told me to leave. She held out an arm indicating the barn. But you never left. I did leave. I went after you, and I wanted to stay gone. But without you, it felt... The words felt wrong. His hand went to his shoulder. I was, or I suppose I still am, in danger. And so are you. You could have just told the truth. A darkness flashed in her eyes. She'd hardened in the months since he'd seen her last. I did. Nikolas pulled on his cravat again, his fingers grasping for anything to tug. She couldn't be here. This had to be a dream. He wished for this moment, begged to see her once more. His arms ached to hold her. Sort of. Rosalyn scowled and grabbed the cap. Nikolas fought the urge to beg forgiveness. He needed her, her ability to see through his games. He was a different man when in her company. He wasn't an earl. He was simply Nikolas, a man unable to win a card game or a simple race. But more than anything, he needed her far away from England. He couldn't be both Rosalyn's love and the tailor's servant. The criminal had made that clear. The tailor had sent many a messenger to remove all doubt. Without thinking, Nikolas pulled her around to face him. She spun around, her emerald green eyes lit with fury. Do not touch me. The wig moved, the deep red of her natural hair peeking through. Nikolas stared at her, drinking in the sight of her clear green eyes and freckled nose. Her fairy-like fingers could steer an arrow into a man's heart. And her eyes held enough anger to pin Nikolas where he stood. She was a destroying angel, one that Nikolas loved with every beat of his pathetic soul. He once yearned for the day she would trust him and show Nikolas her true identity. You lied. Rosalyn retreated from him, her hands going to her wig and cap. I would lie again to keep you safe. Her gaze flicked to his, her eyes narrowing. Her delicate mouth parted. Nikolas held his breath. He'd promised this woman forever, and meant every word. His mother was against the union. She'd gone so far as to gossip about his intended, only for the tailor to find out. She broke their gaze and folded her arms across her chest. I can take care of myself. He's everywhere, Ros. His voice cracked. He hated his vulnerability. He was a man who failed everyone close to him. Rosalyn rolled her eyes. He is a criminal. He is not God. He is a man. She flicked her hand indicating Nikolas. The frustration grew to fury. And every man has a weakness. He found mine. You have no weakness, she said through gritted teeth. Nikolas held her gaze. Oh, but I do. Rosalyn's mouth fell open. Her stance softened as the realization came. He threatened you? With me? Get out of England, Ros. He reached for her hand. Warmth crept up his arm. He closed his eyes for a moment, praying he would remember this moment. Just the touch of her brought comfort. The world stood still. His feet found their footing. All was right. She was the first, and only woman to see him at his worst. Rosalyn knew more of Nikolas's secrets than anyone on earth. He needed her safe. Please. I know how to disappear. She didn't pull away, but she didn't come closer. He had once nibbled her delicate ears and covered her collarbone with kisses. His arms felt awkward and gangly at his sides, yearning to wrap them around her. You don't know him. Neither do you. She squeezed his hand before retreating. Nobody knows who the almighty Tailor is. I have a friend in France, a doctor. Nikolas stepped closer. He wouldn't reach for her again, but he needed to be near. There was a strength about her that gave him balance, a foundation. Despite the hard glint in her eye, he felt stronger. He felt brave. He was expecting my sister, but I know he'll hide you as well. Isn't the Tailor French? She arched an eyebrow. She walked backwards, doubt etched in her furrowed brow. You would send me to the criminal's native country. Nikolas pulled at his cravat. We've learned that he's not French. We? She scoffed. We does not include me. He's English and hates the Queen. Rosalyn curtsied dramatically, her hand waving in a flourish. It so happens that I am not the Queen, or a noble. She lifted her chin. Not like you. Not like you. She'd found out about his title. The balm became a touch too warm. I can explain. Your father was given a title and died shortly afterward. Her words fell like stones to the floor, cold and angry. You profess to love me, her voice caught. There was hope yet. She was not past feeling. She straightened her stance. But how could you love someone without ever telling them who you really are? You are the same. Nikolas should stop. He should keep his mouth shut and walk away. But he could never truly leave her. I am the same, Rosalyn scoffed, her delicate lips enticing him. I am an orphan. I am a thief. She held out her arms. Show me the lie. Your hair. Nikolas raised his hand, careful not to touch her. Your beautiful ginger hair. Anger flashed in her eyes. I never lied to you. You never showed me the real you. He let his hand fall to his side. Her hand went to the wig, her lips taut. You spend your life spewing pretty words. Ros. Surrounded by pretty people and make pretty promises. Her voice rose. Every word. He reached for her hand. She pulled back. Everything I said to you, I meant. She hissed, but when life gets hard, you disappear. I left to keep you safe. He wiped his face, feeling the sting. The confident woman he'd met years earlier was nowhere. I've survived a potato famine, an ill-tempered heart, and years on the street. She had a hand on her hip, the other hand pointing at his chest. She inched closer, a cloud of fury overhead. And just how could someone like you keep someone like me safe? He flinched, stepping back. A cool breeze had rushed into the barn. He wasn't so inept that he couldn't keep his loved ones away from the tailor. The chill wrapped around his neck, travelling down his spine. He'd tried to send his sister to France for her protection. Ada had reacted with just as much venom as Rosalyn. Nikolas had wanted their safety, not to earn their ire. Rosalyn folded her arms, her eyes flitting about. When she'd stolen his wallet all those years before, she was charming and nonplussed when he'd confronted her. The woman who stood before him now was stone. I'm sorry. She arched an eyebrow. Sorry? I thought I could help, but all I've done is hurt. Rosalyn opened her mouth, her lips trembling. She shook her head. You don't get to suddenly appear and be the hero. Rochelle, Gerard called from outside the barn. I'm under custody. Nikolas rubbed his hurt shoulder. His time was running out. The last thing he needed was Gerard knowing about Rosalyn. The Duke might soon be his brother-in-law, but Nikolas didn't trust him any more than he trusted his mother. Nikolas blurted, I tried to outwit the tailor and paid for it. You used to lie better. Her words were bitter, but her eyes had softened. He pulled a kerchief from his pocket. Her eyes widened as he showed her the RD stitched in the corner. She snatched it from his hand. You stole this. He covered her hand in his. You stole a lot more from me. She glanced up at him, hesitancy in her gaze. I'll soon be carted off to Wales for my sister's wedding. He ran his thumb along the back of her hand. The hum of comfort began again. She might be angry with him, but he'd take her angry if he could be in her presence. You'll need to hide in the stall. Soldiers surround the place. Welsh soldiers. She wrinkled her nose. You heard Gerard. He smiled, the warmth spreading across his chest. I'm not sure I believe you. She began to pull back again. With every step she took, his heart sank. Nikolas shook his head. Believe me or not, please. Please be careful. Rosalyn tilted her head. He brushed a hand against her cheek, wiping the dirt from her face. She smiled. Her eyes crinkled and her face transformed. He didn't dare move. He stared at her, memorizing every freckle, every shallow breath she took. Rosalyn Devereux was both friend and family to him. She was everything, and always would be. One day, somehow, they would be together again. The weight on his shoulders lifted. Hope, no, bigger than a seed, took hold in his chest. He felt the warmth of possibility. She placed the kerchief in his free hand. Keep it. Chapter 7. Rosalyn Devereux. The sky darkened with the threat of an afternoon drizzle as Rosalyn crept from the Derby barn. Nikolas's piercing blue eyes haunted her. They held a power over her. Shaking her head, Rosalyn pushed thoughts of Nikolas from her mind, her chest heavy and her fingers tingling. She slipped into the belly below the Derby stadium and unbuttoned her overshirt, exposing the pouch. Her trembling fingers found the tin and the kerchief. Her chest tightened. Rosalyn had only a few minutes before she'd be sprawled on the floor. She'd not fainted from the pain since she was in the orphanage. She pulled the last glass vial, no bigger than her pinky, and wrapped the kerchief around it. She gritted her teeth and smashed the tiny popper, the thin glass crumbling in the fabric and releasing the amyl nitrate. Sinking against the wall, Rosalyn placed the kerchief against her nose, breathing deeply. The weight on her chest settled. Stars appeared at the edge of her vision. Her hand trembled, struggling to keep the kerchief at her nose. She breathed deeply again, her lungs shaking. The dark corner felt cold, more lonely after seeing Nikolas. He'd been a light when grief crept in. Losing her parents and her younger siblings was devastating, but when her oldest brother, William, died, the sorrow stayed. She'd not yet recovered from the void of his passing. He'd been the one to take her to the orphanage. He was headed to the sea to carve a future for both of them. A year, maybe 2, and he would return. They would once again be a family. The headmistress lied, promising good food and kind care. Hours later, she was just another orphan taking up space. When the ocean claimed William's life, she lost the last of her family and any hope of a future. Until Nikolas. Rosalyn had tried to ignore Nikolas's charm when he stumbled into her life. Trouble was written all over him and his sapphire eyes. But he kept popping up, a flower in his hand and a crooked smile on his lips. He could take her barbs in stride, eternally optimistic. Until one day she stopped him and shouted, annoyed at his cheerfulness. He'd stared at her blankly. No one had ever accused Nikolas of being happy. He blinked and whispered, "I'm only happy with you." Rosalyn closed her eyes and wished she wasn't alone. She fought the desire to call out his name. Nikolas couldn't be very far. He would come. Her heart broke at the thought. A tear fell down her cheek. The moment she arrived in England, she'd been an orphan. She'd not met another Scottish lass until Miriam, the only other ginger-haired girl in the shadowy halls. Miriam had disappeared one night, sending the vicar and the headmistress into a rage. Rosalyn had set off to find her, only to find the trail cold and her stomach empty. The weight on Rosalyn's chest loosened. The fear gripping her breath relaxed. Slowly, her vision cleared. She'd need to take another dose of her tonic. The worry nagged at her. She'd been so careful, taking the exact dose at the same time every day. Her childhood doctor had sweetly consoled Rosalyn's late mother, giving the horrible news. Rosalyn would never see another birthday. The memory was a decade gone. Rosalyn had survived. Her body wouldn't bury her, neither would famine. Neither would a broken heart. She pulled the kerchief from her nose, her finger tracing her initials, R.D. Her family had been cursed since her ancestors rallied around Marie Antoinette. The Queen had lost her head, and the Devereuxs lost their future. From France to Scotland, her family had been running from disaster since. Nikolas had her other kerchief. She'd given it back to him, but she didn't know how he'd ever been in possession of it. She had only 2 kerchiefs, heirlooms from her great-aunt, Renée Devereux. Rosalyn had thought she'd lost one a year before. She'd taught Nikolas how to pick a pocket, but never truly mastered his clumsiness. Using the wall, she stood and tested her legs. They were steady enough for the walk to the cottage. The worry came alive, stretching inside her mind. If the pain came back too soon, her body would be wiped out. Her condition was a shadow, an ever-present threat. With small and hesitant movements, Rosalyn changed from her stable-boy costume to her plain day dress. Her head throbbed. She winced, applying the new wig of dark curls. Adjusting her wig and hat, Rosalyn made the long walk back to her cottage, making sure to double back and circle around. She'd picked too many pockets to let her guard down. A lump formed in her throat. She'd not confessed to Nikolas what she'd done, how she'd earned the ire of the tailor. The criminal had tried to recruit her in a cause against social injustice, but the more recent missives had been erratic, vengeful. Rosalyn rejected the tailor at every turn. She might very well be the reason he was under the criminal's thumb. The pain in her chest had simmered to a dull ache, but her body was not yet mended. Rosalyn would love to blame Nikolas and his impromptu visit to the Derby stables for the return of her angina, but her heart never had a rhythm or reason for hurting. She could be a toddler with a belly full of her mother's cooking or starving at the orphanage with the vicar screaming. Her heart did as it pleased. She would need to double her dose of both the poppers and tonic for the next week, she thought, her nose ringing. She hated the mixture of garlic, hawthorn, rowolfia and barberry. The smell reminded Rosalyn that she would never truly be her own master. She would always need to live near a decent apothecary. Rosalyn passed by the church, the vicar outside sweeping the walk. She nodded and kept walking. "Rosalyn?" The vicar was at her side. "Are you well?" She stepped away from his outstretched hand, her legs still shaky. "I am well," her voice caught. A few drops of rain fell. Mr. Barclay shook his head. "My child, I will keep your confidence, but I cannot in good conscience let you walk another step alone." Alone? Rosalyn froze. Alone. She was a thief, a master archer. She was alone. A tear fell. She quickly wiped it away. Rosalyn was strong, not emotional. She would survive. She had to. Come, Rosalyn. The vicar's voice was warm and gentle. She allowed herself to be led, leaning into the older man. Each step became more difficult, her feet heavy. Mr. Barclay helped her sit at his worn table and placed a cup of tea in front of her, the steam rising. The vicar busied himself with tea cakes, setting them on the table with mismatched plates. He opened the jam he must have been saving for a more worthy occasion. Rosalyn felt every inch of the guilt. She was a nobody. She'd not even told him her surname. She only knew his name from the whispers of his congregation. Are you able to eat, my dear girl? Rosalyn risked a glance, her heart thumping in her chest once more. Mr. Barclay said dear girl in the same way her father had. It had been years since Rosalyn had heard his voice. The tenderness threatened to undo her. Blasted Nikolas. He'd gotten under her skin and made her a mess of emotions. The vicar placed a warm hand on hers. Shall I fetch a doctor? Rosalyn shook her head. I've already taken a popper. His eyes widened. A popper? She tapped her chest. Oh. The word came out like a sigh. You've got a troubled heart now. Since I was a babe. She covered her mouth. Babe had escaped her lips with a Scottish lilt. She'd washed herself from her past. Mr. Barclay smiled, his eyes crinkling. A babe, you say? His Scottish accent was horrendous. He winked and pointed to her brunette wig. Is that what you're always hiding? Her hand went to her head. She'd made such a fuss over never showing her true hair, but for the second time she'd been accused of doing just that. Aye, she cradled her tea. Are my wigs so terrible? He chuckled and sipped his tea. No, dear girl, but I've never known a woman to be blonde one day and brunette the other. Oh. Rosalyn had gone to such lengths to conceal her appearance. She'd never thought her costumes would give something away. The vicar waved his hand, dismissing the words. I'll not tell a soul. Thank you. Her voice cracked. She tucked her chin, unable to meet his gaze. Exhaustion wrapped around her shoulders. Her body would be drained the next few days. She'd hid enough food under her bed for occasions such as this. I make it a habit to keep secrets. There was a touch of humour in his words. He pulled on the sleeves of his tidy cassock. I'd venture to say it's an occupational hazard. She glanced up. The mischief in his eye caught her off guard. Mr. Barclay looked so much like her father. He pushed the plate of tea cakes closer to her. Do this old man a favour and eat something. You're frightfully thin. Rosalyn took the cake as instructed with a shrug. I've always been thin. The heart. The vicar nodded to himself and began searching his cupboards. He returned to the table with a salt shaker. It is always thumping like I've been running for my life. She took a bite, the cake fluffy and delicious. Her stomach growled. Salt can help the heart. An old parishioner once told me. The vicar bent over the table and slathered her cake with a generous portion of jam. He held up the salt shaker. Are you still running? Am I what? Mr. Barclay sat back down, pausing a moment. He tilted his head. He appeared to be having a silent argument. The vicar smiled sadly and asked, Are you running for your life? Her throat became thick. She could not, she would not tell this man all that she'd done. The vicar held up his hands. Is there someone I should be watching for? Her mouth fell open. His eyes widened. Dear girl, you've gone pale. Who has made you so afraid? Rosalyn froze, the cake in her mouth. The joy that melted the day's worries faded in an instant. She was still the young woman with secrets to guard. Her mind blanked. Who has made you so afraid? She didn't trust her mouth to speak. The edge of her vision blurred, her chest aching once more. No one. After a moment he simply nodded, pity filling his eyes. Let's get you something else to fill that belly of yours. After a small stew, Rosalyn refused the gentleman's offer of escort to the cottage. She walked out into the early evening with the guilt of hurting him. She'd not lied. Rosalyn was not afraid of one person. She kept herself hidden because of what she'd done, not the threat of something else. Nikolas was terrified of the tailor and the ton. Rosalyn was nothing more than a ghost. She had no family searching for her, and no enemy knew what she looked like. Rosalyn touched her lips. She'd not eaten with another person since Nikolas. Before him, she'd devoted her life to scraping enough money together for her fellow orphans. But when the children began only living a few months at a time, she lost hope. Nikolas burst on the scene, begging to be taught the art of thievery. It had taken a year before she told him of her heart condition, or why she always knew the winning horse. She assumed he knew more than he led on, but the particulars she kept tucked away with her stethoscope. She entered the cottage, the world heavier, dimmer since leaving the vicar's. Rosalyn remembered the last meal she'd shared with Nikolas. His face was pale and his words were jumbled. He'd begged her to leave London. No, he'd pleaded with her to leave the country. When he wasn't looking, she had nicked the note from his pocket. There was an order to kidnap the stable boy who bets the winning horse, signed by the tailor. Who is the tailor? Rosalyn had asked. Money or the lack of was a dangerous motivator. Nikolas had wiped his face and sank back in the chair at his apartment in St. James's Square. He balanced the glass on his knee, his eyes dazed with liquor. He came from nowhere to pay my debts. Nikolas had pulled on his cravat, and now he owns my soul. You need to leave England. I can take care of myself. Rosalyn had navigated well enough on her own. Nikolas had just begun to find his footing. Nikolas had smiled, his eyes sad. After a long pull of his glass, he'd quickly broken Rosalyn's heart, telling her it was for her own protection. Rosalyn cleared the memory with a quick shake of her head. There were only a few hours before she would need to be in a ball gown. One thought echoed again and again in her mind. She dedicated her future to helping the unfortunate, the orphan, and the poor. If Nikolas was still under the tailor's thumb, she would help free him. The only way to hunt a predator was to be among the prey. Chapter 8. Nikolas Whitworth, Earl of Rochelle. Under the watchful gaze of the tyrannical Duke of Gerard, Nikolas deposited a young debutante to her mother after an uneventful dance. He once loved to dance and steal a kiss or two on the balcony. His impromptu visit with Rosalyn in the stables had filled his mind. The simpering miss with the batting eyelashes couldn't secure his focus or his heart. Years ago, Rosalyn would occasionally slip into a ball through the back door. She would camp out on the balcony and swindle the pockets of the rakes. He smiled at the memory. He'd never been more proud to be a scoundrel. And what, pray tell, is so amusing? Gerard sidled up to him. Ada had found some reason to not attend. Clever girl. Your scowl. Nikolas saluted him. Have you ever thought of joining the army? A fine captain you'd be. Is everything a joke to you? His frown turned severe. We are meant to keep up appearances, not flaunt your foolishness. Nikolas held out his arms and backed away, shouting, Oh, to be worshipped by the great dark Duke. How lucky is my fate. Gerard's eyes took on a murderous glint. Debutantes giggled beside their mothers, and the music rose to an exciting number. Nikolas disappeared to the balcony. By Jove, he hated this blasted city. He'd not been to his ancestral home since his father passed away. There were couples in every shadow. A pang of jealousy twisted his stomach. Movement out of the corner of his eyes caught his attention. A vision in white. A brunette woman fluttered about in a bell-shaped ivory dress, roses pinned on the flounces. She hovered near a couple, only to make her way to the next. Just as she was about to spin back around, Nikolas saw her face. Rosalyn. Grinning like a fool, he came up behind her and spoke loud enough for all to hear. "Miss, I believe you saved this dance for me." "Apologies." Her gaze flicked to his. Rosalyn gasped quietly. In an instant, shock turned to frustration. She hissed, "Nikolas!" "Rosalyn?" She glanced around nervously, her teeth nibbling her lip. "You were supposed to be in Wales." "I'm still imprisoned at the Duke's London home. We leave for Wales weekend next." He could only smile. "I've spent the last few hours in misery. Give me one dance to lift my soul." She rolled her eyes at "lift my soul." "You're ridiculous." "Yes." Her arm stiffened at her side. "You sound pathetic." "Yes, again." She pulled his arm, moving him farther away from the other couples. "Are you mad?" Tapping a hand to his temple, he pretended to contemplate an answer. "Yes, yes, I am." "Nikolas." He held a finger to his lips, whispering, "They'll hear you address me so informally. They might force a marriage." Her eyes went wide as saucers. "You wouldn't." With a wink, he pulled her hand. "Follow my lead." "Follow?" Retreating, Rosalyn shook her head. "I haven't a clue how to dance." Nikolas shrugged. "I'd settle for a quiet conversation overlooking the gardens." She narrowed her eyes. "You've a trick up your sleeve." "Yes." He held out his arm, guiding her towards the balcony. "It's to steal a moment of your time, to lock it away so I can remember it while I'm imprisoned in the dark Duke's home." "You are ridiculous." A gentle chuckle escaped. His heart warmed when she stepped forward. Batting her eyelashes, she sighed prettily. "Lord Rochelle, will you save me from a roof over my head? Meals prepared daily? My knight in shining armour, save me." Ah, this was his Rosalyn, unapologetic and cheeky. "I've missed you." She dropped the act and sobered. A hand on her neck, she said, "I should go." He placed a hand on hers. "Please, not yet." A current sped up his arm. Their hands were gloved, but his skin prickled through the fabric. She wrapped her hand around his thumb. He used to tease her, calling her a fairy for her dainty frame. He stopped when she confessed her heart condition. Rosalyn came closer, her eyes searching his face. "Are you so lonely, Nikolas? Are you truly miserable?" Nikolas. His pulse pounded at his name on her lips. He should take her in his arms and kiss her senseless, whisper promises all over again. "Rochelle!" Girard barked at the door. "Drat," he whispered. "That's the Duke. I'll distract him. You need to scurry off." Dripping with charm, Nikolas said with a boom, "My favourite Duke in all the land. We're going home. Now." The carriage ride home darkened Girard's already dismal mood, while Nikolas silently replayed every word Rosalyn spoke. He carried the words with him to his room, only to be ordered to the Duke's study at first light. Like a dog, Nikolas was summoned, the butler accompanying him. Nikolas could not so much as sneeze without a servant or soldier being alerted. The blasted Duke had Nikolas under lock and key. The house was surrounded by acres of gardens, plenty of room for Welsh soldiers to roam and hide. The constant watch grated on Nikolas's nerves. It had only been hours since he'd seen Rosalyn, and yet the mere touch of her skin had turned his perspective. He'd do it again. promised the tailor his ultimate obedience in exchange for Rosalyn's talent being ignored. He would still rather rot than hand her over. Nikolas had begged Rosalyn to leave London. Like a fool, he thought she'd left. The tailor had a knack for gathering talented countrymen to hurt the crown. Nikolas eyed the butler next to him, wondering if the servant had a clue what was lurking in the shadows of England. As far as Nikolas knew, the tailor had spies in every household. The butler opened the door and waited for Nikolas to enter. "Lord Rochelle, my lady." My lady. Nikolas waltzed into the room. Ada sat at the Duke's desk, her hands folded neatly in front of her. With full view of the gardens behind her, Ada looked every inch the Duchess. A Welsh soldier marched behind her on the path, destroying an otherwise peaceful moment. "You're scowling," Ada said softly. She followed his gaze. "Oh, it is my own doing. But by Jove, did the entire country need to remind Nikolas of his sins? His own mother was set to join them at Gerard's Welsh estate." The room felt smaller in an instant. Ada's brow furrowed. "There is something else, isn't there?" "No." The lie came quick. Duplicity had always been second nature to Nikolas. Most little boys proudly showed their parents a rhyme or a favourite book. Nikolas charmed his parents with deception, distracting his mother until her mood lifted. But somehow his outer shell melted away around Rosalyn. The sun became warmer, the world brighter. Even Nikolas became happier. His lips caved, almost a smile at the thought of Rosalyn. Ada stood from behind the desk, a letter in her hand. This was delivered to the house. Her voice dipped low at the house. Nikolas had inherited both his father's title and ancestral home, while his mother had a town home, a gift from her parents. Nikolas hadn't stayed in either home in years. "Gerard had your mail gathered." Nikolas didn't come to her. There was no reason to read the letter. He'd stopped corresponding with friends and cohorts the moment he dragged Ada to Sir Conroy's home months earlier. "It's not from our mother, nor is it from the tailor." He didn't care what was in the letter. "Who is Jean-Pierre Falray?" Ada arched an eyebrow. Blast. He scratched a phantom itch on his temple. "He's a physician." She folded her arms and lifted her chin. "And just what type of doctor?" It had been only a few months since Nikolas had tried to ship her off to an asylum. "How do you have the envelope if Gerard's steward found it?" Her lip twitched ever so slightly. "Answer the question." "He doesn't know you have it." Nikolas smiled. His little sister had grown from the quiet girl to a mischievous woman. He wasn't quite sure if he was proud or sad with her newfound talent of snooping. "You either sat down and found it on the desk, or you stole it from his butler." "Who is Mr. Falray?" She held out the envelope. "The address comes from France." "He is a French doctor." That was all Nikolas was willing to admit. "He's the doctor." Ada's voice went shrill. Her eyes widened. "This was the man you... She glared at him, blaming him for the return of her stutter. He deserved it. He'd tormented her to bring out her insecurity for years. "Not for you," Nikolas blurted. He would never truly send her to an asylum. He only wanted to protect her, and their mother. She narrowed her glare, the suspicion evident. "And just what?" "He believes in la folie circulaire." The air was heavy. He tugged on his cravat and winced. The movement pulled on his injured shoulder. Nikolas had only spoken of his suspicions with two people, the French doctor and Nikolas's beloved thief. Ada rubbed the bridge of her nose. "Do not drag this out, Nikolas. Stop with the theatrics. Just tell me what is happening." The sorrow in her eyes pricked Nikolas's heart. He was the cause for her constant worry. He nodded, whispering, "Mr. Falray believes some men and women suffer from an ailment called circular insanity." She said nothing. Ada merely stared at him, her back rigid and her jaw tense. She was like a cat, waiting for the mouse, waiting for the lie. He's not the first to come up with the idea. Nikolas spun a finger in a circle to indicate circular insanity. His sister's face remained the same. He swallowed hard. Ada was good. She was kind, and he was about to crush her heart. Aretaeus of Cappadocia. Aretaeus? She scoffed. Who is that? What are you saying? He's an ancient physician. Nikolas began pacing. Greek. Nikolas! Her voice held a warning. He wrote extensively about all the symptoms. Nikolas's steps became short and deliberate. He spun on his heels back and forth, pacing in front of Ada. He thought there was a link between mania and depression. He paused mid-step. That would be the circular part, going back and forth between the high and the low. Ada said nothing, nor did she appear to be breathing. Are you all right? The glare returned. Right. Nikolas rubbed the back of his neck. He hadn't even mentioned the disturbing news. She couldn't be so frustrated yet. The ancients. He held out a hand. By ancient, I mean the Greeks and the Romans. I am not stupid, Nikolas. Each word was filled with venom. Right. He waved the words away. They, the ancients, described the moods as mania and melancholia. They would use lithium salt to smooth out the moods. He began pacing again. In a bath, of course. Of course. Ada tossed the envelope to the floor, her hands curling to angry fists. You've heard of it? Nikolas's mouth hung open. He wasn't quite sure if her anger or the fact she'd heard of the disease was the bigger shock. How dare you? A tear fell down her cheek. With the back of her hand she wiped it away. How could you do this? He hung his head. He'd been where Ada was. First was denial. How could Lady Rochelle, a mother, a woman whose divine right was to love her child, be unwell in her mind? The second wave would be anger. And Nikolas was still furious with his mother. The feeling waxed and waned between waves of guilt and fury. No son should feel shame for a parent's illness. The signs are there. He took a deep breath and cast his gaze to his feet. It's a disease of the mind. The dramatic mood swings, lapses in judgment, episodes of psychosis. No! Ada screamed, covering her ears. She sank to her knees. I am not insane. You? Nikolas retraced the conversation in his head. He'd taken a wrong turn somewhere. She rocked back and forth on her knee, shaking her head. Ada, I was talking about our mother. Her gaze snapped to his, tears filling her eyes. Nikolas's heart broke in two. This was his talent, hurting the ones he loved. He kneeled in front of her and reached for her hand. Oh, Ada, you are the sanest of us all. The study's door burst open. Gerard rushed in, gathering Ada into his arms. He glared at Nikolas. What did you do? Nothing. For once. Nikolas had caused his sister great harm, but not this time. Then why did she scream? Gerard snapped. Nikolas held out his good arm. She thought I was speaking ill of her, not my mother. I'm all right, Gerard, Ada mumbled against the Duke's chest. She pulled back from his embrace. He caught her hand pulling on the glove. The ink stain on her forefinger was a comfort. Ada might become a duchess, but she was still the artist. Nikolas had spent his youth admiring her work. Silently, of course. He'd not yet mastered the awkwardness between them. Nikolas would always be in awe of her. Ada wasn't just talented. She was kind and good. She was everything Nikolas wasn't. You're crying. Gerard gently wiped a tear from Ada's cheek. He was kneeling in front of her, his face awash with concern. The Dark Duke had turned into a dutiful fiancé. Nikolas swallowed the envy. He'd give anything to wipe Rosalyn's tears. Her affections were tucked away with more walls and locks than the Queen herself. Ada shook her head. "I'm all right. Truly I am." Gerard shot Nikolas a warning glance. Let me explain." Nikolas held up his hands in surrender. He pointed to the envelope on the floor. It had been discarded in the scuffle. Gerard's eyes flicked to the envelope. "You're corresponding with a Frenchman." "A doctor." By Jove, the Duke was leaping to conclusions. Not a spy. Gerard stood and helped Ada to her feet. "And yet you claim to not know who the tailor is." "Mr. Falray is a physician." Nikolas pulled at his cravat. Suspicions about his mother's mental health was not something Nikolas was eager to divulge. Gerard was not family quite yet. Nikolas had visited asylums in his quest for help. It had left him with a healthy sense of dread. He'd been promised by a few French doctors that Ada and Nikolas's mother would be taken care of. "For Lady Rochelle," Ada offered, her cheeks flushed. Gerard held her hand between his. "Then why were there tears?" "I thought," her lips crept to a hesitant smile, "that he was speaking of my sanity." Gerard dropped her hand, levelling a glare at Nikolas. "And what exactly?" "It was a family matter." Nikolas would never be a saint, but he could not drag his mother's illness in front of anyone, Duke or not. Gerard snatched the letter. "If it involves you, it involves me." Pointing to Nikolas, he snapped, "You will tell me every word." Chapter 9. Rosalyn Devereux. In her tiny cottage just behind the Derby Church grounds, Rosalyn tossed and turned the entire night. She'd barely begun to fill her pockets at the ball last night when Nikolas called her out. He'd done it in jest, but he destroyed any chance of her continuing her work. Her skill was flitting in and out before anyone noticed she was there. Rosalyn should be angry, furious, but she found nothing but longing. He'd glanced at her lips. She could have kissed him last night. Had the Duke not rudely interrupted, Nikolas would have tried. With a tired groan, she peeled herself from the bed and lit the hearth. Quickly, to not shiver in her small home, she dressed in a dark jacket and trousers while waiting for the kettle. She would only let the fire go long enough to heat the water. Keeping the inside of the cottage as dark as the night helped keep her eyes sharp. Her chest still ached, despite inhaling 3 poppers. The pain in her chest ebbed and flowed, reminding her of when she was younger. Rosalyn no longer feared the pressure, knowing it would eventually ease. As a child, she'd struggled to breathe, the fear choking her and stealing her mind. Her father and brothers had taught her to shoot a bow and arrow as a way to control her breathing. And her body. Even if her heart pounded, her hands would be steady, her arrow sure. It had been years since her heart had controlled her schedule. Fear lurked in the corners of her mind. She'd worked hard for her freedom and kept to a rigid routine of tonic and poppers, but an overwhelmed or overworked heart could take her legs out from under her. Rosalyn spent the day placing bets and forcing herself to nap the afternoon away. She didn't have the luxury of working all day and all night. After the sunset, Rosalyn readied for the night. Only in the darkness did Rosalyn let her natural hair hang down her back, a careful plait securing her locks. With her bow and arrow slung over her shoulder, Rosalyn left to the outer edge of the church's property. Silence wrapped around her shoulders, warming her with memories of her childhood. Her brothers would flank either side of her as they covered the woods together, poaching the nobility's land for quail and small game. Rosalyn had learned to step on the roots instead of the trails. The soil along the tree trunks and roots stayed wet and silent. The fallen leaves in the hollow between the trees were dry and crunchy, alerting poach wardens to their nocturnal activity. With careful tutelage, her brothers helped Rosalyn's poacher walk, silent feet and quiet arrows. She learned to climb trees and wait for the sounds of relaxed critters to resume. An owl called in the night. Leaves rustled. The sounds of the forest waking for the night grew. The comfort of her Scottish childhood wrapped around her. Her father had been punished by the warden. When she was but a babe, the punishment was a small fine or a few weeks in prison, but there'd been an uptick in poaching. Desperate men came in large gangs and stripped the land of pheasants, partridges, hares and woodcock. Enraged landowners blamed the local poachers. As quickly as the gangs appeared, they'd move on to the next small village. Fines increased, as did the punishments. In a matter of years, poaching became a capital offence. But a starving belly didn't care. In the centre of the woods, Rosalyn pulled herself up from the lower branch of a thick plane tree. Twice more she climbed up and spun her bow and arrow against her chest, laying her back against the trunk. Up in her perch, she dangled her legs on the other side of the branch, anchoring her body. If her heart were to give her trouble, the trunk and the branches would cradle her. A breeze wound itself in and around the trees, tickling the leaves and branches. The gentle movement gathered the sounds of the woods. A creature scurried below Rosalyn. The woods seemed to stretch and come alive, owls' urgent hooting and foxes creeping after their prey. Without a sound, Rosalyn pulled an arrow from her sling and readied her bow. An owl dove down, swooping low along the trail. The slow flap of its wings brought a hush of silence. Rosalyn waited for the owl to return to its perch above her. A moment later, the growing cacophony began again. A gunshot rang out, silencing the woods. Another shot. The smell of sulphur filled the air. A third shot. The sound of running feet crunching over dried leaves echoed below Rosalyn. She stayed put, lying back against the tree. A moment later, another sound of running feet, the steps heavier. She peered over the branch. A man jogged through the woods. He wore a trench overcoat and a game warden's cap. The poor poacher who'd fired the shot must have alerted him. Most of the poachers used guns instead of arrows, the reason Rosalyn was never caught. Poaching was a crime enforced by the well-fed. Rosalyn placed a hand on her middle. The memory of an empty stomach had not yet faded. In an instant the English woods dissolved, her childhood Scottish pines surrounding her. Rosalyn had pulled the arrow back, one hand on the grip and the other pulling the string taut. She had let go, the arrow whirling through the air, piercing the furry animal. Rosalyn had frozen, her mouth open in shock. Her brothers had bounded ahead of her, wrapping the hair into their pouches, but Rosalyn couldn't move, couldn't think. With her gaze on the limp animal, her heart had broken. The walk home had left her numb. The congratulations of her siblings couldn't pull the heaviness from her shoulders. Her brothers had opened the door while Rosalyn hesitated outside the crooked shack. As the door swung shut, Rosalyn caught a glimpse of her mother's face. Clutching the baby, her mother had wiped an errant tear off her cheek. Without a word, she had prepared a stew and gave a prayer of gratitude. The starving family had gone to bed with warm bellies. Being content came with a price. The wind picked up, twisting in between the trees and pulling Rosalyn from her memory. Sounds of scurrying began once more. Rosalyn aimed her arrow. Whispering an apology, she released the string. A soft thud below her. She'd hit her mark. Another. 4 more. The orphanage would have a few good meals while Rosalyn would be away in Wales. She'd follow Nikolas from afar. A branch swayed a few feet ahead. Rosalyn waited for another critter to climb from the shadows to the light of the moon. The branch nearby groaned under a weight. Rosalyn froze, her eyes searching the woods. A few silent moments, and a small figure scurried down the tree opposite her. Another minute, and another person joined the first. She waited another beat before sliding down and gathering her spoils. Following the two figures, she kept to the wet soil, her steps silent. The moon spilled onto the ground ahead. The figures were small, more than likely boys. Rosalyn continued to follow. They quit the woods. Stepping from the woods, she saw the roofline of St. James's Square. The figures hovered under the street lamp, their whispers carrying to where Rosalyn stood at the last tree trunk. "I'm so hungry." The words wrapped around Rosalyn's throat, silencing her. The shorter of the two pulled a cap off his head, revealing his gaunt face. He couldn't have been more than 10 years old. Rosalyn left the shelter of the woods, keeping her steps even and quiet. The taller boy started as her shadow fell across his worn shoes. "Here." Rosalyn held out the hares she'd killed. "They archer," the shorter boy whispered. "Do you have a place to cook them?" Rosalyn could feel the desperation in their sunken eyes. They nodded, their gaze flicking from her to the hares. "Take them." The taller one reached for the hares, only to pause. His eyes were wide and his bone-thin hand shook. "You're not working for the warden, are you?" "No." Rosalyn gave an awkward chuckle, a lump forming in her throat. She'd shot an arrow in a warden's foot a few times, keeping the warden trapped while her family gathered several game. The boys scurried off with the game. She would need to hunt a game for the orphanage. A shot rang out, muffled by the trees. Another poacher. The boy's bony hand was etched in Rosalyn's mind. With her bow slung over her shoulder, with her quiver of arrows, Rosalyn crept to the townhomes lining St. James's. She recognised the slate roof of Lady Rochelle, Nikolas's mother. A memory flooded her mind. Rosalyn had come from the same woods early one morning, her heart heavy. She missed her brother dearly. He'd always been proud of her archery skill. Nikolas had sidled up next to her. Nikolas had elbowed her playfully, his eyes belying earnestness. "What has turned your sky dark?" "Not today, Casanova." He'd placed a hand over his heart. "You wound me, my lady." "I'm not a lady." Rosalyn had switched her accent, chopping her words into Cockney. Nikolas had bowed. "You're the queen in my book." His version of Cockney had been dreadful, but the attempt brightened Rosalyn's world. She had held up her spoils. "I'm a poacher, Nikolas, not a queen." His eyes had widened. "A lady of many skills." "One day." She had taken a shaky breath. "One day I'll not have to." One day she would not have to chase hunger away with the skill of her bow. Nikolas had pulled her free hand, his thumb gently rubbing her skin. Had Rosalyn been a daughter of the Tun, she would have been wearing gloves, and never alone with a man. A light flickered to life on the top level of Lady Rochelle's home, pulling Rosalyn from the memory. The bottom level was dark. With Nikolas no longer renting the rooms across the square, this was the only home Rosalyn could gather insight into his Tailor dilemma. From what she gathered at the Derby stables, Nikolas was living with the Duke of Gerard, but had a sister. The sister of an earl would be forced to follow society's rules and live with the mother. Rosalyn doubted Lady Rochelle's house held information, but the sister, perhaps she had a letter or note somewhere. Lady Rochelle paced in an upstairs bedroom, directing Rosalyn's gaze to the darkened windows. Rosalyn snuck closer. Seeing Nikolas at the stable earlier had her worried. He'd lost weight, and the benefit of his charm. He seemed vulnerable and afraid, just like the day he tried to force her to let go, to leave the country and run off to France. He'd been more himself at the ball, but a shadow still hung over him. Rosalyn slid the bay window up and slipped inside. She crept up the stairs, careful to walk on the edge of the corridor. The first darkened room was empty, not a trunk inside. The second was also empty. The sister had to be living here, but there was no evidence that anyone else lived with the Countess. Nikolas had complained of drowning in the ton's rules and regulations. His family didn't appear to follow society's basic decorum. Quietly, Rosalyn went downstairs to the entryway. There was a stack of letters and 2 trunks. The Countess had packed. The wedding. The Duke had spoken of a wedding. The first few envelopes were addressed to ladies and lords. The woman must spend hours a day writing letters, a direct conflict to the recluse Nikolas had painted his mother to be. Perhaps the entire family had a problem with reality. Rosalyn touched the nearest envelope. She'd not written or received a letter in ages. Her mother had stubbornly taught each of her children to read and write at her knee. They were born poor, but her mother had vowed to educate her children to match their noble bloodline, not to their current circumstance. The sound of wood creaking sent Rosalyn rushing from the house. Running past St. James's Square, she stopped and hid behind a lamp-post. She glanced down, a letter clutched in her hand. She dropped the letter and jumped back. She'd stolen coins and jewellery for years, but the envelope was too personal. She couldn't bloody well return the letter either. She grabbed the envelope and headed for home. Under a street lamp, Rosalyn pulled out the letter. The unmistakable seal of the tailor, a needle and a thread, glared at her. Her fingers trembling, she turned over the envelope. The missive was addressed to Nikolas. Her heart pounded in her chest. He'd lied. Nikolas was working for the tailor. Chapter 10. Nikolas Whitworth, Earl of Rochelle. In the centre of the Duke's lush study, Gerard stood between Ada and Nikolas, his head swivelling between them. He pointed a finger at Nikolas. "Everything. Tell me everything." "It is a family matter." Nikolas's words sank to the floor. He'd never been particularly good to his family, and it wasn't lost on him how badly he'd hurt his sister, and the legacy of his father. Nikolas was, after all, Lord Rochelle, but not at birth. His father's character impressed the bloody Queen enough to warrant an earldom. A few years later, Nikolas stole the fiancée of Lord Pichon, the Queen's cousin. Nikolas had the distinct talent of soiling the innocent and shattering the priceless, but he could not hand his mother over to the Duke. "A family matter?" Gerard roared. "It involves your sister. It involves you. If you—" Nikolas circled him. The Duke might lead the country and protect the crown, but Nikolas was guarding his mother's secret. Softly he whispered to his sister, "If word gets out, our mother will be ruined beyond repair." Ada took a shuddering breath. She retreated from both Nikolas and Gerard, a hand on the back of her neck, the other on her hip. No. She shook her head in frustration. Golden curls fell from her updo. Pausing a moment, she said, "By asking about her mental state, asking any asylum about her in any capacity, you've already tainted her reputation." "Every doctor has assured me the highest discretion. Even in letters, we never said her name." Nikolas's throat became tight, his voice shrill. The sound surprised him, becoming eerily similar to his mother's panicked tone. "There's not even a promise of a cure, only of muted delirium." Gerard's gaze flicked between Nikolas and Ada. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. He blinked as if he'd not slept in a month, then marched to his desk and pulled out a fresh paper. "Lady Rochelle will be here in the morning." Nikolas bristled. His mother was not a chore for the Duke to handle. Lady Rochelle was Nikolas's blasted mother, not Gerard's. No one should be rummaging through her medical history, save Nikolas. He, and he alone, had that right. "Do not write a word about my mother." Ada's eyes widened. "Nikolas!" "She's my mother, Ada." She is our family. Slowly, Gerard rose, the pen falling from his hand. Nikolas didn't dare look at him. A curious anger began coursing through Nikolas's veins. The feeling stretched and grew within him. Nikolas was the son. He bore the brunt of his mother's moods. Her health care was his right. Nikolas's pulse pivoted, turning from a slow hum to a pounding, deliberate, constant drum. Rochelle? Gerard stepped in front of Nikolas, his voice unreadable. Rochelle! Stop! Nikolas waved his arms about, as if he could wipe Gerard from the room. Nikolas couldn't. He wouldn't speak ill of his mother. Not to the Duke. Only after months of researching, Nikolas came to terms with her illness. He'd seen too many asylums to know what could happen to his mother. His tours of psychiatric hospitals were the very reason he chose Dr. Falray. He was kind, sympathetic, when most doctors were cruel and cold. Gerard held out his hands, his eyes soft. I'm well aware of the weight. He touched his shoulder. The weight our parents and ancestors can be. Nikolas would not be patronized. He shook his head. That's... Gerard's low voice boomed. I have no plans to inject myself into your family. Nikolas balked. That is exactly what you're... A knock, followed by the butler, interrupted them. Your Grace, Lady Rochelle has arrived. Nikolas swallowed hard, his throat thick and dry. His mind was not fit enough to handle the mental game she would play. She needed more reassurance and more doting than Nikolas could give. He rolled the ends of his sleeves. The room became warmer by the second. Life would have been infinitely easier if Lady Rochelle was committed to a facility. He froze. No son should ever think so low of his mother. His body became lead, heavy and dark. The walls swirled around him. His hands balled into fists. He couldn't face his mother. She would see the guilt on his face. Nikolas had never been worthy of a parent's pride. He was a rat, scurrying for hiding. Stop pulling at your cravat, his mother's voice pierced him. Nikolas's body went stiff, unable to turn around. There was only one person who could pull the smile from inside of him. Rosalyn. No matter how badly Nikolas behaved, treated him the same. There was no guessing, no fear of a sudden turn of mood. She brought stability and joy. He missed her, the pain more deep than the gunshot wound to his shoulder. Lady Rochelle. Gerard circled Nikolas, putting himself between mother and son. The Duke had done much the same for Ada a moment before. Gerard was protecting Nikolas. Lady Rochelle tried to sidestep the Duke, but Gerard kept himself firmly in the way. We weren't expecting you today. We had planned for a carriage to transport you. Ada came to Nikolas's side, her hand reaching for his. She squeezed it once. The warmth freed Nikolas. He inhaled a shaky breath. Perhaps his sister did not have such terrible taste in men. Oh, I know. Lady Rochelle's voice was smooth and upbeat. Today would be bright and lovely. The sun would shine for a few days, but the wedding a few weeks away, she would turn dark. Nikolas's shoulders slumped. He closed his eyes briefly, feeling exhausted for the days ahead. His hand went to his pocket. The simple touch of Rosalyn's kerchief cleared his head. His fingers rubbed the seam. By Jove, he missed Rosalyn. Thursday. Gerard held out his arm, inviting Lady Rochelle to walk ahead of him, away from Ada and Nikolas. I'd planned for a carriage to transport you Thursday. Oh, Your Grace. Lady Rochelle winked at the Duke. I couldn't very well miss out on the wedding planning. Ada furrowed her brow. A wave of guilt washed over him. Nikolas shouldn't have told Ada of his and Dr. Falray's suspicions. Ada would now embark on a discovery of all the oddities and inconsistencies of his mother. Nikolas rubbed the back of his neck. In an instant, he was the little boy again, unsure of what to say and who to help. His sister was to his left, and his mother just 5 steps away. With a wicked joke about one, he could ensure a laugh from the other. His father would frown at his antics, if he were still alive. "I never took you for an ogre, Your Grace." The Countess shrugged and leaned on her tiptoes, waving her fingers at both Nikolas and Ada. "Why not?" Gerard didn't move, nor did he appear to accommodate Lady Rochelle. "I've been accused of worse." "There's some mail that came for you, Nikolas." Lady Rochelle didn't seem to notice Gerard's briskness. Not that the Duke would ever care. The thought rolled around in Nikolas's mind. He searched Ada's face. She didn't seem worried or exhausted. She was calm. Nikolas's gaze flicked to Gerard handling the Countess. Ada was safe because of the Duke. The heaviness fell from Nikolas's shoulders. Like a torn puzzle, Gerard's protectiveness sewed a piece of him back together. "I suppose, but it does seem advantageous to leave for Wales today." Lady Rochelle's voice trailed down the hall. Like a dog, Nikolas followed. Ada pulled him back. She smiled, her eyes crinkling. "Do you know what Gerard told me last night?" Nikolas shook his head, not trusting the words. "He told me that our father would want me to have the wedding I wanted." Ada nodded to his mother down the hall. "Not what she wanted." "She can be very persuasive." "He's called the Dark Duke for a reason." Her smile grew, transforming her eyes, her cheeks. Her unruly hair began falling from its intricate plait, just like it had when she was a girl. "If what you say is true." She hesitated, inhaling slowly. "She is ill." Ada peered down the hall. "And needs help." The guilt swept over Nikolas once more. "I know. But that help doesn't need to come from you." She stepped back from him toward the hall. Over her shoulder she said, "Have you thought that your version of helping might be hurting?" Nikolas winced. He thought protecting Ada meant shouldering all her worries. Her future and safety had occupied his days, but he'd never thought to ask Ada. He followed her, his hand back in his pocket and his fingers rubbing the kerchief. In the Duke's great room, his mother stood near her trunks just off to the side of the vestibule. Gerard and Ada whispered in the corner. Nikolas had little doubt he was the topic of their conversation. He, once again, didn't know where to be, with his mother or at his sister's side. Lady Rochelle rifled through a stack of envelopes, her frustration rising. "I packed it. I know I packed it." Nikolas glanced at his sister and Gerard. They didn't budge. His mother's problem would be Nikolas's. Slowly he went to her, wishing someone else, anyone else, was here. "What did you pack?" "A letter for you. I brought them from the house." She peered up at him, confusion in her eyes. "But it was written in French." "In French?" Nikolas swallowed hard. He'd deliberately kept his mother's address from the physician. Nikolas could not have his mother knowing about their correspondence. She narrowed her eyes. Nikolas would need to leave if he was going to keep his secrets. She folded her arms in an unladylike fashion, a display she would have pummeled Ada for. "Nikolas, what is the matter?" "Nothing. I've just felt a bit under the weather." Lady Rochelle cupped his cheek, her eyes settling on his shoulder. "You're not wearing your sling." "No, I'm not." He'd lied to her about the injury as well. He'd said it was a horse-riding accident. He'd never been athletic. Another secret kept inside of him. The Countess grinned and patted his cheek. "How can you possibly heal if you don't wear it?" She nodded to the couple. "I'll keep the ogre occupied." At his mother's insistent shooing, Nikolas marched upstairs. The entire exchange felt wrong. Lady Rochelle had never fretted over Nikolas's wounds before. She'd been easily annoyed whenever he'd catch a fever. The less her life was inconvenienced, the more even her moods were. He glanced down at Ada, her hand on Gerard's sleeve. The Duke called to the Countess, beckoning Lady Rochelle to them. Nikolas had spent his life as the Whitworth family's distraction. How easily he'd been replaced. He opened the door to his dark room. A small figure stood in the centre of his room, an envelope in its tiny hand. The stranger tossed the envelope and ran toward the open window. The movement was too graceful, too purposeful. Rosalyn. It could not be. She had no idea where Nikolas was staying. Gerard had made sure to keep Nikolas's whereabouts a secret, as well as Ada's. Ros? She kept her back to him, but the moment of pause gave her away. Dressed as a stable boy, her auburn hair was braided down her back. How did you know where I was? He stepped closer, the chill from his mother's conversation thawed. Why is everything a secret? She had a sliver of a Scottish lilt to her question. Her shoulders sank. I want to help, but I don't know what's true and what's false. Nikolas dropped the envelope and threw his arms around her. She wriggled out of reach. Please, Ros. Look at the letter. With great restraint, he took his eyes off her and picked up the envelope. The familiar needle and thread seal was broken. It's an order. From the tailor. You read the letter? Nikolas should have been angry at the violation of his privacy, but all he felt was comfort. Relief flooded him. Another secret he didn't have to keep. A smile tugged on his lips. She made a wave with her hand. It's 2 sentences. The handwriting is different. He held up the paper. When you say different, what do you mean? Right here. Nikolas turned it around. He's saying, I enlisted you to even the odds, not help a coup. There will be a war. Decide whose side you're on. That's something he would have said before. The phrasing. Short, succinct. But over the last few years, it's been all over the place. Like there are 2 people writing it. He's asking whose side you're on. Rosalyn swallowed hard, her gaze on his boots. You can't choose a side unless you're part of it. I want no part. He was tempted to throw the paper in the fire. Like all the other letters, nothing of significance was written. Whether there truly were 2 people pretending to be this Tailor, both were clever to keep their identity and their plans vague. Thank you. Thank you? Her mouth fell open. She leaned forward on the tips of her toes, attempting to see what was behind Nikolas. Did you mean that for me? Who else is here? Seeing you. A lump formed in his throat. He could toss a witty joke or a barb without a thought, but Rosalyn stole the words from his tongue. He wasn't the Earl in her presence. He was simply Nikolas, the man who couldn't play cards to save his life, a drunkard who'd sobered the moment she stole his wallet. Rosalyn tilted her head, her brow furrowing. She shook her head and sank to the floor. No more secrets. He rushed to her side and was tossed back in time. Rosalyn had coached him through several rounds at the clubs. He'd been consumed with his winnings and wanted to celebrate, but had found her on the grass outside of her latest hideaway. She had said nothing and would confess even less. Nikolas had seen the despondent look before, a melancholy that was beyond reach. Nikolas had held his mother's hand during her episodes more than he could admit. The memory fell away. Nikolas whispered, Ros. He lay down on the floor of his room. Like he'd done years before on the grass outside her home, he slowly let go of who he was and all that was expected. He wasn't the son of Henry Whitworth, a man loved by all. He wasn't tiptoeing along his mother's moods. He was simply Nikolas. No, Nikolas. She stood over him. Pretend we can see the stars. Nikolas patted the floor. Slowly, Rosalyn lay next to him. "Do you remember what you said that night?" Nikolas didn't dare turn his head to see her. He'd held on to that memory, comforting him when all went wrong. "Which night?" "The night we looked at the stars. The night I knew I loved you," he almost said. "Nikolas," Rosalyn whimpered next to him, "you and the tailor." He fought the urge to turn and hold her. He didn't move, only spoke to the ceiling. "You told me the stars comfort you, that you missed your family, but you felt close to them under the sky." "Nikolas." She sat up and gathered her legs under her arms. He kept his focus on the ceiling and pretended this moment would last. "It made me realize there's more to this life than my existence. That the universe, or whatever this life is, there's more to it than me, than you. That there's more to us than our worries." "Stop! Just stop!" Scrambling to her feet, she shook her head. Nikolas followed. He reached for her hand. She paused, her gaze on his hand. Rosalyn closed her eyes. "No!" Opening her eyes, she shook her head but paused. She blinked and reached for him. Gently, he cradled her against his chest. She was thin, almost frail, but a warmth fell over him. The worries of the day, the weight of his sins melted away. He laid his head on hers. The racing pulse from arguing with Gerard was just a whisper. Rosalyn had righted Nikolas, like she'd done before. Like she'd always done. Nikolas didn't ask Rosalyn what was wrong. She would retreat inside of herself if he prodded. He simply closed his eyes. "Stay here," Nikolas whispered in her ear. "Please." She stiffened. "I need to go." "I don't have the answers. I don't know what is happening or who the tailor is, but I need you to be safe." His voice trembled. He didn't care. Nikolas could not be vulnerable to his family downstairs, but he was strangely honest around Rosalyn. She had a talent of looking at him, not through him or with any added judgment. Nikolas was just a man who needed the frail being in his arms. "How could you protect me?" She pulled from his embrace. "I do not mean to hurt you, Nikolas." He warmed at the sound of his name on her lips, the ever-subtle lilt. Rosalyn wiped her cheek and offered a sad smile. "I'm the only person who can help me." Chapter 11. Rosalyn Devereux. Under the cloak of night, Rosalyn snuck from Nikolas's room and shimmied down from the stone wall of the Duke's London home. Soon, they would leave for Gerard's Welsh estate. Rosalyn had followed Lady Rochelle with the envelope addressed to Nikolas clutched in her hand. Rosalyn should have left the blasted letter, but wanted to tuck the stolen missive back into the Countess's trunks. She'd not planned on seeing Nikolas, nor had she planned on opening his letter. The words had shocked her. Even now, as she crept away, the words echoed in her mind. "I enlisted you to even the odds, not help a coup. There will be a war. Decide whose side you're on." She agreed with Nikolas, although she didn't admit it. There were two people writing as the tailor. There had to be. Rosalyn preferred this one. She'd once been tempted to join the tailor's cause, and in a way, she did. The tailor wanted to even the score, steal from the ton and give to the poor. But Rosalyn didn't agree that every titled household was worthy of theft. A handful of coins or a dozen poached game was not what the tailor was after. He wouldn't stop until every genteel family was bankrupt. The thought revealed everything Rosalyn needed to know about the criminal. He'd never seen the desperation of a mother whose husband went bankrupt. She might live in a stone castle, but didn't have a crumb to feed her child. Above, Nikolas stood at his window, a hand on the glass. A moment later, and the room went dark. He must have finally joined the rest of the company below. Her vision was blurry, her chest aching. Rosalyn needed to go home. She'd missed her last dose of the tonic in her impromptu urge to peek inside Nikolas's room. Rosalyn wanted to see, with her own eyes, the deception. The envelope in his mother's home, the convenient appearance of Nikolas wherever Rosalyn happened to be, on the way to collect winnings or in the thick of a crowd with bulging pockets. He was not innocent. She'd seen with her own eyes her name written by the tailor. Just before Rosalyn had met Nikolas, she'd received a similar letter. Seedy men in back alleys and the not-so-subtle needle and thread wax seal were trademarks of the tailor. Like a fool, Rosalyn had believed Nikolas's pretty words. She closed her eyes briefly. She'd been tempted to stay in his room, to feel the warmth of his arms around her. When they'd met, Rosalyn had thought him nothing more than a spoiled, cocky boy. Perhaps she was the arrogant one. She'd thought herself too clever to be conned. Rosalyn waited in the shadows for the Welsh soldiers to make their rounds. Nikolas was terrified of them, but they were a sloppy lot. She'd come and gone to his mother's house, and now the Duke's without so much as a whisper from them. If they were truly the army that Gerard was relying on, the country was in a world of hurt. There was little wonder how the tailor had infiltrated the country's higher echelon. She pulled a popper and kerchief from her pouch. Her walk home was too long without help. Rosalyn inhaled, praying the popper would hold her over until she could get home for her tonic. She'd done too much today, walked too far without breaks. A light flickered on, Nikolas's borrowed room. He faced the window, as if he was searching for Rosalyn on the grass below. She warmed at the thought. His mother entered the room, her mouth moving. From where Rosalyn stood outside, she could only hear the muted murmur, not words. Nikolas stiffened before turning around. A pair of Welsh soldiers marched toward Rosalyn from opposite directions. Her pulse raced, dangerously so. She could have taken the popper hours earlier. The soldiers tipped their hat at each other and kept walking. She waited for them to pass and snuck to the street. Rosalyn's walk would take another hour, in the dead of night. Her feet felt like stone. A few steps and her chest ached, sending shots of pain down her arms and legs. The worry, the shadow that never ceased to hang above her, came alive. Carriages brimming with furs and titles came down the street. The lords and ladies of the ton must be returning from either opera or dinner parties from fellow peers. Rosalyn tucked her chin, fear creeping up her spine. She was walking for all the world to see. She had no wig or cap to cover herself. She was dressed in black like a mucking boy, but with her red hair back in a plait down her neck. It would take only a moment's glance to know she wasn't a boy. Her hair, the one link she had to her family, was her greatest secret, like a diamond still in the rough. Rosalyn passed two more houses, each with enormous gardens and well-heeled occupants. Leaning into a garden post, she paused, the pain in her chest unbearable. She blinked, the light streaking along her vision. Her hands shook, her fingers tingled. A carriage pulled up next to her. She froze, her back stiff. Rosalyn inhaled slowly, counting to 10. She would need the strength to jump the garden fence. She could not be seen, not when she'd spent years picking the ton's pockets. It would only take one gentleman to identify her, and the money and food Rosalyn shuffled to the orphanage would stop. Her hand went to her stomach. She vowed she'd do all that she could to keep the bellies of the abandoned warm. "Ros," Nikolas whispered. She tried to spin around. Her legs buckled. She felt her body fall. The scent of Nikolas surrounded her. "I've got you." She was against his chest and carried into a waiting carriage. He placed her on the bench and held her hand, kneeling next to her. "Where are you staying, love?" "The Derby grounds." The words came heavy. Pain. So much pain. Minutes felt like hours as the carriage wound its way through London. "Almost there, I think." Just as the sun began to peak above the horizon, a stream of smoke rose to the sky. Fear washed over Rosalyn as they neared the church. She blinked, her eyes heavy. They rounded the bend. The church was engulfed in flames. There was no door, no roof. The carriage stopped. Rosalyn rolled into Nikolas as the smell of ash pierced her nose. 4 men rushed from the church, the vicar in their midst. "You cannot stay here." Nikolas's voice was unsure and endearing. She groaned and scooted toward the door. Nikolas wrapped an arm around Rosalyn and helped her from the carriage. "I can't leave you here." Mr. Barclay ran to them, a note in his hand. "Let's get her to her cottage." Her cottage. Rosalyn hadn't dared call any place home, not since she'd left Scotland. She'd been an orphan whose own country had abandoned her. The vicar's eyes flicked from her to the note in his hand. He quickly tucked it away. She swallowed the guilt. The note had something to do with her. She'd made her living watching people, details of their life coming in tiny movements. Nikolas and the vicar each took an arm and helped her to the cottage. Shame grew with each footstep. She'd lived on her own for years and carved out enough of a career to help others. Not once had she waltzed about town with her natural hair for all the world to see. If the tailor were hunting her, he would know her appearance, and now where she lived. Rosalyn should be helping Mr. Barclay, not the other way around. His jacket flapped open, the note peeking out. She snatched the note, and a sharp pain shot up her arm. "Rosalyn," the vicar tusked. She read the note before he gently took it back. "Ah, I will take back what is mine. Everywhere you walk, your presence destroys all those that care for you. The more you try to help, the more damage you do. And now you've gone too far. I will take back all that is mine. Tailor." Rosalyn whimpered. Because of her recklessness, the church was burned. The note had been addressed to her. This was the other Tailor. The one who'd written to Nikolas didn't sign his name. The handwriting was different, almost delicate in its presentation. The tailor, or tailors, knew her every step. And because of her weak heart, Nikolas would know where she was again. She'd promised herself she'd never again let him or any man know where she slept. She needed to move again. Her mind raced. She'd become too attached to the vicar. Rosalyn was a thief. She didn't have the luxury of letting down her guard. She could not help the orphanage if she was discovered by the tailor. Rosalyn's work took her in and out of the shadows. She had to be able to maneuver both worlds. They helped her to the bed, the vicar putting on the kettle, and Nikolas tucked a blanket over her. Nikolas squeezed her hand. "I'll send for the doctor." "No." The vicar grabbed the kettle. "Where's your tonic?" "In the tin under the bed." She'd hidden her valuables under the floor. She felt a blush creep across her face as the Reverend kneeled under the bed. She watched Nikolas take in the tiny home, barely containing a small stove and bed. There was only a plate, a cup, and a fork. "Come with me." Nikolas sat on the slim bed. "Come as my fiancé. Come as a maid. Please." His voice broke. "I cannot come as your betrothed." She pulled her hand from his. He wanted to fix things, but she could not be a fiancé. Not to him. Not to anyone. She was committed to her ideals, not to a man. Nikolas inhaled sharply. "You may never return my affection, but I cannot imagine a world where there's no Rosalyn." "I'm not dying." "Are you certain?" His eyes crinkled, but his tone wasn't merry. "If this is living, I'll volunteer for dying." The Reverend placed her mug in her hands, eyeing Nikolas. As harmless as Nikolas was, Rosalyn felt brave with the vicar scrutinizing him. Her brothers would have tormented Nikolas several times over. The pranks would have Nikolas twisted in knots, but words, Nikolas owned his tongue. "She won't listen to me." He turned to the vicar. Can you convince her to see a doctor?" The Reverend grinned. With a soft chuckle, he shook his head. "I'd rather not be in her black books." "I doubt you could do anything to be in May or anyone's black book." Rosalyn sipped her tonic, testing the temperature. The vicar hadn't boiled the water, keeping it warm but not scalding, allowing for her to drink immediately. She drank it down, grateful for his thoughtfulness. She'd grown fond of the vicar, but could anyone really love a thief? "I'm a servant, not a saint." The vicar looked her over. "But I am worried." "A doctor cannot do anything more for me than what I'm already doing." This was not the first nor the last time Rosalyn's heart would give her grief. Just as a bird must flap its wings and the trees had thick trunks, this was how Rosalyn was made. Years were spent trying to find a cure. Every coin was a waste. The world of physicians hadn't changed much since she was a small child. "Tonic and poppers work. Nothing else." "Rest," Nikolas said softly. "Rest would help." "I do not have that luxury." The Reverend took her cup. "As much as the church loves your donations, you could stop for a while." "Or stop forever," Nikolas added. "It's my fault the church was burned. I'll make it right." She folded her arms. She shouldn't have confessed. "There was a note pinned. The tailor is going to take back whatever I took from him." "You stole from him?" Nikolas's eyes were wide. "I must have." That was the only explanation Rosalyn could think of. The tailor had tried requiting her before, but his wording had changed over the years, along with his methods. "It's a guess, Rosalyn." The vicar rinsed the cup and put a thin log on the small fire. "The note was addressed to an R." "He could have meant me." Nikolas wiped his face with his hands. He stood, taking the warmth with him. "Either way, Ros, you're not safe here." "I'm not safe anywhere." Chapter 12. Nikolas Whitworth, Earl of Rochelle. Only after Rosalyn fell asleep did Nikolas leave her humble cottage. The vicar accompanied him to the Duke's carriage, assuring Nikolas that Rosalyn would be kept safe. And now the tailor was after her. He wondered if it was indeed two men. The handwriting was different, but that could have been deliberate. When Nikolas had met her, she'd thought him spoiled, and a coward. Her last winning bet earned her a few £1,000s. She could have purchased several cottages with one race, and yet she chose to sleep on a bed barely large enough for her. His mother had complained of her lot in life, mainly becoming a widow, but Lady Rochelle had never known hunger. Rosalyn had known the desperation of poverty and refused luxury. She opted to donate to a church rather than better her status. No, Rosalyn Devereux bettered everyone else's world, never hers. Nikolas pulled out the envelope she'd delivered. He'd forgotten to ask where she'd found it, but he had an idea. Rosalyn was and always would be a thief. His own mother had complained of a missing letter. The envelope had his name, but his mother's address. Nikolas sighed and leaned forward in the carriage, his elbows on his knees. His shoulder screamed. He snapped back. Sitting in the Duke's carriage, exhaustion pulled at his eyes. The sun was peaking above the horizon. He'd once spent his nights in the cups and awakened to another debt shackled to his name. As the carriage slowed, Gerard's London home came into view. Nikolas had begged the Duke to let him take the carriage. Rosalyn's pallor was shocking, her frail body more so. He'd thought her mood was melancholy. Her heart, being sickly, had been a sobering experience. For all her strengths, Rosalyn's body was weak. He'd asked her to come with him, but she had rejected every attempt. Nikolas rubbed his eyes with his palms. The rejection bothered him, but he could hardly blame her. He was trapped by his own poor decisions. Gerard stood in the front garden, his arms folded. "Rochelle?" "Thank you." I allowed you the carriage because you promised to return with information. The blasted Duke had a scorn as severe as his tone. Speak now. Fighting the urge to groan, Nikolas spoke, though he was not in the mood. I have no doubt you'll hear of tonight's events from those in your employ. Nikolas didn't care who snitched on him. He knew the driver and footman would tell Gerard everything. He'd made a hasty promise to search for Rosalyn. He was appalled to find her stumbling a few houses down from Gerard's. Her skin was clammy and her gait wobbly. He had pushed the door open, rushing toward her before the carriage had stopped. The driver and footman followed behind him, ready to assist. My study. Gerard stepped to the side and held out his arm. Nikolas rubbed his shoulder. The last time Gerard had donned a frown this severe, Nikolas had been shot. Darling boy! Lady Rochelle was at the top of the stairs in yesterday's clothes, dark circles under her eyes. She'd not yet been to bed. Nikolas paused mid-step, unsure who to help. Gerard had let him use the carriage because Nikolas was so desperate. He would promise anything to ensure Rosalyn's well-being. He had to answer to Gerard, but his mother was on the verge of another episode. She was on the rise and wouldn't sleep for days. Her letter-writing would become an obsessive production, along with her emotion. He couldn't tell quite yet if she would submit to fury or inconsolable grief. She would pick at old wounds, hers or her children's. Lady Rochelle, I will have to deprive you of your son. There was no apology in the Duke's solemn expression. Gerard was on a mission. The Countess waved away the words. She had decades of everything going her way. The late Henry Whitworth would cave every time, and Nikolas followed the tradition. Oh, you couldn't possibly... He is needed elsewhere. Gerard marched to the foot of the stairs, his back to Lady Rochelle. Your Grace! The Countess smacked the railing. The Duke didn't move. Leaning over, she leered at him over the railing, looking more like a rabid dog than a lady of the pier. I will not stand for this ill treatment. You can stand or sit. The Duke's tone was neutral. He clearly didn't give one whit about the Countess's impending hurricane. But if this is your definition of ill treatment, I would give my right hand to know what good treatment is. Gerard motioned for Nikolas to move. Nikolas rubbed the bridge of his nose. Mother. Now, Rochelle. Gerard's voice boomed. The time is now. Your mother will be readying for her journey to Wales. You will be in the study. That is your only focus at hand. Nikolas snapped to a stand. You have no idea how he does it, do you? How the tailor can lure the ton into doing his bidding? Regale me with all that the tailor is. Gerard arched an eyebrow. In the study. I was shackled by debt and nobody cared. He offered control, power, and a false promise of freedom. Nikolas's voice rose with each sentence. You were born a duke. Deference and respect was your birthright. He pulled at the ends of his sleeves. But someone like me, someone kicked to the curb more times than I can count. What do we say when the tailor promises to even the injustice? Oh. Lady Rochelle's mouth formed an O, a curious expression on her face. She was listening. To him. She was distracted from her moods for a moment. He paused, savouring the moment. Perhaps he'd done his duties wrong. Instead of jokes and barbs, Nikolas should have succumbed to righteous indignation. If he'd defended Ada instead of persecute, would his mother have been just as distracted? Your point, Rochelle? Gerard, his heart of stone, was not moved. Assuming you have one. That right there. Nikolas's breath came shallow. Gerard had never been scorned, tossed aside simply because he was not a peer. The Duke had never asked for a recommendation to join a club. Gerard was accepted everywhere since birth. His life was paved with privilege before he'd ever uttered a word. Nikolas scoffed. You crush our sense of pride, our hopes. The worst of it, you're not even aware of your arrogance. He rubbed his healing shoulder. You found out the tailor is among the ton. Even your peers have tired of being treated as the mud on your shoes. Gerard motioned for his butler. Please escort Lady Rochelle to her rooms. The Countess recoiled, hissing at the servant. Before Nikolas could intervene, Gerard stepped forward. You may call it arrogance or an entitled birthright, but I have never wavered in my loyalty. I've never... Your loyalty was not in question. A fire burned within Nikolas. The spark had started at Rosalyn's cottage. Standing before Gerard, the fire stretched and pulsed in his veins. Rosalyn fought for something. Each victory strengthened her resolve. She refused to back down. Nikolas had never fought for anyone or anything until he met the little thief. Let me be clear. Gerard was eerily calm. You are walking a thin line, Rochelle. I am not the one you should fight against. I'm here to help, even when you're making it difficult. There are a dozen soldiers eager to slit your throat. The Queen of England and her cousin want to ship you off to Australia. Nikolas winced. Lord Pichon had once been his childhood friend. Nikolas thought him a spoiled child as well. That is, until Nikolas obeyed the tailor's command to steal Pichon's fiancée. It was not his finest moment. Pichon had not yet, understandably so, forgiven Nikolas. Would you truly speak to your mother the way you've spoken to mine? Nikolas started walking toward the study. The Duke outranked him, both in class and character. Gerard had upheld the law, while Nikolas had done the tailor's bidding to destroy the crown, including the recruitment of his peers. He'd once paraded his dissatisfaction with the monarchy as a badge of honour. Honour. Virtue. Any virtue was lost on Nikolas. The less your mother hears, the better. Gerard pulled a key from his pocket and unlocked the study. Nikolas eyed the key. He'd not realised the study was locked. What is so valuable that you must lock the door? Ignoring him, Gerard went to his desk and sat down. He rummaged around in his drawers and pulled out a file. Gerard's patience appeared to be thinning, if the man had any patience to begin with. What's the name? Pardon me? Nikolas rubbed his eyes. The night's events had taken its toll. He rubbed his shoulder, hoping to reignite the pain. Something was needed to keep him awake. The girl who climbed out of your room. Gerard readied his pen. Who is she? Nikolas stiffened. He wouldn't give up Rosalyn to the tailor. There was nothing the Duke could offer to entice Nikolas to turn on her. What do you want with her? Gerard sank back in his chair. What information have you given us? He held up a hand when Nikolas opened his mouth. I do believe you wanted to catch the tailor. Your words, yes? Nikolas nodded. Your Grace. And just how have you helped us? Gerard motioned to the door. We know the tailor isn't French, but one of our own. To add definitive injury to insult, your mother passes along information to her peers. She doesn't mean. And you've broken the agreement to be under guard. Nikolas snapped to a stand. I asked you for the carriage. I didn't sneak out. I haven't lied. I've been truthful. Lord Rochelle. Gerard didn't raise his voice, nor did he bother standing up. He simply frowned and motioned to the sofa, indicating Nikolas to sit back down. I've been more than patient. I mean no ill will toward your mother or anyone else in your circle, but I will be damned if I don't catch the tailor. I have no qualms of throwing you over to the soldiers. They've been cheated of justice, and you've given me no reason to need you. Nikolas scoffed and began pacing. He hated the tailor, but at least he was valued by the blasted man. You act as if I begged you to save my neck. He pulled at his cravat, anger pulsing in his veins. I never professed to be a saint. That's the first truthful thing you've said. I haven't lied. Nikolas smacked his hand against the desk. You haven't been forthright either. Gerard hadn't flinched at Nikolas's outburst. Who is the girl? Nikolas groaned. I won't let you use her. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. The tailor wanted her, and he had much more over my head than you." Gently, the Duke asked, "Why?" The softness in his tone pierced Nikolas. The anger fell to the floor. Gerard had helped him, saved Nikolas's head when the Duke didn't have to. Fatigue settled on Nikolas's shoulders, filling his shoes with lead. "She has 2 special talents, which are: she can pick the winning horse of any derby, never loses." Nikolas began pacing again, a hand rubbing the back of his neck. He silently apologized to Rosalyn. He'd not revealed her name, nor would he, but even hinting was a betrayal. Rosalyn worked hard to conceal her identity, and Nikolas was giving her most prized possession, anonymity, away to the Duke of all people. "And 2?" Nikolas let his head fall back, his eyes on the ceiling. The gypsum plaster and delicate patterns mirrored his mother's townhome. His father had renovated the quaint living quarters the year Ada was adopted. It was an attempt to smooth his mother's ruffled feathers. The Countess had brought only 1 child to life, suffering several miscarriages. She'd been jealous of Ada and would always hold a grudge against her. Ada's only sin was being born to another woman. "Lord Rochelle." Gerard tapped his pen against the desk. "What is her other talent?" "She can disappear. Or appear, rather." He frowned. Words had been his skill, but his tongue had twisted since he was shot in the shoulder. He couldn't get anything right anymore. Or perhaps he never had. "She disguises herself." Nikolas tapped his forehead. "Wig, dress, the whole bit." Why would a criminal mastermind have use of someone like her? Gerard rolled the pen between his palms. "Depending on the derby, her winnings can be tens of thousands of pounds." Nikolas should stop talking. He'd not given up her name, but it'd be easy enough to find her. She was at every derby race. "And she wins every time?" "She's never lost." "How?" "No." Clenching his jaw, Nikolas glared at the Duke. Rosalyn had turned her frailty into a fortune. Her heart condition had made her a delightful expert on hearts, human and horses alike. While Gentry favoured pedigree, Rosalyn predicted the winner by the horse's heart. The Duke took in Nikolas, searching his face for a moment. After a beat, he asked, "She was here last night?" Nikolas froze. He was entering dangerous waters. "If you lie, I have no problems cutting out your tongue," the Duke said dryly. He drew 3 circles on a paper, each inside of the other. "I have rings of soldiers. She might get past one set, but will be seen by another. Your friend was spotted climbing into your room, and then back again." "Your friend? I don't think she'd call herself my friend." "Why was she in your room?" Nikolas inhaled slowly, steeling himself with a long breath. "To give me a letter." Gerard held out his hand. Nikolas hesitated. The Duke would think Rosalyn was the author. Nikolas pulled the envelope from his jacket. "She's angry with me. She stole this from my mother's townhome." Gerard's eyes roamed the paper before he set it down. "Your friend, whatever her name might be, broke into your mother's townhome and stole." "That's not exactly." "And then broke into my home to give it to you." Gerard smoothed the folds from the paper. "Yes, but—" "And then you ran after her with my carriage." "She was ill." Gerard cleared his throat. "Ill?" "She has a heart condition. The guilt stalled Nikolas's tongue. He couldn't betray her. He'd said too much. "She'll be in the wind by tomorrow." "And why is that?" Nikolas threw his hands in his pockets. He felt like a child being reprimanded by his father. The entire conversation is wrong. Nikolas needed out of the study, out of this house. Because the tailor threatened her, burned down a church. What does a thief have to do with a church? Gerard's eyes were wide, disbelief etched in his brow. Nikolas shrugged. She donates to the church. She might have donated with stolen funds, but that was an entirely different conversation. Gerard stood but didn't move toward Nikolas. What are your thoughts on the woman? My thoughts? His opinion didn't matter. He loved her, that was clear as day, but he could never have her. She was stubbornly committed to her cause, and Nikolas, he swallowed hard. Even if his own reputation hadn't been torn to bits by his actions, he had nothing to offer. He was facing a life sentence. Gerard's gaze pierced him. He smiled softly. How did you meet this friend? She's not my friend. Nikolas groaned. He sounded like a pining lover. He was nothing of the sort. He didn't have that privilege. She stole my wallet. Ah. Gerard's smile grew. And then what happened? I followed her, best I could, and realized her gift at the races. The room had turned deucedly hot. And then? I was at a card table and was given a note. A lump formed in his throat. Shame. A mount of shame fell on him. The words tumbled out. The tailor was promising me freedom. At a price. I was deep in debt. Nikolas knew it was a weak excuse, but at the time he'd felt pushed into a corner. The tailor paid my debts. With deeds. Deeds? Nikolas perked up. Oh no, the tailor didn't have anything to do with my gambling wins. Rosalyn taught me how to roll the cards in my favour and read the table. Well, until you claimed everything as the crown's during your investigation. Gerard beamed. And what else did Rosalyn do? Rosalyn. Blast! Nikolas had given her name. His betrayal was complete. He stumbled backward. She would never forgive him. Rochelle, what else did Rosalyn teach you? Nikolas paced again, each step faster and quicker than the one before. It's my fault. I made a mess of everything. She taught me about people and cards and could do the math in her head. She saw me. She didn't even know I was an earl. She didn't care. And like a fool, I handed her over to that damnable man. He wanted her, said she was vital to the cause. But when it came time... Nikolas shook his head, a hand pulling at his cravat like a madman. I couldn't do it. I told her to run. I told Conroy she was off limits. Then they turned to Ada. To print money. Gerard sat on the edge of his desk, his face calm, his eyes piercing. Who knew about Rosalyn? Specifically, who knew both her name and skill? No one. Tracing the grain of the wood on his desk, Gerard asked, Not even your mother? No. Yes. No. Nikolas wasn't sure what his mother knew. She'd been agitated about Rosalyn, and suddenly the tailor knew of the thief. Gerard arched an eyebrow. I do believe we've found our missing link. Chapter 13. Rosalyn Devereux. Under the umbrella of birds singing their morning calls, Rosalyn walked across the dew-kissed grass. The sun had slept in, making its appearance late into the morning. Cheerful greetings between men carried over to where Rosalyn made her way to the church. She donned a simple day dress and a brunette wig. Had the night been more ordinary for Rosalyn, she would make herself scarce, sneaking away until no one was around, and make her donation. But she'd done the unthinkable and had the vicar collect her winnings from the race early this morning. Just as she predicted, Voltigeur won. She would be leaving a good portion for the rebuilding of the church. The rest would be given to a discreet solicitor. A mixture of accents greeted her. Men from different backgrounds were carrying the damaged beams from the church, commenting on each man's link to the area. Some men had been christened within the church's walls, while others were newly arrived from the north. The smell of ash still lingered, and the eerie feeling of being watched had Rosalyn turning around every few minutes. The tailor, she knew, frequented this church, the reason it burned. It was only a matter of time before the cottage would be up in flames. She'd not told Nikolas, but a gentleman had approached her, or rather threatened her, long before she'd pickpocketed Nikolas's wallet. He was cold and calculating. He, like many others, was the reason Rosalyn changed her clothes and wigs. With the front end of the church burned, Rosalyn wished she could remember the menacing man or the idiotic men the tailor employed. Perhaps she'd already met the criminal. She knew his weakness: money. Only in complete desperation was a thief involved. She'd taken a job or two, steal back what was pawned. Pawnbrokers never suspected a genteel lady. She could browse the pawnbroker's wares, pocketing the watch or trinket when the shop's owner wasn't looking. She'd only charge the poor man a shilling to get back his trinket. The pawnbrokers were making a mint off the backs of desperate men, unable to choose between feeding their child and paying their rent. The interest charged was obscene. Rosalyn pretended to inspect the church and smiled demurely when a man tipped his hat. The vicar should be back by now. She should have accompanied him, but he'd been insistent on her resting. It had been a long time since someone had looked after her. From behind the church, Mr. Barclay came, his walk confident. He nodded to Rosalyn, but greeted the men. The group appeared to be taking a break. She walked into the church, her face directed to the damaged beams. She opened her mouth and pretended to be amazed at the aftermath. Rosalyn was the sole woman and did not need scrutiny. After a few more minutes, the vicar entered. "Rosalyn." She turned around. His slow movements made her worry. Something had gone wrong. "Father." The vicar tossed a glance over his shoulder and then came toward her. "I delivered your winnings to Mr. Thomas." "Oh?" Rosalyn waited. There must be a reason for his nervousness. "And was Mr. Thomas accommodating?" She'd been given the solicitor's name by Nikolas. "He's been an advocate for women in my circumstance." Mr. Barclay nodded. "Oh, he's not the problem." "So there is a problem." Her pulse skipped about. "Oh," he chuckled, "you look absolutely terrified. He took the deposit. I am just concerned for you." "For me?" A lump formed in her throat. Her mother said the same thing to her just before she succumbed to a fever, her body weakened by the lack of nutrients. "You needn't worry over me." The vicar's chuckle died, a frown forming. "You've a heavy load to bear and a weak heart. How can I not worry?" "When you say it so bluntly, it does sound terrible, doesn't it?" Her joke fell flat. His frown deepened. "Could you not stay in the cottage, at least for a little while longer?" The temptation was there, an itch begging to be scratched. "It would be a lie, an enormous lie, if I said I didn't want that." Nikolas had tried to convince her to go with him, but with Nikolas there was an invisible expectation. He wanted to know her thoughts and her feelings. It had made her comfortable at first, then happy. Slowly, she'd given Nikolas too much of herself. He'd surprised her with cinnamon-roasted nuts or a sweet biscuit. But Rosalyn was a thief. She could not stay in one place for long. "It's tempting, but—" "It's been nice having someone around." His eyes flitted about. Mr. Barclay folded his hands in front of his belly. "I may not be tempting enough to convince you, but have you thought of your friend?" "My friend?" Rosalyn had thought of little else. Nikolas had a bad habit of occupying her mind. "He has his own troubles. He doesn't need any more." "Everyone has troubles." He narrowed his gaze. "But he's eager to shoulder yours." "His sister is getting married, and he's not exactly right with the law." The vicar grinned. "So, you're a lovely match, then." "I meant he has plenty of problems to occupy his time." When the vicar started chuckling, Rosalyn added, "He's an earl." He stopped, his mouth forming an O. He has a problem with admitting that fact. Rosalyn had felt betrayed when she'd found out. His speech was fine, but she'd thought it an act. She borrowed plenty of accents. He's an earl. His sister is marrying a duke. The vicar's eyebrows rose in shock. Oh? Rosalyn swallowed hard. It was one thing for her to struggle with the idea of an earl rubbing shoulders with a thief, but it sounded entirely different when spoken out loud. She glanced around, almost expecting the tailor to waltz in and add to the intrigue. Nikolas, you call an earl by his Christian name? The vicar arched an eyebrow. You are very close. He asked my name, and I'd only give him Rosalyn. At least you're consistent. She winced. And then he gave me his. She groaned and started walking toward the door. She needed to find another home. And soon. I don't know how or when he learned my last name. Your last name? The vicar sounded sad. She turned and saw his hunched back. Devereux. My surname is Devereux. He straightened, his face lit with joy. That is a beautiful name. French? Yes. Her voice cracked. She'd never been to France. There was no reason to feel sentimental. A long time ago. She touched her wig covering her natural red hair. I feel more Scottish than French. And to be true, I don't even feel very Scottish at all. We're all a bit of a melting pot. Mr. Barclay stepped to where the door would be. The men had carried it off to the pile just outside. It's not where we came from that matters, but where we're going. I haven't figured that out quite yet. Rosalyn followed, hating the impending farewell. A day, maybe two, and she would be gone. She'd not been at the cottage long enough for her feelings to have rooted this deep. The vicar had made his mark. Thank you. The sound of an approaching carriage pulled her attention. 4 black horses with feathering on their legs and a family crest emblazoned on the door. Rosalyn had never studied titles or crests, but whoever was arriving didn't belong to the area. I believe that's my cue. Rosalyn picked up her skirts and began running toward the back. There's a door through the back, yes? You're truly going to leave without speaking to him? The vicar called out. That's the same carriage that brought you yesterday. Rosalyn paused, her hands dropping the skirt. Nikolas had been kind, tender. He was endearing at times, even if half of what he said couldn't be trusted. She taught him the art of deceit and how to win at cards. The lie didn't sit well. She knew of his affection. She'd felt it too many times to truly discard it. And, to his credit, Nikolas was free with his feelings. Was there any value in affection when he gave it away so easily? Miss Rosalyn, a woman called, her voice genteel and hesitant. Rosalyn turned, her heart in her throat. She'd not been addressed as Miss Rosalyn in quite some time. In the space where the doors once stood was a vision of yellow and blue. In a splendid sapphire gown that cost more than a stableman's monthly earnings was a woman with wild golden curls falling from a simple updo. She curtsied to the vicar and glided towards Rosalyn. You have the advantage, Rosalyn mumbled, glancing down at her warm boots and the muddied hem of a dress well past its prime. She'd never cared before, but being in the presence of someone undeniably beautiful had made Rosalyn question her own appearance. Then again, the entire point of wearing wigs and costumes was to hide, not shine. I am Ada Whitworth. Whitworth. Rosalyn's gaze flicked to hers. Whitworth. The woman's cheeks blushed prettily. I believe you know my brother, Nikolas. We do. The vicar beamed as if he alone was responsible for conjuring the golden goddess. Isn't he an earl? Rosalyn covered her mouth. She shouldn't have asked, but if Nikolas was an earl, Ada should be addressed as a lady. That he is? Her voice hesitated. She let out a long, slow breath. She inhaled sharply. I was born to his uncle. His father adopted me. His father. Rosalyn held on to the words, twisting them around in her head. Ada Whitworth did not say mother. She appeared to be distancing herself from Lady Rochelle. "Your brother?" The vicar grinned like a fool. "He was here last night and—" "Left," Rosalyn said, a bit too loud. "He left." With a mischievous glint in his eye, the vicar offered his arm to the lovely Ada Whitworth. "Can I tell you something, my lady?" Again she blushed. "I am not a lady." Mr. Barclay shrugged playfully. "My wife has been gone a while now." "Oh!" Miss Ada pulled away, her eyes wide. "I am sorry for your loss." He waved away her words. "I am at peace." He held up a finger. "But I still feel her. She's been gone for years now." With a sweep of his arm he indicated the room. "I feel my family, all of them, whether I am alone preparing for services or in a crowded street. I feel them." "Mr.?" Miss Ada's brow furrowed. She didn't know his name. Rosalyn's pulse slowed. Not every part of her life had been uncovered. "Mr. Barclay." He flashed a smile and folded his arms against his cassock. "I might be in the service of the Almighty, but part of me is a heretic for some of my beliefs. Perhaps I should take off my robes." "It was lovely meeting you." Rosalyn dipped her chin. She needed to find another place to live. Story time, no matter how gentle and warm the teller, would have to wait. She'd not read a page since her brothers brought home fish from the docks wrapped in newspapers. "I believe our loved ones stick around." The vicar held up a hand. "Do they hold our hands, even if we can't see them or feel them?" "Mr. Barclay." Miss Ada didn't look at him. She hadn't glanced at Rosalyn either. Her gaze flitted about. Rosalyn knew the feeling. Her parents were gone and hated it when others brought up lost loved ones. Losing a spouse, she assumed, was nothing like grieving a parent. Or two. Rosalyn was without parents or siblings to tether her. She was a tree without roots. "Perhaps I have become mad in my old age." The vicar shrugged, oblivious to Miss Ada's discomfort. Mr. Barclay blinked. His face fell, losing the teasing quality. His shoulders rounded. He narrowed his gaze in the space between the women. "Grief comes out of nowhere, sometimes." Rosalyn reached for him. She didn't know how long ago he'd buried his wife. In the first few days of her mother's death, Rosalyn had felt a weight around her neck. Another when her father passed. When her older brother died, the weight tripled, growing to her neck and shoulders. Grief would fill her chest regardless of where she was, only subsiding when she was on her own. A step, 1 foot at a time, eased the unquenchable thirst grief had. "Time, father. Time makes the pain less sharp." Rosalyn swallowed hard. Loneliness made the loss grow. Her days at the orphanage added to the pain, while Nikolas's sudden appearance in her life dulled the sting. On the anniversary of her brother's birthday, Rosalyn could barely speak, grief in her throat and sorrow in her soul. Nikolas had wanted to tease and joke, but the merriment had been drained from her. She had nothing left to give. She'd lain on the grass to stare at the stars, remembering the stories her mother had told of their ancestors. Nikolas lay beside her, his hand on hers. He said nothing. Rosalyn had never felt more heard, more seen than in that moment. "Miss Rosalyn." A curled strand fell from Miss Ada's updo. The tendril caressed her delicate cheek. "Would you be so kind as to entertain an audience with me?" Her words came stiff. She was either in pain or not accustomed to speaking. Miss Ada was an earl's daughter, adopted or not. By her status alone, she must have had many calls to her home. Speaking to a lowly vicar in a small town would be a simple thing. "Miss Ada, I must be on my way. Nikolas was happy." Miss Ada glanced over her shoulder. "Nikolas was never a stranger to trouble." Rosalyn winced and stepped back. She would not discuss her friendship with Nikolas, not with his sister. The less people that knew of where Rosalyn frequented, the better. "I've never known Nikolas to be happy." Miss Ada's voice cracked. Her hands wrung in front of her. Except for those 2 brief years. She gave a hesitant smile. I believe you were the reason for his joy. The vicar's mouth fell open, his eyes bright with hope. Ah, Miss Ada, you are a delight. I worry about him. Miss Ada tucked a golden curl behind her ear. He tries to solve everyone's problems, but... She touched her hair, her lips quirking to an awkward smile. Instead of asking for help or communicating in any way, she sighed like a woman who'd borne the brunt of Nikolas's misguided help, he twists everything into bigger knots. Rosalyn should have left, but Ada's words had hit their mark. Nikolas takes his own counsel, not Rosalyn's. My uncle adopted me, Nikolas's father. Miss Ada stepped closer. My aunt. She cringed while saying aunt. My adoptive mother was unable to have more children after Nikolas. He bore the brunt of her jealousy at my arrival. He has never uttered a word against you. Rosalyn had only heard of Miss Ada's talent. She blinked, Miss Ada's eyes filling with moisture. Rosalyn looked away. She'd not meant to provoke emotions in Nikolas's sister. Miss Ada steadied herself. I didn't realize until too late that my arrival pushed Nikolas to the edge, that my adoption exacerbated Lady Rochelle's... She swallowed hard. Her illness. Nikolas had spoken only of his mother's moods, not of her being ill. But the family would fare well. They would not go hungry and would have a roof over their heads. Rosalyn cared about Nikolas, but that was all she would admit to herself. She needed to root out the tailor, but in the end, Nikolas was an earl. His life, even if as a prisoner, would be cushioned by his title. Miss Ada. Rosalyn nodded to both the vicar and Ada. Your brother is dear to me. I would have you in my wedding. Ada's face lit. In any capacity. That is the reason I came. I dare not trust Lady Rochelle with this request. Even Gerard. I worry he sees Nikolas only as a criminal. Rosalyn shook her head. Gerard employs Welsh soldiers that are utterly worthless. Miss Ada rushed forward, her hands extended. Then help us sort this out. Your country needs you. The tailor wants to assassinate the Queen and everyone close to her. My country? Rosalyn scoffed. Retreating, she fought the rising frustration. My country abandoned me when my family was starving. You could fill the palace with people hurt by this country. Chapter 14. Nikolas Whitworth, Earl of Rochelle. Out of habit, Nikolas searched every passing pedestrian, hoping he didn't see Rosalyn in whatever disguise she chose to use. She needed to be in bed or far away from London. He could feel Gerard watching his every move. The weekly trip to the back room of a gentleman's club felt heavier than before. Gerard still sat opposite him in the carriage, and the street sweeper boys ran back and forth on the roads. But the feeling was altogether different. There was an increased level of seriousness with Rosalyn in London. The worry Nikolas held for his family was tempered by their history and by his obligation. Rosalyn had no claim on Nikolas, but his resolve to protect her was tenfold. Gerard thought Rosalyn was the missing link between the tailor and the ton, but the poor woman had no link, not to the criminal, not to anyone. Turning toward Clublands, the carriage slowed down Pall Mall, the prominent street for gentry clubs. Rubbing his temples, Nikolas braced himself for another worthless meeting. He followed Gerard into the back alley and into the basement room reserved for Gerard's little strategy conferences. In reality, soldiers and street spies would complain of all the tailor's activities. No solutions would be offered. Nor would anyone give progress to the identity of the criminal. With subtle jabs, each soldier would lay the blame for their difficulty in capturing the tailor at Nikolas's feet. Gerard eyed Nikolas as they descended the carriage. Hesitating a moment, the Duke placed a hand on Nikolas. Last week you were accused of being the leak in our meeting. Shall I make it easier for them? Nikolas made a circle with both of his hands on his chest. Make the target for their arrow? An arrow? Gerard scoffed and opened the door. Nikolas held up a finger. But I do think there is a leak. I just know it's not me. A silence hushed over the men at the table as Nikolas entered the room. Dark wood panels and the low light made the dismal room almost laughable, with the addition of severe frowns and mumbling of the men. Nikolas couldn't hide his grin. The answering scowls had him smirking. These men, Gerard included, were used to the world they'd been born to. The Duke cleared his throat and said, I need to apologize, but today's meeting will only be the three of us. Nikolas spun around, giddy at not having to be in the blasted meeting. Rochelle, sit down. Gerard pointed to the nearest chair. The men filed out without asking who was needed. Nikolas sulked in the corner chair. The bloody Duke was impossible. He was surrounded with a level of prestige only the Queen could compete with. The only man who'd openly opposed him was the Queen's cousin, Lord Pichon, Nikolas's one-time close friend. Had Nikolas not tried to steal Lord Pichon's fiancée, Nikolas would have had an ally against Gerard's tyranny. Alas, Nikolas had succumbed to the tailor's appeal. The criminal had wiped Nikolas's debt, but demanded a high price in return. Nikolas had hurt Lord Pichon deeply. The Baron's wife was his perfect match. Even though Nikolas returned the woman, or rather, Lord Pichon stole her back, the damage to their friendship was beyond repair. Nikolas could not understand why his sister was in love with a cold man. Ada was timid and careful, so unlike the Duke. Gerard couldn't find a gentle word if it smacked him in the face. Nikolas's face faltered as quickly as it had come. He didn't have many friends or even acquaintances. No, he had only one, Rosalyn. She alone had tolerated him. Nikolas wiped his hands down his face. He should have stayed at the church. Rosalyn's health was worse than she'd told him. He couldn't blame her. Nikolas was the king of deceit. Only a liar would fall in love with a thief. His smile returned. He would love nothing more than to steal her away and sail for the Americas or even Australia. They could be degenerates together. The smile faltered once more. She was only a thief to help the childless and the poor. Nikolas was a liar to serve only himself. He was of the ton and held less character and class than Miss Rosalyn Devereux, an orphan turned pickpocket. Gerard fixed his glare on the table. Ada appeared to be the only person alive who could not melt his cold heart. The Duke was gentle only with Ada, no one else. The leader of the Welsh soldiers had stayed, somehow knowing he was included. The cranky old man who was rather put out that Nikolas's head was still attached to his neck. Nikolas's hand instinctively went to his cravat. Cymru, Gerard nodded to the leader. We've news. Nikolas perked up. He'd never heard the names of the soldiers. Gerard had refused to utter a name. Secrets abounded within these walls. At home, the Duke had begun locking his study, tucking information away there as well. Smirking, Nikolas greeted the Welshman. Cymru. The man narrowed his gaze. Hear this, Rochelle. That is not my real name. Pray tell, what name did your mother call you, Cymru? Nikolas stood, mischief running through his veins. Assuming there's a woman who claims you. Before the Welsh soldier could answer, Nikolas tusked loudly. Oh, for shame. You're a man without a mother. He shrugged dramatically. Or perhaps you're just a man without a name. I prefer either of those lots. Cymru stepped close, a warning in his voice. It is better to be a man without a name than a man without honour. Nikolas smiled. Or, in your case, both. Gerard slipped between the two men. Shall I send for a leash, or can we stop behaving like dogs? Cymru growled at Nikolas. Sit. Gerard pointed to 2 chairs, each one on opposite ends of the room. "Wipe that smirk off your face, Rochelle." Nikolas held out his palms in mock surrender. "I am but a lowly prisoner, incapable of doing anything." Cymru glared at him from across the room. "You're incapable of doing anything. The very air you breathe is a waste of good English. Rochelle is an asset." Gerard ground out the words. Nicholas's smile grew. Perhaps he was not the only one who riled Gerard's patience. "And still has given us nothing." Cymru folded his arms and sat back against the chair. He mumbled something incoherent. Nikolas could only mark out neck and chance. He could piece together enough of the disdain months before. Cymru had made it clear he wanted to slit Nicholas's throat. Nikolas was blamed for the death of a Welsh soldier. With a groan, Nikolas blurted, "You do realise I had nothing to do with your man's death." "Which one?" Cymru shot back. "How many men died trying to catch you and Conroy? They had families, children." He shot to his feet. "Would you be so callous to them?" "Would you?" Nikolas kept his voice low. He'd borne the brunt of his sins, but their deaths were not his to claim. Cymru growled like an angry animal. You were their leader. You got your information wrong." Nikolas crossed one leg over the other, pretending to be calm and collected. His pulse beat frantically. "Because of your leadership, how many men died?" "You bast!" "Enough," Gerard snapped. "We are united in the cause and will behave civilly." Neither man spoke. "This ends now." Gerard circled his chair and sat with a huff. "We cannot take on the tailor if we're squabbling like spoiled children." Nikolas fought the chuckle. "What has you laughing now?" Cymru's face was flushed, a vein ticking on his neck. Nikolas held out his hands. "That is not the first time I've been accused of behaving like a child." Cymru swore under his breath. Nikolas held up a finger. "But it is the first time I wasn't alone in the accusation." Cymru stepped toward him. Gerard smacked his hand on the table. The Welshman sat back down, seething. "We know and have confirmed how the tailor receives information on the ton." Gerard tossed a pointed look to Nikolas. "Lady Rochelle keeps up a vigorous correspondence with many of her peers. We've intercepted a handful of incoming letters." "What a cruel punishment." Nikolas rolled his eyes. "A soldier's dream, reading gossip between ladies." "Her correspondence is not limited to ladies." Gerard didn't look up from his notes. He rubbed the back of his neck. "Nor does she exclude those of lower rank." The Duke ran a finger down his paper. "Of note is a Mr. Lidcombe from London and a Mr. Devereux from Scotland." Like an anvil, the words Mr. Devereux fell into Nikolas's lap. He struggled to breathe. Devereux? The walls blurred. He gripped his shoulder, wincing at the pain. He needed something to distract him. Rosalyn had told him she was alone, that her family was gone. He'd caught hints of her Scottish heritage. The little minx had lied. "Rochelle?" Gerard stood, leaning over the table with a hand on his paper. "Have you heard a word I said?" "Yes," Nikolas groaned. "No." "Worthless fool," Cymru muttered. "If you hadn't shot me, I might be of more use," Nikolas snapped. He flinched, surprised by his anger. He didn't give a fig about his shoulder. He was mending well, but it felt bloody wonderful to goad someone else's pain. "If I'd been the man to shoot, you wouldn't be here." The Welshman brushed phantom dirt off his pants. He levelled a daring stare at Nikolas. They were embroiled in a battle of mental chess. Nikolas had lost whatever footing he'd gained by his outburst. Cymru lifted his chin. "Perhaps you'd be of more use then." "Don't tempt me." Gerard opened the door and called out to his footman. "My wedding is less than a week. I'll do anything to make sure my wedding is secure." A flicker of surprise flashed across Cymru's face. He'd not expected the reprimand from the Duke. But Nikolas couldn't smirk. He'd left their petty game, his mind on Rosalyn. She'd lied. The thought grew, as did the pain. From a little prick to a throbbing ache, her lie pounded over and over again in his head. There had to be an explanation. Nikolas squeezed his shoulder and winced. That was an altogether different pain. Rosalyn's lie was a deeper cut, sure and quick. Like a fool, he'd promised to be her foundation, a shelter for the storms of life. He winced again. For all she knew, Nikolas had abandoned her. He'd begged her to leave England, then turned on his heels without a second glance. Or rather, he'd pulled his wobbly knees and achy heart from her crushed expression and went north on the tailor's orders. Thankfully, Rosalyn had no idea that within days of leaving her, Nikolas was pursuing Lord Pichon's lady love. A chill ran up his spine. The tailor cared nothing for Nikolas, but knew of his weakness. The walls blurred, his hand still squeezing his shoulder. Even the most talented rake could not smooth his past. In a blur, Gerard guided Nikolas into the carriage. The drive home was like a dream. Nikolas hadn't heard the butler open the door to Gerard's home, his mind on a miss miles away. He was in need of so much more. Loudenham would send him to his dreams. Rosalyn occupied his head enough during the day. He didn't need her stealing his nights. Nikolas stood, his legs a bit wobbly. He heard some shouting. The walls turned. He was falling. He lay on his back staring at the gypsum plaster in the ceiling. Intricate patterns were lovingly carved into the squares. It really is a lovely ceiling. Gerard's face obscured his view, his brow furrowed and his eyes wide. Nikolas swore. You're ruining a perfectly good ceiling. He was pulled to a stand, Gerard mumbling something. With Cymru cursing at Nikolas on his right and Gerard on his left, he slowly made his way to his room. The men left with scowls. Nikolas had once thought it a victory to irritate someone of higher rank, but all he felt now was cold. He'd been taken to his room like a sick child. The noon sun poured into the room. His childhood had brought plenty of afternoons under the inviting warmth of an English sun. His sister would be painting with delicate brushes, while his mother would be shopping in town, and, for a brief moment, Nikolas would be accompanied by the creatures of his childhood home. Up in the northern country, there were more critters and less gossip. He had conquered the rolling hills and gardens surrounding his modest childhood home over and over again, memorizing every plant and furry resident. A knock on the door pulled Nikolas from his thoughts. "Are you well?" His mother glided into the room, her eyes dark and haunting. Nikolas didn't answer, nor was his voice needed. Like she'd done 1,000 times before, the Countess began pacing in front of him. "It isn't right, us being here." Nikolas held his breath. His mother would focus on a specific comment or colour or even a person. She would fixate on whatever had caught her fancy. Like an old wound, Lady Rochelle would pick and pick until she was covered in blood, emotional or otherwise. Her stride was already picking up. She wrung her hands and hissed every few steps. "It's not right. This cannot be." Nikolas gripped the blankets on his bed. The ache he'd felt earlier drained from him. He was nearing his 30th year and had taken every punch his mother had thrown. He glanced down at his bed. He was no better than a scared child. There was little doubt as to why Rosalyn didn't trust him to protect her. She survived the streets while Nikolas succumbed to his mother's demands. He relaxed his hands and slowly asked, "What cannot be?" "All of it," she snapped. "How can you not see that?" Before Nikolas could answer, Lady Rochelle added, "He's wicked. He's a horrible little serpent." "Ah," Nikolas chuckled. Warmth spread through him. His mother might be a bit mad, but at least she could judge a man's character, or lack of it. The Duke is a bit smug, isn't he? Lady Rochelle nodded emphatically, reminding Nikolas of Ada's childhood dolls. She placed a hand to her mouth and whispered conspiratorially, "He reads my letters." "Oh?" Nikolas whispered back, unable to stop the play-acting. "And why do you think he reads them?" "They're going to finish the job." Shaking her head, she paled. She pulled him to a stand and out into the corridor. Her eyes had a wild glint to them. "Mother?" She kept pulling, only stopping at the Duke's vestibule. "We need to leave." "What job? What are you talking about?" He didn't embrace her. That wasn't their family. Love from a distance was how he was raised. Lock the emotions down and reinforce the smile with a witty remark. If Nikolas was ever tempted to give in to his emotions, he need only look to his mother as a cautionary tale. She'd given crown and country to her heart. It ruled her like a tyrant. "They'll kill me like they did Henry." Lady Rochelle's hand went to her neck. Chapter 15. Rosalyn Devereux. Rosalyn marched from the church, the burned door carted away. The early afternoon sun had given warmth to beautiful weather, but all Rosalyn felt was dread. Ada Whitworth had come to tempt Rosalyn, begging her to join the wedding party and help Nikolas on behalf of the crown. Rosalyn didn't care about this blasted country. Her heart ached for the hungry, not the Queen. There was a war going on in the periphery of England. Rosalyn thought she could help Nikolas, but something was wrong, she could feel it. Ada and Nikolas had Gerard or even the Tailor to fight with or against, but who was fighting for the helpless, the orphans? "Rosalyn!" Ada was on her heels. Rosalyn spun around, holding up her hand. "Miss Ada, please." A flush had washed over Ada from her rush from the church. She had none of Nikolas's dark features. Ada Whitworth was all that was light and beautiful. She belonged on the arm of a duke. Her golden curls framing her face gave her an ethereal aura. Rosalyn glanced down at her hand. She was petite, childlike. She was better suited for the shadows than the light. Like a ghost, she could flit in and out of the classes, or better yet, homes of the ton. Her livelihood depended on it. "Please," Ada begged, her hands clasped together. "Nikolas is in trouble." "And so is your fiancé." Rosalyn retreated. Ada's frame was brimming with desperation. Rosalyn could spot the anxiety a mile away. This golden goddess was wrapped in silk, an enormous emerald on one hand, an intricate band on the other. "That is the true reason you are here." That is unfair." Guilt pricked Rosalyn. She was a seasoned orphan. She cut her teeth watching her fellow orphans die from ill-gotten food. The woman in front of her had been clothed and fed since the day she'd walked into Nikolas's home. If any woman knew trouble, it was Rosalyn, not Miss Ada. Rosalyn tusked, frustration bubbling inside of her. "You are frightened that your world will be shattered, just like that of your fiancé and even your brother." She shook her head at Ada's widened eyes. "I care for Nikolas greatly, but you cannot beg me for help. You cannot dangle him as a carrot. He is a man who unwittingly skips between trouble and crisis." "I did not mean to use Nikolas." Ada turned her face upwards and briefly closed her eyes. "I only meant that he needs you. We need you." Rosalyn chuckled sardonically. "Need me?" She placed a hand on her chest. "I am the daughter of nobody. I have no clout or status to call my own. The tailor is very much aware of my circumstance." "Talent." Ada folded her arms, hugging herself. "Whoever this tailor is, he or she is aware of your talent. I would know." She hesitated, her gaze flitting about. Whispering, she stepped closer. "I am somewhat of an artist, and I was taken to help print money for the tailor's cause." "He or she? You know who the tailor is?" Rosalyn searched Ada's face. The woman had not assigned the criminal the male gender. Rosalyn had long known women were better thieves. Men were easily distracted by skirts and coin. "You think the tailor could be a woman?" "Pardon me?" Ada blinked, apparently caught off guard by the thought. She gave a subtle shake of her head. "Permit an afternoon. If I cannot convince you after that, you will never hear from me again." "Why on earth would you have need for a thief?" Rubbing her temples, Rosalyn sighed. She was tired. Her chest ached. She hadn't time for this. "Gerard is a duke. There are dozens of soldiers, and even then there's the Queen's advisers." Ada formed a circle with her hand. "And not one of them has the foggiest idea of how to catch the tailor." "Why would—" Ada smiled, her eyes crinkling delightfully. By Jove, the woman was a dream. "They are bound by laws. Their perspective is rather limited." She winked. "I do believe yours is not." "An hour." Rosalyn held up one finger. "2." Ada nibbled her lip. She blurted, "It takes the half-hour to travel to Gerard's estate." "Fine." There was nothing fine about wasting 2 hours of her day with Nikolas's sister. Ada pulled a slip of paper from her pocket. "I am aware you value anonymity." Rosalyn didn't move. She eyed the paper but didn't reach for it. "You and I share a solicitor." The paper trembled in Ada's outstretched hand. "Mr. Thomas prides himself on discretion." "Then how do you know?" "Nikolas?" Ada smiled sheepishly and offered the paper once more. "He asked me for a recommendation. Mr. Thomas will never, no matter the threats, betray you." "What is it?" Rosalyn didn't truly know this woman, and although Rosalyn knew Nikolas, she didn't trust his family. Ada nodded to the church. "You clearly cannot stay at the church." She pursed her lips. "Nikolas mentioned you needed new lodging. I didn't realize he meant your home was literally in ashes." "I don't live in the church." Rosalyn wasn't completely homeless. Yet. "Mr. Thomas has found you a home." The sound of hooves pounding the road shook the ground. From the corner of her eye, riders were coming around the bend. "Oh, blast it all," Rosalyn sighed. "Did you have to call in the cavalry?" She'd agreed to leave with Ada. There was no need for reinforcements. The riders came in a flurry, surrounding both women. A carriage came flying behind them, dust billowing as it slid to a stop. Rosalyn spun around to Ada and froze. Ada's mouth hung open, her eyes wide. She did not know the riders. Before Rosalyn could run, a sack was thrown over her head and torso, arms wrapped around her waist, squeezing her arms against her. She screamed and wiggled. Another set of arms grabbed her legs. Rosalyn heard Ada's muffled shouts. Men yelled at each other and at Ada. Rosalyn wiggled and screamed and kicked, her heart beating wildly. She was tossed onto a board, landing on her left shoulder and hip. A door shut. Rosalyn shimmied out of the burlap sack just as the board moved in a rolling motion. She threw the sack from her. A bench and windows. The board was the floor of a carriage. She pulled at the curtains. The carriage was surrounded by men, old and young. She pulled at the handle. It didn't budge. The horses picked up their pace. She searched the bench for anything sharp enough to shatter the windows. Nothing. Rosalyn braced herself on the bench, her breath shallow. She counted to 10, closing her eyes. 1, 2. The beating in her chest drowned out the street vendors and the carriage traffic. She sat back against the bench. She unbuttoned her overskirt and dug through her pouch. In her struggle, 3 of the poppers Mr. Barclay had given her cracked. Her hand combed through the gritty contents, and she scooped a handful into her kerchief. Outside, the driver swore. Rosalyn gripped her kerchief as the carriage lurched. She slid along the bench, the kerchief against her nose. She took a shaky breath, the driver cursing once more. She inhaled slowly, She needed both her wits about her and her body to be righted for her escape. There was no sign of Ada. She was either in another carriage or left at the church. The tightness in Rosalyn's chest relaxed. The fear loosened its grip. She closed her eyes and focused on the sounds, the smells. With a quick spin, Rosalyn opened the bench where she sat. Dozens of fancy dresses were kept inside. Hardly evidence of the tailor. A criminal would have no need of a dress. The thought bothered her. Rosalyn was a thief, a criminal if she was being honest, and she had quite a lot of need for dresses. And wigs. Words echoed into the carriage. Thames. Dogs. Rosalyn's eyes opened. The Isle of the Dogs was the destination, an area where laws didn't reach. Not even Rosalyn would dare go there. No matter how starved she was, Rosalyn would avoid any resident, not out of fear, only pity. The depraved and reckless set up camp. Children and women with desperation in their sunken eyes couldn't escape its grasp. The stench was undeniable. None of the buildings had privy closets. Each resident used the streets and rivers where they'd thrown their gutted fish and other garbage. If a resident tried to steal from Rosalyn, she couldn't help but hand it over. Gerard and Nikolas were wrong. The tailor was not run by the ton. No one with title or rank would come near the area. The country was terrified a criminal was among its well-heeled, as if someone of quality breeding could inflict more damage to the crown. Rosalyn placed a hand on her stomach. The well-bred didn't know the pain of coming home empty-handed from hunting to face the hungry eyes of family members, or the pure fear of being separated from siblings at the passing of both parents. Each turn down another street brought more potholes. Rosalyn pinched her nose. The smell grew heavy as they neared the intended destination. Aside from the Isle of the Dogs, Rosalyn had covered every inch of London. From the dark underground tunnels to the slick rooftops, she knew this town better than the potato fields of her childhood. The moment she slipped from the carriage, Rosalyn could tuck herself away in any back alley and make her way home. Home. She'd made the mistake of thinking the vicar and his church was home. She'd grown fond of Mr. Barclay and his gentle disposition. Fear crept in. She'd grown sloppy. Rosalyn Devereux didn't have that luxury. With the palm of her hand, she hit the floor of the carriage, listening for the hollow thud of a loose board. The carriage bounced along. Rosalyn slid across the floor. Her hand caught against a knob under the bench. Envelopes burst across the floor. With a hand on the bench, Rosalyn steadied herself against the unsteady ride. Each envelope was titled to a lady or lord, but there was no sender. Half of them had been posted, the ink still fresh. Someone was stealing the correspondence of the ton. Rosalyn scurried along the floor, picking up each envelope. The entire collection was random, including the varied handwriting. The only commonality was the blank space where the sender should have been written. So many letters. She paused. The tailor didn't have to reside in London. He could issue orders from afar. Nikolas spoke of his mother's correspondence. She rarely left home, but her missives were sent about the country like a hurricane. Rosalyn sat back. Her knowledge of the ton consisted of varied ways to rob them, not spy on them. A lady wouldn't miss a shilling, but a street sweeper boy could fill his belly for a week. She stuffed as many envelopes as she could in between the pouch and her undershirt, shoving the rest in the drawer. Her fingers still trembled, but slowly, Rosalyn was claiming her body. She eyed the street, each one becoming dirtier than the next. Women stood outside of brightly coloured buildings, their makeup vibrant, announcing their services. A lump formed in her throat. When her friend Miriam had disappeared, Rosalyn had searched everywhere, including brothels and streetwalkers. Like Rosalyn, they were forced to make their way in a world designed to punish them. Rosalyn chose to steal, while others allowed themselves to be stolen. The carriage slowed. There would only be a second for Rosalyn to spring into action. Her body afforded her little leverage in a physical altercation. Approaching the carriage door, a man grunted. He turned the handle. Rosalyn leapt forward. The door gave way, the man falling back. Rosalyn scurried down the carriage steps. Hands raked her clothes. Light on her feet, she twisted and turned out of his grasp. She ran toward the West India docks, jumping into the back of a small fabric barge. She rolled onto the side, tossing a blanket over her. The rough cut of spun wool tickled her nose. She heard the shouting of the men as the boat tugged upstream. Chapter 16. Nikolas Whitworth, Earl of Rochelle. At the ripe old age of 30 years, Nikolas had a comment for every conversation, a quip that wouldn't be topped. Today, his tongue abandoned him. His mind was on Rosalyn, not on the here and now. Nikolas wanted nothing more than to run through the vestibule and out the door to Rosalyn's cottage. His mother had dragged Nikolas down the stairs. She had tried getting Nikolas to leave with her. Lady Rochelle had no clue that Nikolas couldn't leave if he wanted to. His mind struggled to stay focused, his mind drifting to Rosalyn. She repeated herself, "They'll kill me, like they did Henry." She carried on, her voice rising and falling with her arms flailing about. For who knows how long she'd been dancing between despair and anxiety in the Duke's vestibule. The entryway was the size of a small great room, triple the size of Lady Rochelle's modest townhome. Vestibules buffered the outdoor draughts from the warm indoor air, but in Gerard's case, it boasted of pomp and circumstance. 12-foot-high ceilings and wide double-glass doors revealed the grand staircase hall. The intimate reception room was where Lady Rochelle should have taken her conversation, or at least shut the door to the vestibule. But Nikolas's mother had always preferred an audience. Gerard's ancestors lined the walls of his London home. The vestibule was no exception. Generations of dukes and earls witnessed the entire exchange. Nikolas had only one titled ancestor who would be displayed in a gilded frame, and the late Lord Rochelle would rather die than be celebrated for a title. Twice Nikolas's father rejected the Queen's offer of an earldom. Only Prince Albert could convince Henry Whitworth to accept the invitation. To Nikolas's right, a man was painted with a puffed chest and oversized black cravat, a rose tucked in his jacket. The strong jaw and severe frown was a mirror image of Gerard. The Dark Duke had not only inherited his title, but judging by the paintings surrounding Nikolas, Gerard had generations of dour expressions watching his every move. The Duke's wedding was set to take place in his ancestral home. Nothing would be more entertaining than teasing Gerard about his family's penchant for frowns. There was bound to be even more portraits at the Duke's Welsh manor. "Nikolas!" Lady Rochelle's voice turned shrill. He was quite exhausted as a spectator. He wondered how his mother could sustain her emotions day after day. Reluctantly, Nikolas diverted his attention from another one of Gerard's ancestors, a man posing next to an enormous stallion. Both creatures were very proud of themselves. Lady Rochelle fell back. She must have just asked a question. He hadn't heard the words. He hadn't packed a joke in his pocket, nor did he have a sardonic quip waiting in his mind. And so he stood like a dumb ox with absolutely nothing to say. A single tear ran down her cheek. And yet he stared. For the first time in his life, he was numb. Lady Rochelle's emotions couldn't pierce him. The emerald rug and jewel-coloured wallpaper were, like so many other homes, refurbished in the last decade. Wealth surrounded him. He could speak of the garish furniture in the sitting room and the dark panelling of the foyer where they stood. Gossip, gowns, and all manner of nonsense were on the tip of Nikolas's tongue, but he stayed silent. A change, a turning of a key inside of Nikolas had happened. He couldn't pinpoint exactly when he'd begun to turn from his old ways, but slowly, surely, he'd given less space to his mother. It'd be easy to blame Rosalyn. His mother believed Rosalyn had stolen her son. But truthfully, Nikolas had burst into Rosalyn's life, refusing to leave her alone. The thief had more conviction and purpose in her destitute dwelling than Nikolas had in his entire life. Nikolas held out his palm, wishing he could hold Rosalyn's hand. All he'd done was help her to the cottage. There'd been no embrace, no declaring of love. But his heart had been touched. Standing in front of his mother, listening to her supposed injustices, had only increased the contrast. Both women had experienced grief. Both had reasons to mourn. But only Rosalyn was moving forward, clawing for every inch. And Lady Rochelle, Nikolas blinked. His mother had just shed her black mourning clothes. Society demanded 12 months of nothing but sorrow and black dresses. But the Countess was not one to conduct herself halfway. She'd donned the ghastly fabric for years. Nikolas had once thought her commitment to mourning her husband was more theatric than sincere. They were not the love match she proclaimed to be. Nikolas's childhood was witness enough. Their union was endured, not celebrated. His sister held a romantic view of the marriage, but Nikolas held more memories of shouts than cheers. Ada's arrival to their fractured home had brought joy to his father and heartache to his mother. "Nikolas!" There was bite in Lady Rochelle's tone. He should focus on her words, but a stillness had taken over. He'd wanted to protect his family and Rosalyn, but with Ada marrying the Duke, Nikolas felt more free. He was the worst son a mother could hope for. He didn't want to be here, listening to his mother, and for some reason being in the vestibule felt wrong. Being near his family instead of Rosalyn felt like a betrayal. Lifting his gaze, he spotted the gilded mirror hanging on the wall, surrounded by other gaudy portraits of bygone nobility. The home was equal parts grandeur and cold, and Lady Rochelle fit perfectly, with her navy dress tailored smartly to her figure. If Nikolas had a frame to hold up, she could easily be a portrait of an ancestor. The Countess patted her hair and eyed her son with suspicion. She glanced about for an audience, but sadly no one came to her aid. Ada was probably tucked away, sketching in a corner, and Gerard was still in his study with Cymru. Lady Rochelle was left with Nikolas, the once dutiful son. He didn't nod, nor did he help Lady Rochelle along in her own conversation. Gerard entered the great room with the Welshman at his side. If Nikolas had Rosalyn's archery talent, he could aim his bow and hit Gerard square in the chest, avoiding the staircase and chairs between them. Only sofas and chairs occupied the space between Nikolas and Gerard. Another Welshman joined Gerard. Nikolas would much rather be in a tense conversation with the men than with his mother, not that he held any particular warmth for the blasted Duke, or the scowling soldiers. But Nikolas had seen Rosalyn, and the mere thought of her pulled him to a different sphere, one that neither Gerard nor Lady Rochelle could touch. When his father was given an earldom, Nikolas had thought the title a gift. He would inherit the rights and privileges from his father. His future would be bright, but Nikolas no longer yearned for prestige. He longed for the thief in a simple cottage. Lady Rochelle scoffed. "Do you not hear what I said?" The tremble in her voice held a deeper accusation. "Do you even care?" "No." Nikolas swallowed his reply. He was a blasted fool. He'd been nothing but a coward. Shame washed over him. Ada had accused him of selfish behaviour. She was not wrong. The closer he became to Ada or Rosalyn, the more damaged his relationship with his mother became. Nikolas was the lone Whitworth male. His moral obligation should be to Lady Rochelle. On bended knee he should spew apologies. And yet, Nikolas, the stellar son that he was, said absolutely nothing. Perhaps he was the one who should be shipped off to an asylum, not his mother. He didn't smirk or even wink. He simply stood there, his mind as blank as his expression. Lady Rochelle's hand went to her neck and massaged her skin. She'd never worn much jewellery, even the matching necklace his father had given both Ada and the Countess. The late Lord Rochelle had declined the Queen's title. Had Henry not been such a dear friend of the Queen's husband, the Whitworth patriarch would have been ostracised immediately. Humility could have been the late Earl's downfall. Lady Rochelle was furious and took it upon herself to write an apology to the Crown. In the quiet of the night, when the country devoured happy endings during its slumber, Nikolas wrestled with guilt and anger. Only in complete solitude did he confess his secret. He blamed Lady Rochelle for his father's death. He was wrong and knew his error, but for every month she refused to leave her grief, the more blame Nikolas assigned her. "You carry on as if nothing matters." Arms flailing about, her voice rose, matching the fervour of her gestures. Several metres away in the living room, the Duke pivoted, his conversation abruptly halted. The soldiers' wide-eyed expressions told them they'd heard Lady Rochelle. Gerard sighed loudly and began his march toward the Countess. And just like she'd said for years, Lady Rochelle added, "Don't you understand, Nikolas? They'll kill me like they did Henry." "Mother." Straightening his stance, Nikolas nodded toward the incoming Duke. With a snap, Lady Rochelle smiled demurely, her hands soft and supple at her sides. Her crinkled eyes were of a content woman, not a lady gripping the edge of her sanity. She pretended to smooth her hair in the gilded mirror. A final pat brought a youthful chuckle. "They'll kill me," floated between mother and son. Nikolas should have prodded. At the very least, he should have appeared shocked at her accusation or vowed to protect his widowed mother. But Nikolas did nothing. He was just too tired to care. His mother had another hour of words to spew. Her rants followed the same pattern, a one-sided argument. She would play the widow, and everyone else was the reason for her husband's death. Nikolas sighed, feeling the weight of her words. She'd repeated them so often, Nikolas could quote every point. "You didn't protect him," Lady Rochelle whispered, her face smooth and her smile easy. "And neither did you," Nikolas said softly. He didn't meet her gaze and winced at her scoff. The Duke had but a handful of strides before he'd be at Nikolas's side. "Do you have any idea how difficult it is to raise a son and then be given the burden of—" She cut herself off. Her argument typically included the list of her own ailments, including the expense of raising Ada, a daughter she never wanted. Nikolas smirked. His mother was not so far gone. Complaining about the Duke's fiancée while under Gerard's roof would have been foolhardy at best. Gerard barely tolerated his countryman. He'd have no problem shoving Lady Rochelle's opinions and trunks to the street. Stretching to his full height, the Duke said loudly, "The seamstress is sending over the samples for Lady Ada's wedding dress." The opportunity was too much a temptation for the Countess. She leaned towards Nikolas. "How can my children be so unfeeling toward me? Ada is planning her wedding as if she was an orphan." "She is an orphan." Of all the words Nikolas chose to speak, he had to remind Lady Rochelle of Ada's origin. She huffed and had apparently given up leaving the Duke's home with Nikolas. "You care more for her than you do me." Yes. With a finger to his lips, Nikolas wondered if he'd spoken aloud. He was a ghastly coward, a son unworthy of his mother. Families were not perfect. Nikolas's once close friendship with Lord Pichon was evidence enough. But was Nikolas so past feeling that he cared nothing of Lady Rochelle's grief? "I have more right to be a part of this wedding than anyone here." Gerard cleared his throat and arched an eyebrow. "Mother." Nikolas was very much aware of his mother's misstep. He pulled his mother close. "Gerard is a duke, and more than that, he's the Queen's advisor. The level of security and planning puts every detail of the wedding on his shoulders, and not yours." "He doesn't know how to keep my family safe. That is my right as a mother. This is my family. I've dedicated my life to keeping you safe." She motioned to the stack of envelopes on top of her trunk. I've done more for this family than you ever will." Nikolas straightened his stance. He found no fault in her words. His hand went to his healing shoulder and let her words crash over him. There was a sense of freedom in her rant. The moment the tailor was clapped in irons, Nikolas would be gone. He didn't know how or when. Stratagem was never his forte. But somehow, he would make a life away from a suffocating society. Rosalyn had given him a taste of true freedom, of living for something other than silent privilege. "You're insufferable," Lady Rochelle scowled. She handed him a stack of envelopes. "If you can't listen to a word I say, at least post these to people who care." She marched up the stairs, mumbling with each step. Ada burst through the vestibule, a footman on either side. Gerard rushed to her, gathering her into an embrace. "What is it, love?" "They took Rosalyn." Chapter 17. Rosalyn Devereux. The heavy wool load of the barge kept the rocking to a minimum. 2 barges followed hers. Each boat was shallow, the bottom flat, allowing for travel northward to the smaller tributaries. Simple and steady, the barge would stay its course with only 2 men steering it. Rosalyn was grateful for the slow swing of the boat. Her poppers helped with nausea, but she'd rather keep her medicine for pain, not an upset stomach. Peeking out from the blanket, she spotted the other ferries following. The mounds of wool on each meant they were headed to Fleet Street. There would be a dock guard waiting, not for stowaways, but for the thieves hoping to snatch some fabric. If the men who'd captured Rosalyn had half a brain, they would be waiting for the barge to anchor on the southwest corner. Dressed in a simple day dress, Rosalyn cursed her costume choice. Had she been wearing a stable boy's outfit, she could easily blend into the crowd of manufacturer hands or ferrymen. Her pale blue dress and dishevelled blonde wig would gather attention faster than a charging policeman. Under the blanket, she searched for something to disguise or add to her ensemble. Deep in the corner, her fingers found the edge of a potato sack. She tugged and pulled, the bag ripping in the middle. Sighing, she dropped the fabric. It was useless ripped in 2. There wasn't enough material in each piece to form a shawl. Even if she pulled off her wig, the men would recognize her dress. The shouts of the barge driver called her attention to the shore. The enormous seamstress building was on the horizon. Several stories high, the backs of women hunched over sewing machines lined the windows. The sun cast a long shadow. Soon the bell would ring, and the women would file down Fleet Street in small groups toward their homes. Perched on a nearby roof, Rosalyn would watch the line thin. She'd once crept into the buildings to steal her costumes. She'd pick a woman to visit on the following night with a handful of shillings. The woman would stay up late and tailor down the costume for Rosalyn's petite frame. Rosalyn couldn't meet their gaze when she'd fill their palms with coin. Grateful tears would fill their eyes, the memories not yet forgotten. Nearing the shore, the same 3 men who'd captured her outside of the church stood with arms folded. The carriage would be on the other side of the seamstress building, if it was still there at all. Fleet Street wasn't far enough from the Isle of the Dogs. Anything shiny or valuable was stripped down and sold in parts. A smile tugged at Rosalyn's lips. All 3 men were on the shore. No one was watching the carriage. Crawling under the blanket, she made her way to the back of the barge. A discarded boot and hat were all she could find. Neither were enough to fully hide her appearance. Back under the blanket, Rosalyn searched for something more. A loud bang on the side of the barge sent Rosalyn against the wooden side. One of the bargemen shouted above her. Peering through the blanket, the man shook his fist at the oncoming barge. The other boat had snuck up and slid between the shore and Rosalyn's barge. Cursing, the man stood above Rosalyn, his teeth bared. She'd forgotten the rabid nature of desperate men. Mercurial were their moods. Rosalyn much preferred the quiet innocence of the orphanage. She held a palm to her chest. The children and young women weren't as angry as the men, but their lot was harder for Rosalyn to bear. Hope was gone from the man screaming at the barge, but the sparks of joy were still held in the naive faces at the orphanage. Their brightness was one of the reasons Rosalyn couldn't stop. She'd tethered her future to theirs. Rosalyn crept along the edge, away from the shouting. Their sides touching, both boats made their way to the thin dock. All three men with folded arms waiting for Rosalyn elbowed each other, fully entertained by the escalating barge argument. In the scuffle between boats, Rosalyn slipped from her barge and circled the seamstress factory. She climbed the back stairs and waited in the deep crevice between the two peaks of the roof. Her view was only the slate roof and the horizon beyond. She wondered if Nikolas had returned to the church in search of her. Ada must have had quite the shock. The daughter, and now sister to an earl, would never know a night on a London roof, nor had she ever been handled by ruffians. With her back against the roof, Rosalyn pulled out the envelope she'd found in the carriage. There was plenty of light for another few hours. Some of the envelopes were still sealed. Turning each one over, she paused at one addressed to Sir Conroy. The sender was given a partial address but no name. St. James's Square. The area was almost all businesses except for one row of townhomes on one end, while across the way was a building for bachelors. The rooms were let to genteel men not quite on the upper rungs of society, and where Nikolas stayed. Not until after he'd disappeared did Rosalyn discover his title. An earl should never have stayed in a boarding house meant for lower gents. He'd always been simply Nikolas, not lord, and most definitely not an earl. Had Rosalyn known of his title, she would have avoided him and his ilk like cholera. An afternoon breeze caressed her face, while the fading sun napped behind the tall workhouse building. There was tranquility along the roofline that Rosalyn missed. The hum of busy movement would soon begin, and like clockwork, 5 minutes to 6, the workshop bells rang. Food vendors from rickety pedestrian carts bellowed their wares. "Hot coffee, a halfpenny a cup." "Baked taters, all hot," echoed up from the thin streets between buildings. The low rumble began underneath Rosalyn. Hundreds of women filed down the stairs and out into the shadows. Rosalyn crept to the outer edge of the building and slid through the slender window to the top story. Dozens of women with tired eyes and hunched necks paid her no mind. She slipped between two taller women, mimicking the dropped chin of her surrounding peers. The coat of the woman in front was threadbare. From the oversized shoulders, the garment belonged to a husband or brother. A seamstress must tire of tailoring clothes, even if the coat was for herself. A few streets north and the crowd of women thinned while suspicious glances grew. With only a handful of seamstresses left, they began to notice the stranger among them. Rosalyn tucked behind a back alley and disappeared down the sewer drains. The dress would be ruined, but she'd be safe. For a moment, Rosalyn regretted not stealing a dress from the carriage. She doubted the garments would fit. Most women in poverty stuffed newspapers in their undershirts to keep out the cold. Rosalyn did so even in the middle of summer to make her figure more of a grown woman instead of a starving schoolboy. Her brothers were enormous, and even her mother was tall for her gender. Rosalyn's hands were the size of a wee lass, and, according to her childhood doctor, so was the size of her heart. Rosalyn Devereux would never be a mother. Her body could barely carry her frame. Adding a wee bairn would tax her heart beyond repair. She'd not told a soul, not even when Nikolas promised a life together. Gagging, Rosalyn held her kerchief over her nose and sloshed her way towards St. James's Square. She couldn't go home to the church and endanger the vicar, nor could she be discovered at the Duke's house. Gerard's little band of Welsh soldiers was worthless. Nikolas was properly scared, but he was not a fighter. Her heart warmed at the thought. No, he would rather string pretty words together than take up a sword. Consistently he would follow her, hot on her heels with endless questions of thievery, anything to catch Rosalyn's attention. Nikolas complained of Gerard's cold calculations, but Rosalyn understood the Duke. Helping people wasn't simple. There was more grey than black and white. The orphanage was a necessary evil, and Rosalyn walked a thin line. If she pushed too hard for better food and living conditions, the benefactors could shut down the charity, leaving her fellow orphans without a roof over their heads. In her dreams, Rosalyn could give endless loaves of bread and sturdy beds, but as soon as she began to wake, reality would sting her skin. There were only so many lives Rosalyn could touch. Her hand went to her chest. She was but one person, and Rosalyn was not whole. Listening for the chimes of the bank of St. James's Square, Rosalyn climbed the ladder from the sewer, her boots slipping and sliding on the slick metal steps. The sewer water soaked through her boots, chilling Rosalyn's feet and ankles. It had been an age since she'd been in the underbelly of London. Like an angry wave, the memory crashed over her. She'd been working on the card room, filling her pockets while Nikolas flailed at the card table. She'd told him a dozen times over that winning was through observation, not cheating. She had seen the card pinned under his sleeve. Just as the other players began to notice, Rosalyn had dragged Nikolas from a bad hand down a back alley, pushing him into the sewer. He'd balked and swore at the smell. They'd clung to the metal ladder, their teeth chattering. Nikolas had noticed her shivering. "You should have left me to the table." Rosalyn had said nothing. His horrid card skill should have deterred her, but the growing affection was alive and well. Using his legs to anchor him, Nikolas had taken off his jacket and wrapped it around her. "I cannot stop the smell, but at least you'll be warm." He'd smiled like a victor as she felt her cheeks flush. "Don't be giving me hope, my darling." She had opened her mouth, shocked that he'd been so bold. Cupping her cheek, Nikolas had leaned closer but paused. "I don't suppose a sewer should be our first kiss." Her heart had sunk, surprising herself. The expression must have shown on her face. In a flash, Nikolas had closed the distance and pressed his lips to her forehead. "This is a promise." He had held her hand, rubbing his thumb in gentle circles across her skin. "We'll have that first kiss." A crooked smile. "This would be a dreadful place for an anniversary." The last step from the sewer washed the memory away. Turning her hand over, Rosalyn could still feel his touch. Over those several months, Nikolas had softened her walls. He didn't bully her like the orphanage's headmistress. There was no starvation to break her will. Day after day, with a smile in hand, Nikolas showed up. Rosalyn kept to the shadows and checked the address from the letter. On the cusp between respectability and the working class, Rosalyn stood at the corner of Sir Conroy's front garden. Chapter 18. Nikolas Whitworth, Earl of Rochelle. "I'm sorry, Nikolas." Ada wrung her hands, her stutter in full force. Her hair was completely undone. Had Lady Rochelle been in the room, Ada would have been scolded soundly for the letdown of her hair. Thankfully, Gerard had pulled the siblings into the reception room and ordered Lady Rochelle upstairs, a promise of wedding plans as an enticement. Flinching, Nikolas retreated from his sister. They took Rosalyn. No one could take her. She could disappear in an instant. A wig and a pair of trousers could transform Rosalyn into a stable boy. Catching her was impossible, a feat not even the tailor could accomplish. "No." "I saw." Nikolas shook his head. This could not be. "Where? When? Did you see with your own—" "I was at the church. Nikolas, men came." "No." They took Rosalyn. Ada's words became shouts in his mind. Rosalyn. Nikolas covered his ears. They took Rosalyn. "She was safe. She was with the vicar." "I spoke to her. I'm Mr. Barclay." Ada struggled, her breathing shaky, her lip trembled. "I'm Sorry? Nikolas cut her off. Rosalyn could not be harmed. You're not sorry. You can't be sorry because you're wrong. Gerard's gaze flicked between these siblings. Why were you speaking to Miss Rosalyn? Ada turned her ocean eyes to the Duke. I asked her to come with us. The Duke took her hand in his. Ah, to be a part of the wedding. Ada tucked her chin, her eyes on the floor. Her free hand brushed at the skirt of her dress. So Nikolas could focus, be happy. Ada nodded toward the Duke. She sniffed, a trembling hand patting her head. She looked like Lady Rochelle at the moment, as if Ada cared more about her fallen hairdo than anything else. A nervous chuckle escaped her. And you two could stop fighting. We weren't fighting. Gerard eyed Nikolas, daring him to contradict the Duke. Ada balked. I'm not a fool, Edwin. Her cheeks flushed. Edwin. Jealousy danced into the room. Ada had called the Duke by his given name. Nikolas would give anything to hear his name on Rosalyn's lips. Pacing in front of the sofa, Nikolas rubbed the back of his neck. She was in bed. I left her with the vicar. The church was burned, but she was safe. She is safe. Both Ada and Gerard turned to him. His sister came to his side, a hand on his arm. She was not abed. She was walking and speaking with Mr. Berkeley when I arrived. The Duke opened the door, ordering the butler to have Cymru join them. Returning to the siblings, he asked, Why would they take only Miss Rosalyn? We're betrothed. I would think taking both of you would. I'm grateful, truly I am. But you're here. Why take only Miss Rosalyn? Cymru chased after them on his horse. He sent me home. Her gaze fell to her feet. Mr. Berkeley was kind enough to stay with me until I calmed down. Gerard didn't seem to hear Ada, his focus still on Nikolas. Miss Rosalyn might have a talent, but she is still a lowly thief with no influence on the Queen. There's not another Derby race for weeks. Her value to the tailor isn't adding up. I don't know. I don't even know if the tailor is one person or two. The letters have changed over time. Narrowing his gaze, Nikolas folded his arms across his chest. A thought bothered him. Gerard appeared to know too much about Rosalyn. Nikolas had been determined to reveal as little as possible of Rosalyn. How did you know she was an orphan? Cymru entered, his face darkening at Nikolas. You've been following her, haven't you? Nikolas scowled at the Welshman. Ignoring Nikolas's question, the Duke motioned to the soldier. We'll need men. Rubbing his jaw, the Welshman nodded. Aye, but I'd be careful with that, Your Grace. You need to stay on schedule. Pretend your day is consumed with prepping for the wedding. If you're out and about looking for a thief, that'll raise suspicion. You cannot leave Rosalyn with them. With trembling lips, Ada gripped the Duke's arm. You cannot leave a woman as helpless. She's not helpless, Nikolas whispered. He pulled at his cravat. I will go to her, as I always have, but she'll not play the damsel in distress. She was independent and never needed Nikolas, never asked anything of him. Only in the still of the night did he confess how much it bothered him. Nikolas needed Rosalyn. He'd hoped for a way to give her something to be of use, but all he'd done was to try to distract the tailor from wanting her. You can't spare the men, Your Grace. Cymru pulled at the sleeves of his jacket. The man only looked comfortable in action, not in a duke's home. You're needing to secure your home in Wales, he nodded to Ada. And Lady Ada, you'll need to at least pretend to plan your wedding. A special license would have been much preferred, Ada murmured. Gerard chuckled, his face transforming. A light flickered in his eyes. Joy. His lips stretched to a handsome smile, his cheeks merry. I couldn't agree more. He kissed her hand. I promise a very dull and secluded life after the wedding. Liar. Ada leaned into the Duke. Her lip was no longer trembling. If I cannot have a private wedding, I at least want Rosalyn there. To have a sister would be wonderful, even more so one that keeps Nikolas grounded. I'll do my best, Gerard whispered. Cymru and Nikolas looked away from the couple. Nikolas shuffled his feet. He needed to find Rosalyn not for his sister, but for his own peace. With the church burned, she would be looking for a new haven. She would stay within a few miles of her favourite orphanage. Might I take you to Lady Rochelle? The butler offered Ada. The Duke squeezed her hand and let go. For most of Nikolas's life, he'd been jealous of Ada. She had a way of softening stoic men. His own father gentled the moment Ada entered a room. Rosalyn's talents, on the other hand, were about survival, not family. How did you know Rosalyn was an orphan? Nikolas watched Gerard, trying to mimic how Rosalyn would act. She knew how to extract information from people, her clues in the tiniest detail. Her observation was what kept her safe, what would keep her safe. The way she thought, how she read the room. She was a survivor. His throat went dry. If Gerard knew about her past, what did the tailor know? Lady Rochelle had announced to the ton Nikolas's folly of falling for a woman of low birth. His mother had unwittingly put a target on Rosalyn's back. Tell me, Your Grace, what else do you know? Gerard sighed, as if Nikolas's frustration was little more than a pebble in his shoe. I know that her brother is a sailor, spends most of his time at sea. Her brother? Nikolas had thought she was alone. There'd been many moments when grief would cripple her. She would lay on her back, her sorrow too heavy to move. Nikolas had his share of sin, but even he wouldn't let his sister go hungry. I believe the rest of her family passed away, another brother at a shipyard in Southampton. Her parents and other siblings. Waiting for Ada to disappear, Gerard beckoned his small audience toward the West Hall where his study was. We've discovered a few interesting tidbits about our little thief. I think the better question is, what do you know of her? Your thief? She's not yours, Nikolas snapped. Ignoring the raised eyebrows of Cymru, he quietly added, and she's more than just a thief. Cymru smirked. Lord Rochelle, we are well aware of all our donations to her favourite orphanage. Another Welsh soldier rushed toward them. He'd been assigned to watch Nikolas a handful of times. We found the carriage, but there's no trace of her. You found her carriage? Suspicion pricked Nikolas's mind. You wouldn't know which carriage unless you were following her. How long has she been? I'm getting married in a week, Rochelle. Gerard didn't lower his voice, but his eyes held a warning. The Queen and half of Parliament are expected to be there. Not only is my wedding not a secret, but neither is the identity of my bride. If I had my way, an army would surround Ada. Nikolas groaned and ran toward the vestibule. Gerard's devotion to his sister would not save Rosalyn. Rochelle, Gerard barked, where do you think you're going? To find Rosalyn. Nikolas didn't bother turning around. He needed to leave. Rosalyn would escape. She had a knack for disappearing, but she had nowhere to rest, nowhere safe to lay her head. 2 steps and Nikolas would be out the door. Ada was safe, as was his mother. There was only one person the tailor could hurt. The criminal was known for fighting dirty. By Jove, he'd forced Nikolas to steal Lord Pichon's fiancée. The tailor would do anything to hurt the Queen and everyone close to her. She escaped the carriage, Rochelle. She's not in their grasp. Cymru's Welsh accent gave Nikolas pause. Nikolas caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror next to the wide front door, dark circles under his eyes. He'd lost weight, and his tailored jacket and trousers were baggy. He'd once been a rake, admired by ladies galore. Now he could barely leave a house without causing a scene. She's a slippery one. Cymru's voice was closer. She was in the carriage at the church, but caused quite a scene when she leapt onto a barge. A barge? She can't leap. Nikolas gripped the door handle. She was pale and sickly just a day before. She was not able to walk, let alone run. A lump formed in his throat. Nikolas pulled open the door and ran toward the carriage. He wouldn't wait for the Duke and his Welsh henchmen to find Rosalyn. She could sniff a lawman a mile away. "Rochelle!" Gerard shouted. Nikolas turned. He couldn't take the Duke's carriage. The driver and footman would obey Gerard, not a suspected earl. If Rosalyn could flee on foot, Nikolas could as well. He would run until he was closer to London and hail a hansom cab. They didn't get many customers on this posh of a street, but half a mile down, Nikolas could snag a ride. If anyone knew where Rosalyn could hide, it was him, not the Duke. Down the street Nikolas ran. A carriage sidled up to him. "Do you want to help, or do you want to be back on house arrest?" Gerard stood on the top step of the moving carriage. "You won't catch her." Nikolas cradled his elbow. His shoulder wasn't healed enough to run. "But you can?" "She can't be caught." Earning her trust had taken Nikolas weeks. He'd purposely hidden his title from her. Everyone he'd grown up with had turned on a dime the moment his father was given an earldom. He'd gone from Mr. Whitworth, or even Nikolas, to Lord Rochelle. Only his mother and adopted sister continued to address him by his Christian name. There was an intimacy, a vulnerability in having Rosalyn know him as a simple man, the man without a title or a past. "The tailor was willing to use your sister. What makes Rosalyn any less of a target?" "She was kidnapped. Of course she's a bloody target," Nikolas yelled. He'd been holed up in the Duke's house for weeks. His only contact with the outside world had been his family and Rosalyn. He was kept under Gerard's thumb while Rosalyn was out, very much in the tailor's crosshairs. "I only said you can't catch her." "If you care for her at all, you'll help us." "Don't," Nikolas scowled. Gerard was no better than the tailor. Nikolas's own mother had tried to use his love for Rosalyn years before. Lady Rochelle accused Nikolas of using her as a mistress, the idea that Rosalyn would never be worthy of anything more. Nikolas should only love her from afar. An earl could never marry a nobody. According to Lady Rochelle, the Queen would not bestow a title one day and sign off on a cross-class marriage the next. Rosalyn would be denounced as nothing more than a harlot despite being an honourable woman. "Don't you dare use my affection for her." "I have no intention of using her." Gerard tipped his hat to his neighbour's butler. Quieter, he added, "But the tailor will use her or destroy her unless we get to her first." Nikolas was not a fool. Gerard was a man charged with protecting the Queen. Everyone, aside from Ada, was either an opportunity or an obstacle in his way. Not without a promise. "Promise?" Gerard arched an eyebrow. "You're a man guilty of treason." "It's not for me." Nikolas motioned for Gerard to move. "Rosalyn, I need your word." The Duke retreated into the carriage, a severe frown on his face. "You think I would harm a lady?" "She's not a lady." Nikolas hesitated at the door before ducking inside. Rosalyn didn't have the protection of a pedigree. First-hand, Nikolas had seen how women were tossed aside. If he'd only listened to his mother, Rosalyn would have been nothing but a memory, not a promise of a future. "I believe you'd do anything to snag the tailor." "Anything?" Crossing a leg over the other, Gerard sat back and folded his hands. His expression was infuriatingly stoic. The Duke could have been on his way to a brunch, not rushing to save the crown. "I would do anything to snag the tailor, such as steal someone's fiancé or selling a sister to Sir Conroy." Nikolas sank to the opposite bench. The blasted Duke was parring below the belt. "I did not sell my sister." "My point, Lord Rochelle," Gerard tapped the window, signalling the driver, "is that your methods are not my methods. I'll not harm her." Nikolas rolled his eyes. For all the Duke's arrogance, he'd never find Rosalyn. She could hide in plain sight. "And just where are your methods guiding you?" "To the Conroy residence. It'll give me a chance to give my respects to Lady Conroy." "Rosalyn won't be there." Reaching into his pocket, Nikolas palmed her kerchief. "Enlighten me." Clutching the kerchief, Nikolas walked the tightrope in his mind. Rosalyn could very well be in trouble, hiding or not, but he doubted Gerard could help her. Nikolas could at least help those who meant the most to her. The orphanage. Rosalyn would want to check the orphanage. And the church. The lie was easy. Rosalyn would be checking the orphanage, but the Duke would never see it. Mr. Barclay would need help with the church. There was only one part of Rosalyn's life that she might need assistance. She'll also need to visit an apothecary. The vicar already went for her. Nikolas froze. The carriage seemed to close in on him. "How long have you been stalking her?" "I cannot answer that." "Cannot or will not?" Nikolas's breathing became shallow. Alarms rang in his head. If Gerard knew about her heart condition, surely the tailor did. The Duke tilted his head and narrowed his gaze. "Not without a promise." Ada. His sister must have told the Duke. Relief filled Nikolas's frame. "She told you." "She was concerned for you." "That concern is what led Rosalyn's captors to the church," Nikolas quietly added. "Why the Conroys?" Gerard pulled an envelope from his jacket. "This was written to Sir Conroy." He flipped it over. On the back was a wax seal, a needle and thread. "I assume you recognize this wax seal." The tailor. Nikolas had received far too many of these envelopes. "But Conroy is dead. Your friend Cumry made sure of that." Gerard smirked. "And yet this was intercepted this week." Chapter 19. Rosalyn Devereux. In the early afternoon light, the Conroy Manor sat neglected behind a crumbling garden fence. Circling the property, Rosalyn kept to the shadows. Her chilled feet were wet and her steps slippery on the muddy ground. The simple day dress would have to be burned. Before today, the fabric was already threadbare, but the stench of the sewer never fully left. Much like poverty, some things never lost their grip. Her stomach growled. She needed answers and food. A carriage had arrived in a flurry outside the church. The same carriage held an envelope with Conroy's address inside the passenger bench. There was a link to the tailor. There had to be. Rosalyn had taken too much care to keep her identity hidden. No member of the ton knew who she was aside from Nikolas. There was no reason to kidnap Rosalyn, except for the tailor. The criminal had threatened her before, left notes and hints before she would quietly move on. If the tailor paid for a carriage to steal Rosalyn in broad daylight, he was becoming desperate. That, or her theory of two men posing as the tailor, was becoming more real. With her hand over her stomach, Rosalyn could feel desperation in the wind. Something had changed with the tailor. Before Rosalyn had stolen Nikolas's wallet, she'd been approached twice, once through a missive and the other through her former physician. With Nikolas and other members of the ton, the tailor appeared to only use the post to issue orders or threats. Burning down a church didn't serve any purpose. It didn't hurt the Queen, only Rosalyn. The facts danced in her head. She was missing something. Nikolas had warned her that she was in danger because of him. Still, burning down a church could dissuade followers, not encourage them. Rosalyn inspected the stables. No saddles. She felt the unmistakable feeling of being watched. Kneeling, she pretended to adjust her boot. She glanced around but saw no one. The few trees surrounding the stables were knocked over or nearly dead. Hiding places were few and far between. The back wood and roof were tooth-gapped, destroyed by neglect and weather. If the family kept a carriage, it couldn't have been the one used earlier to capture her. There wasn't enough hay for 2 horses. The sound of boots on gravel announced the arrival of the master, or at least the servants. Rosalyn crept toward the side of the house. The main story had a room lit. From where Rosalyn stood, it looked like a makeshift study. There were no books or a desk in the room, only a long dining room table. A map was pinned on the wall, surrounded by other papers. Rosalyn snuck closer. The kitchen was still dark, meaning the servants were arriving, but the master wouldn't be home soon. The paint on the sill was chipped. Running a finger along the wood, her hand caught. The window had been nailed shut. Rosalyn peered inside. Nails were used on both the interior and exterior of the sill. Someone wanted this room secure. A chill swept across her neck. She was close. To what or whom Rosalyn didn't know. Male voices grew louder. She glanced around. The eerie feeling of being watched began again. She rushed towards the servants' entrance and paused at her reflection in the small glass window. Her wig was askance. She repinned her hair. Rosalyn would have to be quick. The stench of the sewer would announce her presence and linger long after she departed. The servants' door caught on a rug. Rosalyn tripped into the corridor. Underneath the rug were holes and wobbly boards. She should have been surprised, but the master would never see the servants' entrance. The butler or housekeeper would have to bring up the cost of the repair to the master of the house. Most employers didn't give a fig about the servants' living conditions. Rosalyn had lost many an acquaintance to falling down the stairs. Some lived with a limp from a badly broken ankle or leg. They were the more fortunate. She'd known a dozen servants who'd broken their necks, forcing their poverty-stricken families to sell the corpse to medical students instead of paying for a burial. Keeping to the side, avoiding the high-traffic flooring, Rosalyn rushed toward the room. Sconces were on the wall with candles in each metal cup. The crystal chandelier hanging over the worn dining table was covered in cold candle wax. Sir Conroy was a gentleman. Rosalyn was unsure of the title, but candlelight was how she lit her cottage, not a manor a few streets over from St. James's Square. The family didn't run in the same circles as the Duke, but keeping up with the times was a prerequisite of the gentry. There wasn't an oil lamp or kerosene wick in sight. Not only was candle wax cheaper than oil lamps, but it required more man-hours to keep the holders clean. Rosalyn ran a hand over the wall. Cold bumps of wax covered the wallpaper. The room was used often, enough to warrant an enormous amount of candles. Movement outside the windows caught Rosalyn's eye. Her pulse raced. She was running out of time. Her skirts, still drenched from her sewer sojourn, dripped along the carpet. The housekeeper would kill Rosalyn if she found her. Above the map was a list of names. Rosalyn blinked. Rochelle. Pichon. Rochelle. Not Earl of Rochelle, or even Lord Rochelle, but simply Rochelle and Pichon. Gerard was also listed, but again, no reference to his title of Duke. "Isn't this convenient?" Rosalyn spun around, her heart in her throat. A brunette woman covered in silk stood with a hand on the door. She smirked and stepped aside. The 3 men from the carriage entered the room. She pointed to a chair. "Please, have a seat." Curtsying low, Rosalyn eyed the room. There were 2 sets of panelled doors along the same wall, only a fireplace between them. Large windows occupied the opposite wall. Her pulse pounded in her head. The windows were nailed shut. This room was used for intimidation. At the very least, secrets filled the walls. "I had no idea you were this accommodating." The woman smiled widely, her eyes crinkling. She waved her hand in the air. Had Rosalyn not been a thief, she would have been impressed with the shiny jewels covering the woman's neck and fingers. Rosalyn fought the smirk. The gemstones were paste. Every inch of her jewellery was fake, but she had to be the lady of the manor. "I aim to please Lady Conroy." Rosalyn had hoped for more time in the room. She only had the list of names. There were still too many missing links. She'd have to return when everyone was gone. The idea went against everything Rosalyn lived as a thief. Returning allowed capture. Lady Conroy folded her arms and walked to the map. In the corner of the room near her shoes was a wax seal, too far for Rosalyn to see the engraving. "Have you put it all together yet?" "No." Rosalyn tilted her head, mimicking a debutante. She smiled sweetly and stepped closer to the door. "Is that work on Rochelle?" Lady Conroy threw back her head and laughed. Her boot kicked the seal, sending it toward Rosalyn. It was the needle and thread seal, the tailor's signature stamp. "Oh, that man. Of course, it would take a thief to beat him at his own game." Rosalyn's skin prickled. "You have the advantage. Lord Rochelle." Lady Conroy covered her mouth, the emerald paste winking at her. "I believe you know him as Nikolas." "What game, my lady?" Rosalyn kept her tone neutral. She would not be flustered by this woman. The tailor's seal was in this room. There were answers here. Of the 3 men that walked into the room, none stood next to her. Her husband must be on his way. Had Rosalyn been smart, she'd keep better track of who had what title. With a furrowed brow, Lady Conroy sniffed. "What is that smell?" "These fine gentlemen wanted to bring me to Isle of the Dogs." "Eh?" Lady Conroy pinched her nose. "It's you." Covering her nose, she made a face. "Get her address. Put it in the special guest room." The shortest of the 3 left without a word. "They won't fit." Rosalyn had yet to find a dress that didn't need massive altering. Lady Conroy waved away her words. "Not one of mine." "The dresses in the carriage," Rosalyn murmured. There were dozens of them with various shades and cuts. "Why would you have need of them?" A subtle nod to the remaining 2 men, and Lady Conroy waited for the room to clear. Once more, she pointed to the chair. "Sit." Rosalyn's frame would be swallowed up in the furniture. Her already petite body would look even smaller. Negotiations wouldn't be in her favor if she looked helpless to a woman. That trick only worked on men. Her gaze flicked from the lady to the door. The high-backed walnut chairs belonged in an Edwardian gentleman's club, not a formal dining room. Peeling wallpaper and the dipping of the flooring meant the room hadn't seen a dinner party in decades. Rosalyn had come to find answers, not more questions. "You and I are alike." Lady Conroy folded her arms, keeping the hand with the most rings visible. Money and titles were tools used by the ton. Whoever had the most made the rules. "We depend on no one, or rather, no man." "I am unmarried and work for no one." Instead of sitting, Rosalyn placed a hand on the back of the chair. The support was needed, but she couldn't appear weak. Negotiations were done with lions, not lambs. "You've not heard?" Lady Conroy tilted her head, a glint in her eyes. "Your friend Gerard deposed of my husband." "He's not my friend." A chill ran up Rosalyn's spine. The woman was not mourning her spouse. Lady Conroy had waited for her servants to leave before speaking. The dingy room had papers pinned along the wall and held mismatched masculine chairs. This was the meeting room for her husband. Did the woman know the tailor's seal was but a foot from her? The power she could wield with just one wax seal was enormous. Sir Conroy was working with the tailor. It was a guess, but the more Rosalyn pretended to know, the more dangerous she would appear. "You've no idea who he is, do you?" Before Rosalyn could ask, Lady Conroy chuckled and went to the map on the wall. "This," with her finger she drew a circle around London, "this has been a battleground for centuries." Rosalyn didn't have time for this woman's games. The lady clearly had no connection with the tailor, especially with the death of her husband. "Lady Conroy." "The tailor has been at the centre of it." Lady Conroy's hand dropped back to her side. "I watched in the wings." She motioned to Rosalyn. "John was always scheming, trying to sink his teeth into the Queen. Gerard was just one of many men who saw John for what he was." Rosalyn stepped back from the chair. Lady Conroy, like many other neglected women, didn't need input from Rosalyn, only an audience. Rosalyn could be far and away before the lady would notice her gone. John wanted control, authority. Lady Conroy turned to Rosalyn, her dark eyes searching Rosalind's. Gerard didn't just happen upon Conroy at the safe house, she smirked. The same house where you were supposed to be dumped at earlier today. Her finger wrapped around her necklace. I suppose I must thank you. I'd much rather have this conversation here. She sniffed, her eyes drifting to Rosalind's wet hem. Although I'd prefer you properly cleaned. You had travelled to Isle of the Dogs? Rosalyn swallowed hard. She'd not meant to ask. The woman before her wore paste, the cut of her dress out of fashion by several years. Lady Conroy was clinging to the last rung of nobility with white knuckles. Heavens, no. Lady Conroy came closer. That was my husband's mistake. My lady, I am at a loss. I have no connection to the tailor or to your husband. Rosalyn Devereux, your lineage hails from both England and France. When England turned her back on your family, they fled to France and were greeted with open arms. Lady Conroy curtsied as if she waited for an applause. Nothing. Rosalyn would say nothing. The lady grinned. When the country began murdering the nobility, your family returned. I am still at a loss. The Earl of Essex, Robert Devereux. Lady Conroy pointed to the map, not taking her eyes off Rosalyn. Your ancestor was the original Tailor. The original Tailor? Rosalyn stumbled backward. Original? There could not be a first or an original without a second. The Earl of Essex had the Queen in the palm of his hand. Lady Conroy's voice softened. She held out her hand. Original? Taking a deep breath, Rosalyn straightened her stance. There was a mistake. Rosalyn came from nothing. She was the last Devereux. There were more? There is more? She cleared her throat. Lady Conroy, you are mistaken. I do not come from a line of criminals. Lady Conroy arched an eyebrow. You are a thief, are you not? Yes, but... The tailor knows who you are. He's threatened me, Rosalyn shouted. He's burned down a bloody church. He's out of control. Lady Conroy frowned. He's been all over the place. 1 minute Rochelle is his favourite, then Conroy. And I believe you were to be his next favourite. Favourite? Rosalyn shook her head. The walls were thick, the room hot. She came from a line of gentle souls, not traitors. I've only ever tried to help. Help me, Miss Rosalyn. Lady Conroy grabbed her hands, her eyes soft, sincere. The tailor's position will be changed soon. Men believe women are weak both in mind and body. She pursed her lips, but their ego makes them weak. They need us to validate, to nurture. The tailor has lost control. It is time for a woman to rule. Our country is led by a queen. Who is led by men? Lady Conroy retreated. She nodded to the door. They boast of their strength, but someone like you, someone like me, could slip a bit of arsenic in their wine. I'm unable to help you. Rosalyn curtsied once more. I'm not skilled in the art of murder. Oh? She tilted her head in mock surprise. I believe you're quite skilled. The hairs on Rosalyn's neck stood on end. Lady Conroy cackled, a delicate hand over her mouth. Tell me, what is the difference between murdering a killer and murdering an innocent bird? Flinching, Rosalyn shook her head. She hated killing the game, truly she did. Rosalyn held out her hands. She'd fed dozens of starving orphans with these hands. Deny your legacy, my dear, but like it or not, your ancestors have existed for centuries. The tailor influences Parliament, playing both sides of the fence, House of Lords and House of Commons. Every few decades a new leader arrives. Our current one needs to retire. He cares more for revenge than the long game." "Lady Conroy," Rosalyn inhaled sharply. She needed the words to be firm and sure. "How can you beat the tailor if you don't know who he is?" Conroy grinned. "I believe you're familiar with the Earl of Rochelle." "Nick, Lord Rochelle does not have the capacity, the focus. He's not the tailor." This could not be. Nikolas had warned her, his face pale and hands trembling. He was terrified, consumed with worry. He could not be. The chipper man, oblivious to Rosalyn's world, could never be a criminal mastermind. He was just a puppet for someone else to use. His innocence and unending trust was what had softened her. "You've grown fond of him," Lady Conroy murmured. "Perhaps I'm wrong. For your sake, I hope I am." Rosalyn risked a glance at the woman's face. There was only mischief in the lady's eyes, not a hint of shame or regret in her words. Rosalyn stepped back, searching Lady Conroy like any other target. Her cheap jewellery and worn dress pegged her as a bad mark. Rosalyn wouldn't pick her pocket or anyone near her. This woman didn't know her place, nor could she know the tailor's plan, let alone identity. "You're guessing?" "The tailor has plans for the Queen's removal. Not that anyone is surprised." She rolled her eyes. "It's a ridiculous plan." "The Queen already has an heir." Nothing made sense. Rosalind's head began spinning, filling with questions. She needed to speak with Nikolas. A direct question would give her enough information. She knew his tells. "Killing the Queen does nothing. But the tailor—" Lady Conroy's eyes lit. Her expression changed. Hope covered her face. Her cheeks lifted. "The tailor controls men." She gave a subtle shrug. "And the country." "I am nobody, Lady Conroy." "As of 7 this morning, a certain orphanage was purchased, as were 4 others." Lady Conroy pulled open the door and 2 men walked in. "Help us, and your cause becomes our cause. Reject us, and watch your orphans become homeless." "How?" Rosalyn cut herself off. She'd been so careful, changing her wig and dress. She'd done everything she could to never tie the orphanage to her. "We'll discuss the details over dinner, Lady Deborah." Lady Conroy's finger was on her necklace once more, toying with the strand. "You have a choice to make, one that will affect everyone you care about." Chapter 20. Nikolas Whitworth, Earl of Rochelle. Gerard held the envelope in his hand, a subtle smirk on his face. Nothing. Nikolas could say nothing. Pulling Rosalyn's kerchief from his pocket, Nikolas flattened the fabric along his thigh. Just a month before, he would have done anything to mislead the Duke. But with Gerard holding an envelope addressed to Conroy, Nikolas didn't know where to turn. Conroy was dead, shot in front of Nikolas, Ada, and the Duke. Rubbing the seam of Rosalyn's kerchief, Nikolas sighed. Why would the tailor write to a dead man? Gerard tapped the paper against his knee. Frowning, he pursed his lips. An uncomfortable silence fell between them. He offered the envelope once more. "I think it best if you read the letter." Nikolas had spent the morning listening to his mother's rant. He didn't have the stamina for another demanding conversation. "Just tell me what you know." The Duke arched an eyebrow. "I'm not certain if you are arrogant or truly ignorant. I've been accused of both." Gerard slid a finger under the broken seal. Clearing his throat, he read, "Arsenic is a gorgeous, an emerald beyond price. Just the taste for a queen. When the toast is given, fill the Queen's cup with equal parts arsenic and despair." He flipped the letter around for Nikolas to view. Just below the Duke's finger was written, Rochelle. "That is not my signature." The carriage chilled. "And that doesn't sound like the tailor. At least, not the one who originally recruited Nikolas. The seal is the tailor's. Gerard tossed the letter to the bench beside him. And we both know that you once worked for him. He held up a hand when Nikolas opened his mouth. I am not accusing you. It'd be nigh impossible for you to pull this off. I am merely trying to piece together what we know. The tailor sought me out because I was deep in debt. I was desperate. Lord Pichon's mother was recruited for the same reason. Her spending was outrageous. More than even Lord Pichon knew. The traffic became dense, the vendors louder as they made their way toward downtown. Sir Conroy seemed to come out of nowhere. I know he fell out of favour with the Queen years ago, but as far as my dealings with the tailor, he was fairly new. Barrel-chested and puffed with pride, Conroy had landed in the middle of the tailor's criminal ring with the finesse of a bull in a china shop. He barked orders and slit throats, his actions changing with his moods. His irrational behaviour gathered too much attention from the crown. Nikolas had long suspected that the tailor would have grown more powerful in the shadows than under Conroy's guidance. Conroy didn't just fall out of favour with the Queen, Rochelle. Gerard raised his eyebrows and gave a subtle shake of the head. The meter tried to put the Queen under his thumb. He tried to strip her of power before she was crowned, and kept at it afterward. Conroy should have lost his head. Sitting back against the chair, the Duke gave a half-hearted shrug. I doubt the tailor had to dangle much for him to come running. The promise of power, of any authority, has always been Conroy's weakness. That letter, Nikolas waved his hand toward the envelope on the bench. Whoever wrote that knew I was involved with Conroy, but doesn't know he's dead. When Nikolas's father died, the Queen had the news delivered to the family first, waiting a month before posting the announcement. Conroy, despite his mercurial loyalty to the Queen, was still a knight and would be given the rights and privileges of a peer. Only his wife would be notified. Nikolas was the only one left at Conroy's safe house. The rest of the tailor's men either died that day or soon after from injuries. There's a leak, a break in the tailor's leadership circle. Leaning forward, Gerard braced his head in his hands, rubbing his temples. Rochelle, I have to ask, have you received any correspondence? You think I wrote it? Aside from a few moments with Rosalyn, Nikolas hadn't had a moment of privacy in months. His mother had more freedom than he did. With her loose tongue, her words should be monitored, not Nikolas. That letter, no. The Duke shook his head. We've intercepted every envelope headed toward your rented rooms in St. James's Square and your manor in the north. I'm well aware that my every move is watched. The Welshman who typically rode alongside the carriage was evidence enough. Cymru had apparently not joined them on their Conroy adventure. Where's your friend? He stayed back. A frown pulled at Gerard's lips. He could answer any wedding questions your mother has. Clever man. Perhaps the Duke wasn't so horrible. He's to play chaperone between Ada and my mother. The frown twisted to a crooked smile. He has played the gamekeeper of the manor once before. And what happens when my mother tries to change the location altogether? Ada would do well on Gerard's arm. She only stuttered when she became nervous and recovered quickly when the Duke was around. My mother knows how to get her way. She's rather upset to learn of the wedding after the date was announced. The Duke shrugged. I'm perfectly happy being an ogre. Pursing his lips, he glanced at the kerchief on Nikolas's leg. I had hoped to have a quiet wedding. Ada wishes for small service without the dinner parties. Nikolas pulled his focus, forcing his view on the London streets. His sister had found happiness, a quiet, steady love. She deserved every ounce of joy. Ada is stronger than we realize. Lord Pichon will be at the wedding. I know. Nikolas kept his profile to the Duke. It's expected. He is the Queen's cousin. He's not forgiven you. Nor should he. Nikolas rubbed the embroidery of the kerchief. Comfort was slow to come. Rosalyn doesn't know the specifics. He cleared his throat, a lump forming. Nor has she seen the effects of my choices. You think Lord Pichon's reaction will change her opinion of you? I fought for every inch. She was a wall that I kept trying to climb, and I don't understand why I did. I only know that I liked who I was when she was around. The lies just didn't form. I didn't have to try to be better. I just was. And then I begged her to run away. A hand on his chest, Nikolas faced the Duke. There's a hole I can't fill. I wasn't lying when I said I didn't care. I went to Conroy knowing I wasn't going to leave alive. If Rosalyn was safe, what did it matter? I couldn't return to her. The tailor had made sure of that. But everyone I hurt would be safe. Rochelle. Gerard tilted his head, eyes searching Nikolas. Neatly, Nikolas folded the kerchief into a tight little square. It's just fabric. There's nothing special about it, except that it belonged to Rosalyn. She held it once. It's foolish. A rather funny sensation. So much comfort from a little thing. I'd once thought you were the tailor. Possibly Conroy. Chuckling softly, Nikolas shook his head. I'm not nearly organized enough. Conroy had enough rage. Whoever is doing this has more than rage. Nikolas slipped the kerchief back in his pocket. The world felt a little dimmer without a reminder of Rosalyn. Conroy wanted power, but this is personal. Who would hate the Queen? I mean, truly hate someone enough. You're a duke. You're not meant to understand. Born to a humble merchant's son, Nikolas had grown up outside the town. He watched with hungry eyes as his childhood friend, Lord Pichon, partook of all that privilege had to offer. Loyalty to the crown has given more to your lot than to mine. The Queen gave your father an earldom. Nikolas arched an eyebrow. Do you know my mother blames the Queen for his death? She also blames you and Ada for his death. Don't you see? Nikolas didn't know how to make it any more plain. My mother craved the prestige that comes with a title. She becomes a countess, and within weeks her husband is dead. Furthermore, when she's asked questions about his sudden illness, she's treated with hostility instead of compassion. And now, her adopted daughter is getting married. And why can't she plan the wedding? Well, the glorious Queen is in attendance and security measures must be taken. The Duke narrowed his gaze. I think Ada's version of those same events would differ. As would mine. Nikolas pulled at his cravat. It doesn't matter whose reality is correct. It only matters that you have a country full of people who are hurting. The harvest is ripe for the tailor or anyone else who's eager to promise them the world. You speak as if there's hundreds of tailors waiting in the wings. Worry lined the Duke's brow. He was a duke with lands and money to spare. The country had been kind to men of his ilk. He'd no idea the thousands of starving children and hopeless parents that filled the ancient streets of London. There's hope as well. Nikolas's hand went back to the pocket, his fingers finding the kerchief. Rosalyn has shown me the underbelly of this nation. She's dedicated her life to feeding the desperate. She's been romanticized. Gerard folded his arms, a scowl forming. She is still a thief. She's robbed. Nikolas groaned. She's done more good for the unfortunate than 100 men. The Duke frowned, a far-off look in his eye. Rosalyn doesn't do it for political gain or to keep the peace. She does it because she feels compelled to. Her only fault is her heart cannot handle the weight of our nation's poor. The carriage passed St. James's Square. They were but a few streets from the Conroy's residence. This isn't going to work. Nikolas peered through the window. I can't walk inside next to you. Lady Conroy knows me all too well. Gerard eyed him. How well? Oh, blast it, not in anything untoward. Nikolas scoffed. He hadn't meant to lie. Everything he'd reported and done within those walls was criminal. I kept my business with her husband. You're under suspicion for treason. I couldn't let you out of my sight. And that would help us how? Nikolas was clearly the most experienced liar of the two. I'm making you come apologize to a widow. Gerard rubbed the bridge of his nose. Or give condolences. Or perhaps I've come to warn her about a thief. Because Rosalyn is a danger to Conroy? The woman was married to a brute. With a mischievous glint, Gerard placed a hand on his chest. But, my dear Lord Rochelle, I am a gentleman, and am very concerned for Lady Conroy. I've brought a traitor to apologize and an invitation to a wedding. You can't have her at the wedding? Oh, Rochelle, for all we know, she's just as guilty as Conroy. I could throw her under house arrest on suspicion. Gerard flexed his hand on his knee. Several men watched this house, both on my command and on the Tailor's. He grabbed the envelope from off the bench. Something is going on, and we're going to figure out exactly what. Chapter 21. Rosalyn Devereux. With a man on either side of her, Rosalyn was accompanied up the creaky stairs of the Conroy residence. The painted steps were chipped, and several railing posts were missing. Maintenance of the once elegant home was past neglect. Both men were in their early 40s, a faint tobacco smell on the taller of the two. Their easy walk and bored expression meant they wouldn't care if she pretended to faint. Rosalyn wouldn't be able to outrun them either. She would have to find another way to escape. At the end of the corridor, the men opened a door on the left. The taller of the two wrinkled his nose as she walked in front of the room. He stepped back, pulling his boots away from her sewer-soaked hems. They slammed the door shut, the lock clicking. She sighed in relief, not knowing if the men would stay in the room. Lady Conroy had given them orders to accompany Rosalyn while she changed. Dozens of dresses in varying styles and cuts covered half the room. The other half were tailored suits and the plain dark-coloured waistcoats worn by manservants. They were the same dresses that were in the carriage. The tailor, whoever that may be, was planning something, an event requiring dozens of men and women. 3 dresses were draped on the bed, each made of silk with gemstones sewn into the neckline. The skirts were wide, but there weren't any caged crinolines in the room. Rosalyn had never seen a formal dress without a bustle. She ran a hand down the skirt of the nearest dress. Each was in colourful, exuberant silks and relaxed cuts. On the hunched backs of seamstresses, the country's hunger for the latest fashion appeared to be growing. Rosalyn ran a hand along the emerald green skirt. The modern silhouette was defined by the small waist, drooping shoulders, and the voluminous skirt that required the bell-shaped crinoline. These dresses weren't made for young debutantes or even low gentry, but duchesses. She rubbed her fingers along the neckline. The gemstones were clear, bright. Lady Conroy flaunted her jewellery when it was clearly paste. These were authentic. Something was happening, but it was beyond Rosalyn's world. She worked in the shadows to bring food to hungry, not tackle politics in ball gowns. Nikolas could easily slip into the world of politics with his easy smile and contagious charm, but he didn't have the strategy or ambition. The Nikolas Rosalyn knew craved the simple things. He delighted when she grinned or chuckled at his foolishness. She'd confided in him. Only Nikolas knew of her frequent visits to the orphanage. Lady Conroy's words echoed in her mind. Reject us, and watch your orphans become homeless. Rosalyn backed into the wall. Nikolas had betrayed her to the tailor. No! Nikolas was the remains of a neglected boy who tried too hard to please both his father and mother. His father was worshipped by everyone, including his sister and mother. Nikolas followed Rosalyn around like a lost puppy. He couldn't be the tailor. Squeezing her eyes shut, Rosalyn tried to piece together their moments. If Nikolas was the tailor, there had to be a hint in their shared history. His crooked smile filled her mind. She'd tried to discourage him, rejecting him at every turn. Rosalyn was a thief. Having a shadow complicated her career. A memory pulled at her thoughts. The sun had yet to rise, and Rosalyn had yet to go to bed. She had spent the night in the woods instead of walking along the entrance of the opera. With a bow and arrow slung over her shoulder, Rosalyn had made her way toward the orphanage when she caught sight of Nikolas pacing along the sidewalk. Dressed in a smart suit and with dark circles under his eyes, he had looked as if he'd spent the night upright, like Rosalyn. "Ros?" Nikolas had come running to her, searching her from head to toe, his hands on her shoulders. His eyes were rimmed in red. "You weren't at the opera? I checked every box." "I don't actually attend the opera." She had become too tired to explain again that she didn't have the luxury of performances. "Oh, right." His hands hadn't moved from her shoulders. Gently, he'd whispered, "Ros, when I didn't see you." "Nikolas, I was getting food." His hands moved from her shoulders, cupping her chin. "I couldn't find you anywhere." Rosalyn had waited for the crack in his smile, the subtle laugh in his eyes, but there was nothing, only worry. He'd leaned in, drinking her in. She should have pulled away. A warmth flowed from his touch. Tilting her chin up, Nikolas had whispered, "I know." He inhaled sharply. "I know you've been on your own. I know you can take care of yourself, but I just had to see if you were all right." His tenderness had washed over her, pushing her close to him. He had leaned in, his forehead against hers. "Rochelle?" A man had called out. Nikolas had stiffened. "They'll see you, Ros." He pressed his lips against her forehead and walked toward the man calling his name. The creaking of the stairs pulled Rosalyn from the memory. She had vowed to help the poor children of London, not save the bloody crown. Rosalyn didn't give a fig about the Queen or her inner circle. Quickly, she undid her wig and dress. The pants of even the smallest trousers were several inches too long. Voices downstairs echoed below. Time was fleeting. She threw on the smallest jacket and pants, rolling the hem up. Rosalyn used the pins from her wig to keep the hem in place. There were no other boots in the room, not that any shoes would fit. She routinely paid for custom boots, her ankles and the width of her ball too narrow. The bonus of custom shoes was an added gutta-percha rubber to the bottom of the boot, helping with both grip and muting her footfalls. Rosalyn stacked the clothes in a pile, dresses on top, and laid her soaked day dress on top. The dripping had nearly stopped, but there was enough of the greenish-brown sludge on the skirt of her dress to ruin the clothes below. The fabric that didn't get wet would at least smell dreadful. The entire pile of clothes would need to be laundered or entirely replaced. Other than Ada's upcoming wedding, Rosalyn had little insight to formal events of the ton. Lady Conroy was clearly not included in the same circle. Her neglected home and paste jewels announced that fact. Whatever she or the tailor were planning would have to change. Sewer-soaked dresses wouldn't do. Braiding her thick auburn hair, Rosalyn blew out the candles of the room. If there were guards posted outside her window, she'd have the advantage. She tucked the envelope she'd stolen from the carriage into her pouch. She examined the window. The glass was foggy and pitted. The housekeeper had neglected this room, if the home still employed one. Rosalyn tied off the end of her plait and ran a finger along the sill. 2 stories high. No one had thought to nail the window shut. She pushed the reluctant window up. It shuttered and stumbled over the grooves. Peering through the glass, Rosalyn could place her room in the west end of the house, closer to St. James's Square and the long back alley 2 streets over. There wasn't a tree near the window, and the lip of the sill was thin. Voices grew down the hall. She crawled through and flipped around, scrambling up over the window to the roof. The roof panels were slick and rusted. They were the old style, constructed from zinc with patches of thatch to cover leaks. The whole blasted house needed to be repaired. Rosalyn, along with her fellow orphans, had repaired many a roof during her orphanage days. Nimble frames were less likely to fall and much cheaper to pay. An extra serving of rancid pudding could ensure another year for a trembling roof. Movement in the front of the house pulled her focus. A carriage had arrived. The visitors could either provide a distraction or spur a search for Rosalyn. The damaged clothes would add another mark against Rosalyn. She had quite a record for frustrating the tailor's plans, long before Nikolas had become entangled in the criminal web. Peering over the eave, Rosalyn held her breath. The door of the carriage opened, revealing the face of Nikolas. Rosalyn shrank back. It couldn't be. Nikolas was kind, gentle. A thought wiggled in. Just before she'd stolen his wallet all those years ago, Rosalyn had turned down the tailor. What if Nikolas had been the tailor all along, hiding in plain sight? The ache in her chest woke once more. She needed rest, and soon. Scrambling, Rosalyn crouched over to the west end where a crumbling chimney stood watch, the piping shoddy and rusted. Taking a deep breath, Rosalyn wrapped her arms around the piping, shimmied down the length of the house, her boots slipping and sliding along the slick stone walls. A foot left, Rosalyn jumped to the ground on shaky legs. She didn't stop, nor did she look back, but ran with everything she had left. At first sight of the orphanage's roof, Rosalyn slowed her pace, her chest aching. She stumbled at the edge of the property, the milking cow murmuring a welcome. "Rosalyn!" The familiar face of an orphan came into view. She gasped. Her arms immediately went around Rosalyn. "You're ill." Struggling, the girl helped Rosalyn to a dry corner in the cow's makeshift barn. Without a word, the girl disappeared. Rosalyn unbuttoned the jacket and took another popper. Feeling around, she had only one left. She couldn't go to the church, nor could she stay here. Rosalyn ran a hand down the weather-worn wood of the barn. She had tried to help, but because of her foolishness, the orphanage would be sold. She'd not stolen enough money to purchase a home, let alone a mansion large enough to house the poor residents. "Here." The girl appeared with a hot cup of tea in her hands. "I can't stay." "Thank you," Rosalyn whispered. The girl nodded, waiting for Rosalyn to drink. Shame filled Rosalyn. The girl had given Rosalyn her ration of tea. "There's nothing." She smiled, her scar pulling at her lip. She stood to leave. Her ill-fitting clothes had become baggy, her skin taking on a grey pallor, and her stomach was distended, the telltale signs of food gone bad. Rosalyn had sacrificed so many days and nights, making sure at least some of the food that crossed their plates would be good. But it wasn't enough. The girl was pale and sickly even after all Rosalyn had done. Alone with the mooing cow, tears rolled down Rosalyn's cheeks. The food, the money, none of it was enough. Chapter 22. Nikolas Whitworth, Earl of Rochelle. The carriage pulled to a stop in front of the Conroy residence. With Lord Pichon, Nikolas had attended many of the lavish parties. Sir Conroy had a knack for keeping the ladies entertained with song while the men gambled the night away. But the peeling paint and crooked fence posts told a different story. Nikolas had never noticed the overgrown garden or the eerie silence surrounding the manor. Movement on top of the roof pulled Nikolas's gaze. There could have been any number of critters crawling up and over the house. They approached the door, and a man in plain clothes answered, not a butler or the housekeeper. He didn't invite them in or ask for their calling cards. "We're here to see Lady Conroy." Gerard's scowl was in full force. He craned his neck, glancing around. "I apologize, gentlemen, but Lady Conroy is not in." Gerard stepped forward. "We are willing to wait." "Sir." The man's voice dripped with disdain. For a servant, he had a lot of gall. If Sir Conroy were alive, the man would be fired. She is not in. Nikolas sniffed. The man had been drinking. A muted thud and a rustle of bushes had Nikolas stepping away. Eyeing Nikolas, the Duke motioned for his footman to join him. They left the carriage and jogged to Gerard. Nikolas backed away, letting them argue with the servant. Off to the left, at the western part of the house, a figure disappeared behind the trees. Rosalyn. She was a slippery one. A quick glance, the double-piped chimney would have been her ladder. Nikolas couldn't follow her up on the roofs. He had the agility of a bull and the flexibility of a tree stump. He held out his hand. More than once, Rosalyn had grabbed his hand and pulled Nikolas from a card table. She could spot danger before he could flash a smile. He would run next to her, more concerned with her hand in his than whoever was pursuing them. Gerard had once accused Nikolas of keeping company with rats, but Rosalyn had been a shining light. Jogging toward the woods, Nikolas listened for the sounds of her footfalls. She would be headed for the orphanage or the church. If she was heading to the cottage, the visit would be quick. She'd gather her things from her cottage and be on her way. Rosalyn would disappear into the wind, only coming up for air for her beloved orphans. Nikolas paused. Orphans. He took off toward the orphanage. Gerard and his men would be searching for him soon. Rosalyn would find an apothecary and a way to evade authorities. She had no need for him. Nikolas lifted the collar of his jacket and tucked his hat down low. He'd learned a trick or two from Rosalyn. The front of the orphanage was bleak, the windows dark, and the garden destitute. A hand on the fence, Nikolas hesitated. He'd never been inside the orphanage, only intercepted Rosalyn in her varied disguises. In the beginning, she was careful and pretended to visit the neighbouring building, but slowly, as Nikolas handed over his secrets, she began to trust. Her first smile had unlocked a part of him, and her first chuckle had undone him. Night had already fallen. Nikolas couldn't just walk into a girls' orphanage. Dinner had probably been eaten, bedtime was near. Throwing his hands in his pockets, he whistled and walked, hoping he looked like a bored gentleman. Between the orphanage and its neighbour, Nikolas glanced about. Rosalyn wouldn't have been able to enter through the front door if she dared to go inside at all. A girl, no more than 12 years old, ran from the back of the building to a small shed, her back unnaturally crooked. A cow mooed from somewhere close. The girl stumbled, her hands carrying something. From where he stood, she looked vaguely familiar. He searched the area. Nikolas froze, praying she didn't notice him. The girl began running again and disappeared into the shed. Nikolas bolted after her. He slid to a stop just outside, the door swinging in the breeze. The smell of mud and manure wafted over. He peered around the corner of the shed. Tucked inside, the girl kneeled over. He cleared his throat. Miss? The girl jumped back, revealing a slumped figure in her shadow. Who are you? My name is Nikolas. He kept his voice calm as he stepped closer. I didn't mean to frighten you. I'm not frightened. She puffed out her chest and lifted her chin. In the waning light, her skin was sallow and she was horribly gaunt, except for her protruding middle. It's all right. Rosalyn's words came in shallow breaths. He's a friend. Nikolas rushed to her side. What's wrong? What can I do? Where does it hurt? You are hurt, aren't? I'm fine. Another shallow breath. There was a hint of a smile on her face. His heart lifted. She had a way of bringing light into his dark life. Do you have your poppers? Rosalyn held up one finger. To the girl, Nikolas said, I need a cart, something I can use to carry her. Where are you taking her? The girl narrowed her eyes. A scar down her face announced a life of sorrow. What do you want with her? She needs help. I'm taking her to a safe place. Where? The girl clearly didn't trust him. Nikolas didn't blame her. He didn't trust himself at times. If I don't tell you, you won't have to lie. She jutted her chin. "I wouldn't tell a soul." "I know." Nikolas held a hand to Rosalyn's forehead. "But it'll be easier on everyone if you don't have to lie. If you get caught helping us, you can say you don't know where I took her." "I trust him." Rosalyn's hand raked the air, reaching for him. He threaded his hand in hers. Her shallow breath, the tremor in her voice, her vulnerability pulled at his heart. She was Rosalyn Devereux, the confident and undaunted thief. She could waltz into any building and leave with coins and purse aplenty. But on the muddy straw in the orphanage's cowshed, she looked anything but confident. Her eyes were wide with fear. The girl disappeared, returning with the crooked wheelbarrow. The sun had thankfully set. The offices of the working class would be closed, and the parties of the ton wouldn't begin for a few hours. On the wheelbarrow, Nikolas gingerly pushed her along the property line, careful to stay in the shadows. The wheel hit a bump. Rosalyn groaned. "Sorry," Nikolas whispered into the night. "Where are you taking me?" Her voice was painfully soft. "Mr. Thomas." The solicitor had been loyal to Ada. He'd stood up to the Duke, the very reason Nikolas had suggested Rosalyn retain his services. Nikolas's own father trusted him. Mr. Thomas did not think well of Nikolas, a side effect of being a badly behaved brother. But the solicitor would help Rosalyn. He would never turn away a fellow man or woman in need. Another bump, followed by a groan. For the next mile, Nikolas appeared to have hit every crevice and bump except for Piccadilly. The resurfacing of London's roads was slow going, with Piccadilly being among the first handful of streets to have a fresh coat of the modern concrete, complete with gutters for the rain. England, for its faults, was still the leader in technology. The Prince Consort was determined to show the world England's superiority with his pet project, the Great Exhibition. Tens of thousands of pounds were spent on a glass monstrosity in the middle of Hyde Park. England could not have diplomats paying homage to its greatest when travelling on shoddy roads. All streets leading to either a palace or the Great Exhibition were placed under immediate resurfacing, while the rest of London could jostle about on neglected, uneven roads. Nikolas's arms were strained. He pushed with one hand while keeping Rosalyn steady with the other. At long last, tucked away in a modest row of homes, stood Mr. Thomas's townhome. The dark brownstone had never looked so joyous. A handful of steps, and Nikolas's arms could rest. In a rush, Nikolas pushed with everything he had. The edge of the wheelbarrow dug into a divot, sending Nikolas over the wheelbarrow and Rosalyn to the street. A sickening thud. Nikolas was splayed on the cobblestone road, his shoulder screaming at him. "Rosalyn!" He scrambled to his feet. His shoulder yelled, throbbed at him. Cradling his shoulder with his good hand, he went to Rosalyn. "Can you hear me?" "Yes." She broke the word in two. "You're in pain." Nikolas groaned. He was trying to help. It was the same story. Nikolas extending his hand only to hurt the ones he loved. "I'm sorry." "Not from you." Her breathing was still shallow, but not worse than before. Grunting and pulling, he helped Rosalyn stand, and together they limped to the front door. A confused Mr. Thomas answered the door, his glasses perched on his head. His eyes grew wide and his mouth dropped. Like an ox struck dumb, he stood there. Nikolas grunted. "I realize Rosalyn is a beauty and worthy of your stare, but I do not know how much longer I can keep her upright." Mr. Thomas snapped to attention, coming to Rosalyn's other side. Sideways they shuffled through the front door, laying Rosalyn on the chaise in the sitting room. "She needs a doctor immediately." Nikolas propped Rosalyn up with a sofa cushion. "Right, yes." Mr. Thomas's eyes had not shriveled back to their normal mousy appearance. He looked rather pale from their impromptu visit. Nikolas snatched another cushion, adding it underneath Rosalyn's back. "Preferably one that can treat heart conditions." "Right." He cleared his throat and nodded. "Yes." Nikolas grabbed the nearest blanket, tucking the ends around her. And the Derby vicar. Right. The solicitor kept nodding. No, Rosalyn whispered. Her thin lips trembled. She had become dreadfully grey, her bright green eyes losing their sparkle. Nikolas looked away. It wasn't right. The world could not keep turning with Rosalyn so ill. She was the hope so many depended on, including him. Flinching, she added, "He's done enough for me. His church was burned down because of me. I won't involve him again." Still nodding, Mr. Thomas repeated, "Yes, right." Nikolas whistled, snapping Mr. Thomas from his stupor. "We need help. Now." Chapter 23. Rosalyn Devereux. In the upstairs bedroom of Mr. Thomas's home, Rosalyn sat patiently while the physician poked and prodded. She already knew the diagnosis. Her chest felt as if she had an elephant on it, and her pulse raced like the horses she bet on. He rattled off the medicines, including her tried-and-true poppers, and packed his bag. He squeezed her hand and allowed himself to be led to the front door by Mr. Thomas. Rosalyn climbed back into bed. She would need to play the part of a perfect patient if she was going to escape the tender care of her solicitor. He meant well, as did Nikolas, but Rosalyn needed to help the orphanage. The girls would be homeless if she did nothing. In a matter of hours, Rosalyn would be well enough to walk. Her legs and arms still cramped, but a few tea tonics and she would be back to normal. Her childhood doctor used to smile sadly and say, "I'd love to say you'll be right as rain, but I'm not sure your right will ever be good." For most of her life, Rosalyn had been pitied and protected. She wanted to do the same for those who couldn't help themselves. Her brothers had taken her under their wing, taught her to shoot, taught her to be independent. Rosalyn couldn't stop now, not when her orphans needed her the most. A door creaked open. She inhaled slowly and closed her eyes. Her argument to leave would need to be gentle. Mr. Thomas, the sweet man, cared tenderly for her. Having him as a solicitor was one of Nikolas's greatest gifts. Mr. Thomas was Nikolas's suggestion, although he never said why. He'd only confessed Mr. Thomas was loyal and discreet. Rosalyn only hoped he'd be forgiving and trust she would be okay. "Ros," Nikolas whispered. Her eyes shot open. "I thought you left." "I did." He shrugged. According to the clock on the wall, the hour was nearing midnight, and he looked worse for wear. "And now I'm back." "The Duke will be searching for you." Rosalyn couldn't risk Gerard finding her. She didn't trust him, nor did she fully trust Nikolas at the moment. Lady Conroy had sown a seed of doubt. Having Nikolas find her after escaping Lady Conroy's was far too suspicious. "I know." He sat on the bed. "But I knew you wouldn't rest unless you had all your stuff." "My stuff?" He pulled the covers of the bed over her, despite donning a borrowed dress. Nikolas grinned. "Would you rather wear his daughter's nightdress or have your own?" She narrowed her gaze. "You touched my nightdress." "Oh." His mouth fell open, his confidence fleeing. "No, I mean, yes." "Nikolas." Her head in her hands, she groaned. "You went to the cottage?" "Yes." "I have things hidden." "Under the bed." Rosalyn dropped her hands. "You knew about that?" "Not at first." His sad eyes and sheepish look reminded Rosalyn of a puppy her father once had. "I tried to imagine myself as you. You have a knack for disappearing." Leaning back, he stretched his long legs. The poor guy was all arms and legs. He could dance but not climb. He was built for ballrooms, not rooftops. "I moved the bed and got on all fours. Mr. Barclay was properly shocked when he walked in." "He walked in?" Visions of the vicar helping Nikolas gather her unmentionables had Rosalyn's face flushed. "How? Why?" "He's not going to say anything." "He's a vicar, Nikolas." Rosalyn lay backward with a huff. Of course he's not going to tell anyone. Who is he going to tell? How could he tell someone he helped to move a thief's unmentionables to— Yes. A glint of mischief flickered to life in Nikolas's eyes. She sat up. I plan on attending his sermon. Do you think it'll be on loving your neighbour, or serving— Nikolas, Rosalyn warned him. She would not be charmed out of her humiliation. He's a vicar. I gathered that. Nikolas touched his cravat. His cassock gave it away. Well, he shrugged. That and the fact he lived in the church was also a dead giveaway. Not funny. I thought it was rather amusing. Nikolas winked. Although he opted not to come up here, it appears he draws the line at coming into a lady's bedroom. Liar! Rosalyn rolled her eyes. My cottage was nothing but a bedroom, and he's helped me enter. Nikolas tapped his nose. How right you are. His smile widened. He's actually knee-deep, and I do mean that in the literal sense, in restoring his beloved church to its former glory. He searched her face. She tucked her chin. A comfortable silence extended between them. The early morning light softened the room. Nikolas reached for her hand. Comfort filled her, flowing from his touch. This was Nikolas, a constant source of light and warmth. Your bow and arrow are downstairs. He threaded his fingers through hers and clasped his other hand on top. Rosalyn, last night. He swallowed hard, his gaze dropping to their hands. You looked awful. I was worried. I'll be fine. A lump formed in her throat. She knew he was worried, but his concern made her uncomfortable, like a shoe too tight. She'd had enough pity to fill a mansion. She didn't want to be viewed as a fading violet. She wanted to be strong, maybe even a little fierce. When the tailor came calling, there was part of her that felt giddy. She was more than a heart patient, a tiny woman with a broken body. She was a tool, an asset, even if it was to an anonymous criminal. I know you don't need me. His gaze flicked to hers. And I know a lot of people depend on you. He inhaled sharply. I've no right to ask. What are you aiming for, Nikolas? She asked gently. His discomfort was palpable. Her pulse began racing despite taking her doctor's tonic an hour earlier. Worrying was her talent, not his. Nikolas's gift was being able to sprinkle joy and mischief into the shadows of England. I'm terrified, Ros. I'm scared that I've shackled you to a dangerous fate. Backing away, she pulled her hand from his. Lady Conroy told me. I'm sorry. Did you say Lady Conroy? Arching an eyebrow, he turned to her. The widow. She thinks you're the tailor. Me? He placed a hand to his chest. I'm the tailor? His surprise settled her nerves. She was convinced. She nodded to the nightstand. Nikolas leaned over and grabbed the stack of envelopes. These have the tailor's seal. According to Lady Conroy, you're the tailor. I don't know if I should be flattered or furious. He held the envelopes but shook his head. No, I can't. I can't bring you into this. Setting them aside, Nikolas kneeled before Rosalyn. Please, I'm begging you. I can see that. He smirked. Sarcasm is my language. She shrugged. As long as Rosalyn could pretend she was scared, the easier this conversation would go. He was bidding farewell. She'd only seen him a handful of times, but deep down, she wasn't ready to walk away. Each touch, each moment with him lifted her in a way no one else had. Rosalyn helped everyone around her, but Nikolas didn't drain her. Please, Ros. He folded his hands and peered up at her, his eyes an earnest plea. You're leaving, she whispered. The elephant on her chest doubled in size. Again? Look at me, Rosalyn. He leaned forward and tilted her chin. I don't know how to keep you safe. My heart has nothing to do with the tailor. He sat next to her. You were taken in a carriage. Groaning, she said, Nikolas, I was contacted by the tailor long before you showed up, with your puppy eyes and pouty lips. He chuckled and came closer. Puppy eyes and pouty lips. Touching her cheek, Rosalyn felt her face blush. She shouldn't have been so affected. A knowing smile crossed his lips. She cleared her throat. It's a saying, that's all. Ah. He cupped her chin. Delightful shivers ran down her spine. But Rosalyn had been here before. She had only herself to blame if she stayed silent. The last time you kissed me, you asked me to leave England. He froze, his eyes searching hers. Which is why I'm asking you to stay. Stay? She pulled his hand away from hers. You mean stay here? Stay away? No, love. Nikolas tucked an errant strand behind her ear. His shoulder was just a few inches from Rosalyn. If she laid her head down, he would hold her. She could pretend that all was right in the world. Stay with me. You're under suspicion, under the constant watch of the Duke of Gerard. The room was getting hotter. Rosalyn needed space. She wasn't thinking clearly. Ada would invite you to her wedding. You'd be free even if I'm under the Dark Duke's thumb. You don't understand. Rosalyn shook her head, her hands gripping the blankets. People need me. He halted and sat up. I know. The room chilled and Rosalyn's heart broke a little. Lady Conroy threatened the orphanage. I can help her dethrone the tailor or watch for orphanages. She's going to turn the orphans out. The seal was there, in her home. Let me help. Nick. I might be a worthless son, he sighed, and a horrible brother, but I'd really like to help, and I think I can. Rosalyn scooted back to his side. You're not worthless. They sat with their backs against the headboard. Nikolas elbowed her playfully. But I am an earl. So I've heard. Even if I am sent to prison, my wife and family will still have the earldom. He looped his arm through hers, and she could use the manor as she sought fit. What are you saying? I'm saying, marry me, Ros. He turned to her, his eyes hesitant. Use the manor for your orphans. What? Why? She couldn't take his home. When all this is said and done, he waved his hand in the air, I'll be sent to prison. That's a risk, I knew, but to know you'll be taken care of and those you care about, that's worth something. But you're an earl. That is true. Doesn't the Queen have to sign off on royal marriages? True, but I think my sister can be very convincing. Nikolas elbowed her once again, and for all the barking Gerard does, he's turned into quite the kitty when Ada comes along. But does he have puppy eyes? She bit her lip to keep from laughing. Or pouty lips, Nikolas tusked. Not everyone can be me. No. She looked up at him, his eyes washed over her. She whispered, No, no one's like you. Nikolas leaned in, his lips brushing against hers. Stay, love. I'll never give you an heir, she almost said. What of the tailor? He kissed her cheek, then her chin. Forget the tailor. Nikolas, her breath hitched. He kissed her neck. For once, Ros, let me do something for you. She took his face in her hands. I should say no. With his crooked smile, Nikolas leaned in and kissed her. Soft and gentle, he wiped away her concerns. She pushed back and met his gaze. If I say yes, promise me. Anything. No secrets. No secrets. Nikolas held up the end of her plait. His hands went to her hair. She wasn't wearing a wig. He twisted the ends between his fingers. For both of us. Chapter 24. Nikolas Whitworth, Earl of Rochelle. With his arm around Rosalyn's waist, Nikolas helped her descend Mr. Thomas's stairs. Her cheeks were flushed, but not from walking. He'd kissed her thoroughly and delighted in her slightly swollen lips. He loved her and didn't dare leave her alone in the room. They would help her orphans, together. Even if his future was bleak, he could rest well knowing Rosalyn was taken care of. Once the tailor was captured, he would be in prison. He pulled her close and kissed her temple. Nikolas would cherish every moment. "Miss Rosalyn," Mr. Thomas met them at the foot of the stairs. "I'm not sure it is wise to be up and about." She beamed. The solicitor had a way of instilling confidence in the young women he served. "Thank you, but I'm feeling—" "Lord Rochelle," Gerard's voice boomed, "what in the blazes do you think you're doing?" Nikolas held out his hand. "Miss Rosalyn, might I introduce you to—" "Lord Rochelle is confused." Mr. Thomas sent him a searing gaze. Nikolas had given the Duke Rosalyn's identity. "The woman he is graciously helping down my staircase. Gerard already knows who she is. He's been following her." Nikolas wasn't going to take the blame. He had made his share of mistakes, but this wasn't his to claim. "Thank you," Rosalyn smiled at her solicitor. "But yes, I am Miss Rosalyn." "Rochelle," Gerard barked, "get in the carriage." "I'm afraid I can't leave Rosalyn unattended." "I'd be well within my rights to shoot you." The Duke ran toward Nikolas, pointing at his chest. "You disappear. I'm trying to save your neck, and you repeatedly—" He grabbed Nikolas's jacket with both hands. "Repeatedly run off. Do you have any idea how guilty you look?" "Your Grace," Mr. Thomas was at Nikolas's side, "as much as I would love to hang Lord Rochelle for past behaviour, he is innocent of any wrongdoing. He was attending to Miss Rosalyn." Gerard threw a dangerous glare to the solicitor. "I have a wedding in less than a week. My bride, this fool's sister, could be in danger. I need answers, not excuses." "I might be able to help." Rosalyn didn't curtsy or wilt in front of the Duke. Nikolas swelled with pride. Rosalyn might be built like a daisy, but she was strong as an ox. "I stole a handful of letters from Lady Conroy's carriage." "Lady Conroy?" "Yes, she would like to be the next Tailor. His seal was in her home as well." "His seal? What do you mean, the next Tailor?" Gerard paced in the small area at the base of the stairs. "Don't answer that. Get in the carriage. Now." The Duke huffed and groaned the entire ride to his London home. His frown was severe and his mood dark, but Nikolas didn't care. Rosalyn sat beside him. Her breathing was still a bit too shallow and her colour not set to rights, but she was next to him. Years ago, when they'd ride in a carriage, she insisted on riding opposite him. Calm and collected, she would keep her head held high. Her heart was a constant worry, but her presence was a comfort. Nikolas hated how weak she appeared. For all of Gerard's protests, he allowed Rosalyn to be placed in the room next to Nikolas. Gathering the tonic from the cook, Nikolas made his way toward the stairs. She would need to rest after the short carriage ride. Tea would help her recover. "Nikolas?" His mother's shrill voice had him pause. "What are you doing?" "Mother." Slowly he turned around at the base of the stairs. He swallowed his growing disappointment. His mother had a way of sucking the joy out of life. "I am at your service." "I'm not in need of tea." The Countess arched an eyebrow. "What luck." Nikolas motioned to the stairs. "I'll see to it that it's delivered to someone in need." "Have you heard the news?" Lady Rochelle blinked, waving her hand in front of her face. "Can you believe it? How could he? Nikolas didn't care about news or what the elusive he had done. He wanted to give Rosalyn her tea and sit beside her. He's threatened to change the wedding. She folded her arms and bit her lip. Can you believe that? I'm the mother of the bride and have no say. None. The Duke. His mother glared at him. Yes, the Duke. He wants to change the wedding to Buckingham Palace. And this angers you? Nikolas was completely lost. His mother had been ecstatic when the Queen had offered a title. She'd berated his father for not accepting it. She blamed his death on the palace, but she took full advantage of her privileges as a peer. Nikolas, she snapped, do you care nothing for my feelings? Mother, I thought you'd always wanted to attend the palace. If her wedding is at the palace, everything will be dictated by her, Lady Rochelle hissed. She's stolen my husband, and now she wants my only child. Nikolas stumbled backward, the tea swirling in the cup. Your only child? You know what I mean, Nikolas. No, I don't. He battled guilt for not sticking up for his sister. The one consolation was Nikolas thought he was being a dutiful son, helping his mother and her moods. Lady Rochelle ran her hands through her hair. Tears streamed down her face again. Nikolas should be the responsible son and attend to her emotional wounds, but a fire had been lit. Only child. He'd devoted his childhood to navigating her moods, and now she tossed him over for Ada? He thought jealousy would take over, but no, just pure bubbling fury. You don't care. You don't know what his death means to me, she cried and paced in front of the reception room. The death of his father was an anchor that Nikolas couldn't shake. Henry Whitworth was kind and solid, but he was also absent and had turned his back on Nikolas. He wasn't the saint Ada and his mother had memorialized him. When the late Earl was alive, Lady Rochelle would rail against her husband, her temper flaring. In the privacy of their room, she would throw glasses and vases against the wall, only to appear the next day without memory. As a child, Nikolas would spend his nights with a pillow over his head, his mother's screams echoing through the house. I don't care. He set the tea on an end table. Because I don't wear mourning for years and carry on like a spoiled child. Is that what you meant, Mother? Lady Rochelle spun around, her eyes dark, dangerous. Watch your tongue, Nikolas. All my life, I thought if I could distract you or make you laugh, I could help your moods. He leaned back against the staircase. Father did the same thing, didn't he? Until he grew tired and ignored your nerves altogether. You are a cruel man. Yes. Nikolas pursed his lips. There was a freedom in speaking his mind. He danced around and played the part of a rake, but he wanted to be Nikolas, the person he was around Rosalyn. I wonder where I learned that from. Nikolas Whitworth. Oh. Nikolas held up his index finger. Is that what you're really worried about? Is this why you didn't want me to marry Rosalyn? You're being ridiculous. The Countess rubbed her temples. You can't marry an orphan. The hair on Nikolas's neck stood on end. He'd been careful, especially around his mother. I never told you she was an orphan. What does it matter? She held out her arms. Can you think about someone else for once? Someone other than yourself? My daughter is getting married, and I'm not a part of the wedding. 2. Nikolas held up 2 fingers. 2 weddings. Mother Rosalyn has agreed to marry me. Have you no pride? No, I suppose I don't. Nikolas chuckled. He'd been accused of worse. He picked up the tea and marched upstairs, leaving his mother with an open mouth and fury in her eyes. The Duke was descending as Nikolas rounded the last step to the corridor. Rochelle. I would be careful, Gerard. There's a storm brewing downstairs. Actually, I was hoping you would accompany me. The Duke stepped back and knocked on Rosalyn's door. What are you doing? Nikolas slipped in between Gerard and the door. She needs to rest. Come in. Rosalyn's muffled voice came through the door. Her tea is getting cold. The Duke reached around Nikolas and opened the door. With her golden curls tamed in an updo, Ada sat in the chair next to Rosalyn. Nikolas, is it true? Ignoring her question, Nikolas handed the tea to Rosalyn. Her colour hadn't improved. He whispered, Are you all right? She took the tea. I'm tired. He placed a hand on her forehead. Sipping her tea, she grinned. She set down her cup. It's not a fever, Nikolas. I know. He hadn't a clue how to help her recover. She'd kept the severity of her heart's condition hidden. Part of him worried she would disappear or begin covering her vulnerability. But it felt like the right thing to do. Can we talk in private? Rosalyn whispered. Oh. The walls bulged. This was it. Rosalyn was going to leave. She had too much time to think about aligning herself to him. He was a traitor to his country. He couldn't be trusted. Nodding, he said, I love you. Tilting her head, Rosalyn's expression changed. The worry lining her eyes disappeared. A hint of a smile appeared on her face, and the tightness in his chest relaxed. Gerard sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. Against the overwhelming evidence, the Queen has refused to stay in her palace for the wedding. He squeezed Rosalyn's hand and faced the Duke. My mother is worried the wedding has changed to Buckingham Palace. The Duke's gaze snapped to his. Your mother said what? She's angry that the Queen is taking over the wedding. Nikolas pulled a chair next to the bed. Rosalyn gripped the blankets. She was terrified and Nikolas didn't understand. Rosalyn had the ability to read people, not Nikolas. Glancing between the betrothed couple, Ada appeared confused while Gerard's vein on his neck was about to burst. Did I miss something? The discussion of moving the wedding to Buckingham Palace was never discussed with your mother. Or me, added Ada. Then, how would she know? That woman and her damnable letters, Gerard snapped, and ran from the room, the door slamming behind him. Chapter 25. Rosalyn Devereux. Gripping her blankets with both of her hands, Rosalyn held her breath. She needed everyone to leave the room, except for Nikolas. He was the only one she trusted. The orphanage needed her, and she was stuck in this forsaken house. The Duke, a man with a permanent scowl, had been beyond furious, and his sweet fiancée seemed to become smaller by the moment. Her hunched shoulders and pleading gaze to Gerard had made Rosalyn feel protective. She wasn't ready to sip tea and talk of a familial future. Her history with Nikolas was simple and sweet. It was just the two of them, not a duke and a future duchess. Learning of Lady Rochelle's letters, Gerard had stormed out. Ada stood but paused at the door. She spun around, her angelic face awash with concern. Her golden curls and porcelain face. There was little wonder why the Duke fell in love with her. Her heart-shaped lips parted. Nikolas, did you know about moving the wedding? He rubbed his shoulder. Mother told me as I came up the stairs. But why? Ada's back slumped. She leaned against the wall, her eyes on the ceiling. Jewels and silk donned her hair. With her face turned upwards, she looked every bit an angel. Why does she care about my wedding? Why does she care about me now? I'm not sure. Nikolas's low voice wavered. He left the bedside. Ada, she's getting worse. She went on and on about the Queen. She blames her for Father's death. The green room. His sister hugged herself. A curl fell from her stylish updo. Edwin said the wallpaper made dozens of guests sick. That there could be arsenic in the dye. What? Nikolas's face drained of colour. What did you say? They tore down the wallpaper to make sure, and all the workers became sick, died quickly like father. She pulled the gloves from her hands. Blisters covered her thumb and forefinger on her right hand, her drawing hand. "How long have you known?" His voice rose. "A few days." Ada flinched at her own words. "Edwin saw my blisters. He told me of the Queen's wallpaper having arsenic." "You knew?" He couldn't move beyond that fact. He'd spoken at length to Rosalyn. His father's death had created a hole in Lady Rochelle's life and shackled Nikolas to a guilt he couldn't shake. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Rosalyn was taken, Nikolas." Her eyes went to Rosalyn, then back to his. "And Mother, she has done nothing but rant and rave about the wedding details. When Edwin proposed, I told him I didn't want to get married at any of the places in fear of her lectures. I didn't know there was talk of moving to Buckingham Palace until today, and—" She took a shaky breath. "Nikolas, we've only begun to behave as siblings, confiding in each other, helping each other. That is not our history." Nikolas retreated, his mouth open. Ada gathered strength with each word she said. This was a woman who was adopted by the Countess and on the verge of becoming a Duchess. She appeared to waffle in her own conviction at times, making Rosalyn question her own choice to marry an earl. Nikolas had proposed because he thought he was helping, but Rosalyn could never be a lady. She held out her hands. They looked nothing like Lady Rochelle's. Her middle fingers on her right hand had calluses from her bow. "Ada, you're wrong." Nikolas paced, a hand on his hip. "I stayed in the palace. I didn't get sick." "Emerald green," Rosalyn murmured. Ada had already explained the arsenic in the green wallpaper, but Nikolas wasn't listening. He paused mid-step, a flash of frustration in his eyes. He turned to Rosalyn. "What do you know?" "Arsenic." Twisting the blanket into tight knots, Rosalyn offered, "It's given to rats." The truth was caught in her throat. She swallowed the hurt and added, "It's given to rats at the orphanage, but hidden in clothes, jewels." He narrowed his gaze. "How do you know this?" "Blisters, Nikolas." Rosalyn held out her hand. His sister had said the same thing. The arsenic eats away at the skin, or the lungs. "I was supposed to sleep in the green room." He covered his face with his hands. "I switched to the blue room." His hands dropped, revealing a pained expression. "Because it was closer to a woman's. I traded a skirt for my father." Silence filled the room. Nikolas curled into himself, and Ada was fading. Rosalyn cleared her throat. "It's painful to lose a parent." She waited for the siblings to look at her. "But watching my father and mother bury a baby, that's another level of grief. I know your father would rather fall ill than watch his son die." Slowly, Nikolas unfurled. He straightened to his full height, his eyes on Rosalyn. He mouthed, "Thank you." "It's a perfect poison. We can't always smell it, can't taste it." Rosalyn dug deep and pulled out her winning smile. "But it's easy to diagnose. We know what to look for, and that's the same for the tailor. He can hide, but we know what to look for." A grin spread across Nikolas's lips, turning to a full smile. "Let's go downstairs." No, it's not that simple. I can't do this. It's not the tailor, it's her." A tear fell down Ada's cheek. "Every day, every second Edwin isn't in the room, Mother's there. She's always there. I don't care about the dress, or the weather, or the flowers." She wiped the tear off her face. I don't care about the wedding," Nikolas whispered. "Ada, if you don't want to marry Gerard, give me the word and I will steal you away." "No," his sister shook her head. "I do want to marry him. I just don't want—" He held out her arms. "All of this. It's too much. It's too hard." Rosalyn released her grip on the blankets. She'd thought the ton being overwhelming was an idea she alone felt, but the trembling Ada made Rosalyn feel less alone. She never had a sister. The closest was her fellow orphans. Ada wiped another tear, this time with her right hand. Her pinky and wrist had dark smudges. This was a woman who did things with her hands. "Does Gerard know?" Nikolas asked gently. Shrugging, Ada looked at the door. "He's under a lot of pressure. He's worried the tailor will jeopardize everything. We were supposed to leave days ago to Wales, but he'd hoped to have things more secure before we leave." "I haven't helped him as much as he hoped," Nikolas admitted. "We should go down and help. Give me a minute and I'll be there." Ada's shoulders sagged. "Mother will be there." Rosalyn scooted off the bed, revealing her stable boy costume. "Let's go down, Nikolas." "No secrets." Nikolas stepped back, his face twisted in pain. "You were leaving, weren't you?" Ada covered her mouth with her hands. With a hand on Nikolas's arm, Rosalyn pretended to curtsy. "I wanted to sneak out and practice." He furrowed his brow while Rosalyn prayed he couldn't hear the lie. She was caught. She'd wanted to leave the moment Lady Rochelle hollered down the hall at Ada. The walls were closing in, but more than that, there was a responsibility she couldn't fill. "Ada, we'll be right behind you." He opened the door for his sister. With eyes filled with fear, she left the room. Rosalyn wasn't prepared to take on the dancing and backbiting of the ton, but there was another cause of concern. The life of a thief was simple. Her hand dipped into pockets and stole jewels and coins. She deposited her treasures, and in turn, she purchased hearty bread and sausage. The subtext and mental fencing was a different world. As a countess, she would have to provide what her body could not. "When I found out you were an earl, I felt betrayed, lied to." She came to him, her step shaky. "And then, when your mother was in the corridor—" "Ros." "I didn't understand why a man who had a family, a home, why someone like him would spend months running in a dark alley." Rosalyn put a hand on the door. "Just outside of this room is a world I don't understand. I cannot dance correctly or converse at a dinner party." "I don't give a fig about your dancing skills." She tucked her chin, her heart breaking. "How lonely you must have been to seek out my company." "I didn't ask you to be my wife because I'm lonely." "Nikolas." "My father was a good man, humble man. He was a merchant's son and knew his future. My sister, she knew what she wanted and went for it." He towered over her, his words coming faster. He pulled off his cravat and tossed it on the floor. "I've never had an anchor, not till you. Around you, I'm not cynical. I'm not bitter. I have a purpose." "Nikolas." She bit her lip. This was the moment. She'd made him promise that no secrets would exist between them. A tear fell down her cheek. "My heart." Her mouth was open, but the words wouldn't come. Nikolas was at her side in an instant, his hands taking hers. She shook her head, but still the words wouldn't come. Guiding her to the bed, he softly said, "If you don't have the strength to speak, this can wait." "No." Dropping his hand, she hugged herself and kept her gaze on the floor. "My heart, it's not well." "I gathered." The humor in his voice threatened to undo her. She closed her eyes and blurted, "I can't bear children. I can't give you an heir." Nikolas chuckled, starting low and deep. His laughter grew and shook the bed. Rosalyn turned to him, half shocked and half angry. "Have you gone mad?" "I'm not nearly as dim-witted as you give me credit for." With his wide Cheshire grin, Nikolas grabbed her hand and kissed it. "I'm not that dull, my dear. Your heart can barely beat for one, let alone two." "You knew?" Rosalyn recoiled, unsure of what she heard. "You're an earl." Stepping over his abandoned cravat, Nikolas looked positively radiant. His eyes were lit with joy, his lips stretched into a ridiculous smile. "I thought you were pulling away because I was unworthy. You, Rosalyn Devereux, are my foundation. We can figure out the heir later." He winced. "If I'm not hanged, of course."
"Nikolas, this isn't funny."
"I'm not teasing." His smile vanished. "I am not opposed to adoption, or any other course of action. I don't care about the earldom. I'm the last man who should extol the virtues of an inherited title. It's the least of my concerns. You, Rosalyn, will always be my primary worry." Rosalyn's mind went blank.
"I don't know what to say."
Smirking, Nikolas said, "That's my talent, not yours." Relief flooded her, starting in her toes and climbing to her heart.
"You are certain?"
His brow furrowed, his expression solemn. "I've never been more certain." He blinked and looked away. He worked his jaw. Facing her once again, Nikolas said, "You are everything, Rosalyn. Everything to me. I've seen how the pressure of children and the expectation to bear posterity can destroy a woman." He held his breath and prayed the words would come out right. "I'd never shackle you to that fate. I asked you to marry me because I love you. More than that, I love who I am when you're near." His voice cracked, pricking at Rosalyn's heart. He held out his arms. "I'll never command armies or harness political whims. I've one singular talent, and that's loving the hell out of you." She giggled. His face lit, his eyes crinkling. Picking up his cravat, Rosalyn handed it over.
"Neither one of us are dressed properly."
A flicker of laughter danced in his eyes. He leaned back against the wall and ran his hands down his face. "Just to be clear, Rosalyn, I don't blame you."
"For what?"
"We promised no secrets, so I need you to be certain as well. To know the kind of life you're chaining yourself to. I've nothing to offer. My reputation precedes me. I've accomplished nothing but mayhem in my life. I wouldn't want to be shackled to me." He slid down to the floor. "Worst of all, I don't have much of a future. Prison will be my fate. I can't see a way out of that. That's no life for a lady."
"Oh, Nikolas."
She kneeled in front of him and grabbed his hand. Warmth spread through her at the simple touch.
"I'm not a lady."
"I don't care." He turned her hand over and pressed a kiss to the delicate skin on her wrist. "If you were a lady, your chaperone would be calling me out." He winked at her. "We'd be forced to marry."
"Your mother would die from shock."
She stood and gently pulled him to stand.
"You're not your father, Nikolas, and I'm grateful."
He blinked and looked away. "He was a good man."
"I don't need a good man."
She breathed a sigh of relief when he finally stood.
"I need someone willing to wade in the sewer with me."
Chapter 26. Nikolas Whitworth, Earl of Rochelle. Servants ran in and out of Rosalyn's room and down along the corridor. Something was afoot, but Nikolas didn't dare ask. He'd just comforted both his sister and Rosalyn. If there was another surprise, Nikolas didn't know if he had another quip up his sleeve. He was already bothered that Rosalyn had decided to put a brunette wig over her deep auburn hair. They'd shared a tender moment. The wig felt like a barrier, a reminder that Rosalyn was a lone agent with her own life, her independent way of doing things. The squeals of delight from Lady Rochelle could be heard the entire walk down the stairs. Nikolas flinched at every shrill. The warmth Nikolas had felt only minutes earlier in Rosalyn's room fled. She might be on his arm, but she could not help Nikolas face Lady Rochelle. The Countess could spin from one emotion to the other with dizzying speed. Servants marched up the stairs, and just as Nikolas and Rosalyn entered the great room, Gerard barked orders to his butler as they crossed the great room. The Duke caught sight of the Countess and motioned to her. Lady Rochelle, we have much to do before we leave."
"It's wonderful. The wedding won't be in the palace."
The Countess squealed once more and clapped her hands with glee. Her skirt swayed with her excitement. She turned to Nikolas and froze. "Mother, might I introduce you to Miss Rosalyn?" Gaping at Rosalyn, the Countess recoiled. She wrinkled her nose and sniffed. Nikolas eyed Rosalyn, wondering if his mother was the reason Rosalyn donned the wig. Lady Rochelle circled the couple, throwing in a gasp and a tusk for good measure. Pausing in front of Nikolas, she placed the back of her hand on her forehead. The woman should have been an actress.
"My dear child, have I taught you nothing of decorum?"
She dropped her hand and narrowed her eyes.
"We do not dine with the livestock, nor do we parade a mistress."
"Lady Rochelle," Gerard ran a hand through his hair, "I have no qualms packing your things with my own hands." The Countess didn't blink or appear to be breathing. She kept her gaze steady on Rosalyn. Nikolas stepped between the women. "I should have been clearer." He curtsied, his arms flailing like a swan instead of a simpering debutante. "But this woman is no mistress. She is my wife-to-be." Lady Rochelle's mouth gaped open. Before she could speak, Gerard's butler guided her up the stairs. "We'll leave within the hour. I'll explain the details in the carriage," Gerard said with his signature scowl. Rosalyn stiffened. Her entire being went rigid. She lifted her head and narrowed her eyes. She was, quite literally, digging in her heels. A slight tremble of her hands at her waist. She was nervous but would not back down. Nikolas was sure her nerves were on edge because of his bull of a mother. Rosalyn inhaled sharply.
"No, I'm sorry, Your Grace, but I must go to St. James's Square."
Fighting the smile, Nikolas waited for the showdown. The Duke had Nikolas by the neck, but Rosalyn was enslaved to no one. She fought for her own set of morals, not a country's, and certainly not a Duke's.
"Lady Conroy was clear. If I don't help her, they'll be turned out."
Rosalyn squared her shoulders, her face smooth as stone.
"They're not given proper food as it is. To be turned out now is a death sentence."
Her hands flexed at her sides.
"I understand your urgency in needing to leave, but I must check on those who've been forgotten, abandoned."
A vein ticked on Gerard's neck, the frustration storming in his eyes. Ada came to his side but spoke to Rosalyn. "Would you be satisfied if we stopped on our way out of town? If more work needs to be done, we can make arrangements." Rosalyn's eyes widened. She'd clearly not expected Ada to come to her aid. Gerard mumbled, "I can send a soldier to survey the—"
"They'll need a roof over their heads, and food."
Rosalyn's voice rose.
"There's no time."
"Miss Rosalyn, time is very much on my mind. We do not have much of it." The vein on Gerard's neck bulged. Working his jaw, he started toward the stairs only to double back to Nikolas and Rosalyn. "We will stop by the orphanage, but let me be clear. Neither of you will be leaving my side. You will both be leaving with me." He stared at each for a long moment, Nikolas offering a nod, while Rosalyn simply stared back. She didn't nod or give a hint to her assent. Through a clenched jaw, he asked, "Is that understood?" Nikolas clapped his boots together and gave a stiff salute. "Aye, Governor." The Duke grabbed Nikolas's jacket. "You bloody—"
"We don't have time, Edwin."
Ada's soft voice pierced through, wiping the smirk from Nikolas's face. Without another word, the Duke released him and marched up the stairs with the delicacy of an elephant.
"Do you have a death wish?"
Rosalyn arched an eyebrow. Her one question deflated Nikolas. He'd not meant to behave so ghastly, but there was something about Gerard, or any man with authority, that riled him. "I suppose I should apologize."
"Only if you are sorry."
Rosalyn placed a hand on either side of his jacket flaps, smoothing the fabric.
"I certainly am not."
A lump formed in his throat. He'd behaved like a spoilt child and would have had a proper set-down had Lady Rochelle witnessed the exchange, but Rosalyn did nothing.
She simply helped him pack. In less than an hour, Gerard and Ada sat across from Nikolas and Rosalyn. The worry in Ada's eyes had Nikolas on edge. They were but a few streets from the house when Nikolas blurted, "What are you playing at? What is your plan?" With a glance to Rosalyn, Nikolas added, "Other than the orphanage." "Mother will follow." Ada took an offered blanket from Gerard. "She'll drive a few hours after us." "That's not what I meant." Nikolas was not the cleverest in the carriage, but he certainly was not thick. "They're setting a trap." Rosalyn leaned against the back of the carriage. Her colouring had improved, but Nikolas's concern had not yet been smoothed. With a hand she motioned to Gerard. "I received your message. I packed my bow and arrow." "What message?" The carriage became insufferably small. Nikolas tugged on his cravat. "I need answers." The Duke leaned forward and wiped a hand down his face. "There won't be a wedding." "What?" Nikolas barked. The Duke was mad. Ada could not survive a scandal of this scale. "You'll ruin—" "Oh, come off it, Rochelle. Do you think I'm crying off?" Gerard scoffed. "There'll be a wedding, but not this weekend." A soft sigh escaped Ada. "We'll have a quiet wedding." The worry disappeared, her furrowed brow smoothing, and a golden curl dangled on her forehead. Beaming, she tucked it behind her ear, and then paused. Her gaze flicked to Nikolas. "If everything works out." Tossing a quick wink to Ada, Gerard threaded his arm through hers. They shared a tender moment, both gazing into the other's face, before the Duke turned his attention to Nikolas. "We've secured 3 locations, one at Kensington Palace, one at my home in Wales, the original location for the wedding, and one at Buckingham Palace." Gerard held out 3 fingers. "The families we least suspect will be going to Buckingham and Kensington Palace, where they'll have a wonderful visit with the Queen, and she'll pretend to have a big laugh about the mix-up." An eerie chill filled the carriage. Something was amiss. Nikolas was no criminal mastermind, but suspicion was settling on his shoulders. "My mother believes the wedding is taking place at your home in the north." "I'm about to divulge information that may be hard to hear." A flicker of sorrow flashed in his eyes. "Before I do, I need you to understand something." Furrowing his brow, he appeared to have an internal debate. "My mother does not recognize me, nor does she remember me at all. She lives with my half-sister and still asks about my father, who's been gone more than a decade." Shifting on the bench, Nikolas felt awkward. The Duke was about to say something about Lady Rochelle and her mental status. Nikolas was well aware of his mother's mercurial nature, but with Gerard's lead-up, telling Nikolas about his own familial drama made for an uneasy conversation. "For me, I couldn't put my mother in an asylum." The Duke held up a hand. "That is not a judgment. My sister offered, and I know my mother was less confused with her than anywhere else." Nikolas wished to heavens that he had his own carriage. He could have peppered Rosalyn with dozens of questions. They had over a year of catching up to do, and Nikolas knew just how to close the gap. Hearing about the Duke's mother or discussing his own was not what Nikolas wanted to do. "Your Grace, I'm well aware of my mother's illness." The Duke frowned. "She's the leak, Rochelle." Rolling his eyes, Nikolas pointed to Rosalyn. "You also thought Rosalyn was the link." "Leak, Rochelle." Gerard's voice rose. To Ada he whispered, "How do you have the patience for him?" Ada simply laid her head on the Duke's shoulder. The simple gesture softened Gerard in an instant. "How is my mother the leak?" Nikolas purposely emphasized leak. He'd not mixed the 2 words up on purpose, but he would take advantage for the duration of the trip. The Duke was playing him, and Nikolas would not allow his mother, no matter how demanding the woman was, to be trivialized. Gerard pursed his lips. "I invited Lady Conroy to the wedding." "At your Welsh estate," Nikolas finished for him. Lady Conroy and his mother were in correspondence. The Baroness would be guided to the wrong location where Gerard could accuse her of working with the tailor. The Duke's home was far enough north to keep the Queen and Parliament safe. Clever man. Lady Conroy is the woman to watch, Rosalyn warned, her eyes on the window. A finger circled various pedestrians. While we sit in the carriage, we are oblivious to an invisible government. There are silent rules and covenants we live by. Lady Conroy has been the ornament, a pretty thing displayed on her husband's arm. She turned back to the Duke. She's been dismissed and ignored. She is the one I would fear. She couldn't care less if the Queen lives or dies. She wants her own throne. Gerard folded his arms and sat back. If she's wanting to take over for the tailor, does she know who he is? I think we're looking for two people, not one. I found the tailor's seal at her home, but it was in a corner. She was more focused on me than the room. There were posh dresses as well. I might have ruined them with my sewer-soaked clothes. Rosalyn tilted her head. But that's not what you're asking, is it? The Duke didn't answer. Nikolas glanced between the two. Perhaps he was thick-headed. He'd missed an obvious clue somewhere. You're wanting to know if I'm the tailor? Rosalyn shrugged and leaned into the carriage. I suppose this is your answer. Nikolas froze. He'd been here before, knowing something was wrong and not knowing who to help. Rosalyn appeared to be calm, but Nikolas knew the ever-present current she held. Her mind was always spinning, catching the tiniest details. What answer? What is going on? Rosalyn is the link, Gerard said with a sigh. She is the only person that links you, Lady Conroy, your mother. But that nagging feeling in your middle is struggling to call me the almighty tailor. Rosalyn gave a one-shoulder shrug. The woman with sky-high walls had reappeared. Nikolas had not seen this version of Rosalyn in years. His heart fell with a thud. She wasn't the tailor, that he knew, but she was pulling back, retreating into herself. The tailor who burst on the scene cared about the injustices of the poor, Gerard whispered into the carriage, and, to be honest, I had a secret respect for the man, or woman. The carriage slowed, taking the final turn toward the orphanage. Clothes were strewn about the front garden, along with bedding. Orphans were being carted off in stretchers. Rosalyn gasped and threw open the carriage door. Ros! Not waiting for the carriage to halt, Rosalyn scrambled down the steps and onto the street. Nikolas chased after her. A bald vicar with a wrinkled cassock caught sight of Rosalyn. He marched toward her. A middle-aged woman with a shrewd look in her eye joined the vicar. With a sniff, the clergyman said, Well, if it isn't Rosalyn who's come to see her handiwork. Destroying Lord Rochelle. Nikolas extended his hand. Miss Rosalyn has regaled me with delightful stories of her childhood, right here in these walls. I'm absolutely chuffed to see it in person. The vicar and his counterpart stared at him. Authority and arrogance dripped from them both. Nikolas assumed the woman must be the headmistress. He'd heard enough stories of the orphanage's poor treatment. Like a toddler, Nikolas turned to where Gerard and Ada were and began waving wildly. Ah, I see that's the Duke of Gerard. He's eager to see this beloved orphanage. Have you come to gloat? The headmistress asked Rosalyn. You've ruined us. She pointed to the row of stretchers on the garden. Girls in varying ages squirmed and writhed on their stretchers. Rosalyn's face drained of colour. What's wrong with them? What's happened? The headmistress bent down to Rosalyn's height. We have over 100 mouths to feed and no money, and rats like you that keep scurrying in and destroying our reputation. Without a word, Rosalyn went to the stretchers, a hand over her mouth, Nikolas on her heels. Men ran in and out of the orphanage, guiding girls that could walk to the waiting wagons, while other men carried more stretchers. No! Rosalyn whimpered and sank to her knees. She threw herself over a stretcher, murmuring, No, 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 no. Nikolas pulled Rosalyn from the stretcher, holding her against his chest. On the stretcher was the girl with the scar. She'd given Rosalyn the tea a few nights before. The girl, no more than 12 or 13 years of age, lay lifeless on the stretcher, her face frozen in pain. In her final days, she stood to protect Rosalyn in the corner of the shed. Nikolas reached over and closed her eyes, Rosalyn shuddering in his arms. Chapter 27. Rosalyn Devereux. On the front garden of the decrepit orphanage, Rosalyn clung to Nikolas. Her body shivered, an ache cracked open inside of her. She'd spent hours, days, years helping the nameless and forgotten, only to see another orphan frozen in death, pain on her face, and her body twisted in agony. She felt a drain as if every feeling, every thought fell from her. Empty and numb, she clung to Nikolas, her teeth chattering and body quaking. "Ros," he whispered in her ear. His voice felt far away. She was lifted and put in the carriage. The door shut, snapping Rosalyn from her stupor. She pushed against Nikolas's chest. "I have to help. They need help." Ada was just outside the door, worry creased in her brow. Her head swiveled back and forth between the carriage and where Gerard barked orders. "Ros," Nikolas's voice was low, gentle. "I know you want to help, but what can you do?" "Food, apothecary." She was Rosalyn. Helping was what she did. Her life, her purpose, all her days and nights were donated to the benefit of these orphans. She had to do something. Rosalyn couldn't leave them. If she could survive all these years with a limping heart, those girls had a possibility, no matter how small, to live. "I should go with them to the hospital." "Oh, love." Nikolas held her hand. He reached up and righted her wig, his eyes soft and caring. "Most of these girls won't make it a week. I'm not a physician, but they've clearly been poisoned. They're dying." "It's not poison." Her voice cracked. Hugging herself, she rocked back and forth. The world was too big. Rosalyn was too small. There were too many girls and not enough of her to help anyone. She'd not given the orphans a better meal or a full stomach. She'd only prolonged the inevitable. "It's in the bread." Tears fell down her cheek. Gently, Nikolas wiped her tears. She sniffed. "Or the eggs." "It's not right, love." "It's not!" Rosalyn screamed. No one cared for these forgotten girls. Nikolas never knew the emptiness, the enduring loneliness of having no family to call your own. No one to claim you. "I can't mend the pain, but I'll take some if you'll give it." Rosalyn paused, confused at his offer. The grief in her wasn't a box she could hand over. There wasn't a cup to pour out her pain. He couldn't drink the sorrow from her veins. She alone carried this burden, this undeniable urge to care for the abandoned. Nikolas held each of her hands in his. "Can you squeeze it so hard it hurts? Bite it." Lifting his chin, he turned his head and exposed his neck. "A knife to my throat. Something, anything to ease your pain." "You've gone mad." The heaviness in the pit of her stomach softened. His offer had spilled light into the darkened world. "Aye." He mimicked her Scottish accent, a horrible attempt. "But I'll be mad if it helps you." Gerard opened the door, pausing in the opening. His brow was furrowed with worry and his eyes heavy with sorrow. Death changed people, an invisible weight that never left. "You!" Rosalyn pointed at him, the frustration growing once more. "You're the bloody Duke of Gerard. You didn't do a damn thing. I had to beg you to even stop at the orphanage." The Duke said nothing. "Say something," she shouted, her voice shrill. The girls were still being divided, the ill carted to the ambulance and the dead toward the medical university. Even in death, the orphans were unclaimed and nameless. "Look at them! Look at their faces! You're guilty. Every last one of you, guilty. This happens while the sun dances the night away." Gerard held out his arm, a note in his hand. In the top centre was a hole, the unmistakable marking of an arrow. Whoever posted the note was an archer. R. A life for a life. Who? Rosalyn let the question hang. The note was similar to the one at the church, but not as long. The handwriting didn't match either. These words were similar to the tailor who tried to recruit Rosalyn years ago, before Nikolas. Helping Ada into the carriage, Gerard climbed in and shut the door. He pulled a blanket from under the bench and tenderly tucked it around Ada. Her face was drained of colour, her eyes reflecting the horror of what they'd seen. Regret was in Gerard's frown as he searched his fiancée. Her dishevelled hair and light blue dress was ethereal, while the torn expression pegged her a fallen angel. With a sigh, Gerard said, "The orphanage was officially evicted last night, but an anonymous tip guided city officials to check on the girls' welfare. The girls are being transferred to Royal London Hospital." He sighed and pursed his lips. "It's not right, nor do I have sufficient words to correct this wrong. But this is not the end of it. There will be a reckoning." At his words, the frustration drained. Rosalyn sank back, the fight falling from her. Exhaustion filled the gaps. Nikolas gathered her against him and helped her sit back against the bench. With the back of his hand, he checked her forehead. Rosalyn pushed his hand away. "I'm not ill." "I don't know how to help." He gave her a pleading look. "I don't know how to do a great many things. I only know how to love you, and even then, I'm not sure I'm doing that right either." The sincerity, the raw honesty tugged at her heart. She covered her face in her hands. How did it all go so wrong? Gerard fidgeted, his knee bobbing with nervous energy. "Miss Rosalyn, there are a great many things our country needs to improve upon, and this," he twirled a hand indicating the orphanage, "this is just one of many immoral incidents the tailor has exposed to recruit men and women to his cause." Rosalyn peeked through her fingers. Ada was glaring at the Duke, her hand motioning to Rosalyn. Ada's quiet support cooled Rosalyn's frustration. The last of Rosalyn's anger fell away. She let her hands drop to her lap. "Many of us are gobsmacked at how the unfortunate are treated, and yet we've never aligned ourselves with him." She took a deep breath. Pity never helped anyone. Work and purpose were the only cure to right the wrongs. "Who is R?" Relief washed over Gerard's worried face. "The note." With the crack of a whip, the carriage lurched forward. Gerard shot out an arm across Ada's torso, keeping her against the bench. Her gaze softened to a smile. His own frame relaxed. Turning back to Rosalyn, Gerard frowned. "The note was addressed to R. I'm inclined to think it was you." "Because of the arrow." Rosalyn would have thought the same, but archery was an old weapon, rarely used. Revolvers and rifles were a more modern method. "Whoever wrote this knows I'm an archer." Nikolas held her hand. His thumb rubbed circles on her skin, a comforting touch. "Would one of the orphans rat you out, or let something slip?" Shaking her head, she said, "I doubt it." There was an unspoken loyalty among them, honour among thieves and all that. She knew the expression was foolish, but orphans didn't steal. They huddled and survived. Living through that type of childhood bonded the girls together forever. Every time Rosalyn saw a deep auburn-haired woman, she glanced back again, convinced she saw Miriam. It had been years, but the hope to see her again dimmed any hesitation to look once more. "I've no intention of pouring salt in your wound, Miss Rosalyn, but I must ask for you to think back. Not only on the last few weeks, but years." The air had changed in the carriage. Even Gerard's voice held a tenderness. No one could see the depth, the gross devastation of so many girls and walk away unscathed. The handwriting. Rosalyn pointed to the letter. That is similar to the old notes. The man who wanted to recruit me. Before I knew Nikolas. She didn't meet his gaze. Their writing was simpler, more direct. Did they turn to threats? Nikolas asked. He stared a bit longer at her face. There were more questions in his eyes, but he held his tongue. She shook her head. Not that it would matter. What could he hold over me? The orphans, love, Nikolas replied. Whoever this Tailor is must be sympathetic to them. Lady Conroy didn't care about them or their predicament. If she's working with a second Tailor, that's who is behind the church, behind the orphanage. And that is what worries me. Gerard pulled at the ends of his jacket sleeves. The timeline doesn't bode well. Rosalyn's not the Tailor. Nikolas leaned forward and placed a hand over hers. I'd not heard of the Tailor until after my father passed. I met Rosalyn a year, maybe 2 after that. He doesn't think I am. Smiling at Nikolas's protectiveness, Rosalyn pulled her focus to the window. Gerard's hands no longer flexed at his side when his gaze fell on her, nor did he watch her quite so closely. No. Whatever unasked questions Gerard had were gone. He's no longer suspicious of me. Nikolas balked. Then who? I'm not certain. Gerard banged a fist against the bench. The agitation was still there, just not directed to Rosalyn. His eyes flicked between the siblings. He was nervous. His thoughts, his suspicions included them both. He'd not called Nikolas out with the note. He must not suspect Nikolas as the Tailor either. Narrowing her eyes, Rosalyn replayed the events. Lady Conroy, Rochelle. Rosalyn swallowed hard. Lady Rochelle. Chapter 28. Nikolas Whitworth, Earl of Rochelle. Tension filled the railway carriage, suffocating any and all conversation. Several moments, Nikolas would turn to Rosalyn, only to have the words stick in his throat. From the deep cushions and ornate tassels, suspicion coloured everything. Both the Duke and Rosalyn refused to look anyone in the eye. The silence screamed at Nikolas. He, along with Rosalyn, had been whisked into the horse-drawn carriage earlier in the day. Only at Rosalyn's insistence had they stopped at the orphanage. Toddlers had writhed on the stretchers, their hands raking the air between them. Young girls on the cusp of womanhood lay still. Some had already passed, their unblinking stares haunted Nikolas still. He'd never seen death, so raw and glaring. But Rosalyn had. The knowledge of her childhood sent a knife through him. Watching her thread through the crowd as if she'd seen it all before was not to be forgotten. She'd thrown herself over her friend, tears streaming down her cheeks. Sitting next to him, the distraught woman from just hours before was gone, replaced by a stoic shadow. Rosalyn's posture was rigid and her expression unreadable. Her shoulder was touching Nikolas's, but she was beyond reach. Something had happened in the conversation about the Tailor, and only Gerard and Rosalyn knew. The moment they transferred from the horse carriage to the train, his sister sent him a pleading glance. She was as clueless as he. Nikolas could only offer a subtle shake of his head. Every creak and groan of the carriage underlined the heavy silence. At long last the train slowed and they filed out, following Gerard to his waiting carriage. Polite smiles were exchanged, nothing more. Nikolas leaned into the glass. He'd spent his life distracting his mother and friends. He needed to drain the heaviness before they reached Gerard's home, especially with both his mother and others coming to a pretend wedding. Rounding a rolling hill, Nikolas caught sight of a whitewashed castle perched on the hill. The structure took up the entire crest of the hill. The green shrubbery and trees allowed the castle to peer as if from thin air. Bloody hell! Nikolas stared. No wonder his mother was ecstatic at having the wedding here. Above the neighbouring homes, this castle would have gorgeous sunrises and sunsets. That's your ancestral home? No, the Duke said softly. His gaze flicked to Rosalyn. My ancestors hailed from France. The home of my ancestors was burned. This, he waved in the direction of the castle, was the result of an advantageous marriage. We've only been in England a few generations. The Dark Duke isn't even a full Brit, Nikolas whistled. Teasing slowed his pulse to a more comfortable pace. Does the Queen know of your scandalous lineage? Gerard raised his eyebrows. The most scandalous thing my family did was marry a duke and waste money restoring a dilapidated castle. Rosalyn smirked at the Duke's comment. The hint of humour gave Nikolas hope. Her lips formed a frown as the carriage neared the drawbridge. She inhaled sharply and whispered, What's the play? There's just under 100 Welsh soldiers hiding inside, some posing as footmen, groomsmen. They're stashed throughout the grounds. The Duke leaned forward and with his finger drew a circle on the largest spire of the castle. The church is here. The pretend wedding will take place just below. What is the outline of the church? Rosalyn folded her arms, her gaze far off. Could someone gain access from outside? Nikolas knew her mind was collecting all the details. Whether she followed the Duke's orders was an entirely different problem. Rosalyn was a lone agent. She would find a problem and be the solution. Falling in line or taking a suggestion was as foreign to her as speaking another language. An ancient church. Outside courtyard. Gerard shifted on the bench. The property is filled with soldiers. That doesn't include the groundsmen and other positions held by loyal men. He held up a finger when Rosalyn opened her mouth. And yes, those very same Welsh soldiers are worth their salt. They knew you snuck into my house. They followed your movements. Her deep green eyes widened a fraction, the only indication she was surprised. The tailor won't be there. He's never shown up to any. That we know of. Nikolas cut in just as the carriage crossed the drawbridge. We don't know who he is. How are we to know he's been here all along? He could be Cymru, and no one would know the difference. Awkward silence crept back in, the air stifling. The drive lulled them to a gentle stop, with 4 footmen waiting under the carriage porch. Filing out, there was an eerie stillness. The house appeared to be holding its breath. Entering the vestibule, glass cases covered the 30-foot walls. Swords and rifles were hung in each case, with an enormous marble statue of a man on a horse in the very centre. From the right of the marble statue, a confused footman rushed toward Gerard and began whispering urgently. Nodding, the Duke motioned for Nikolas to join him. Lord Rochelle will be with me. The servant eyed Nikolas. The man either recognised the name or was trying to memorise Nikolas's face. Before Nikolas could crack a joke about his infamy, the servant offered a stiff bow and excused himself. Gerard carried on as if Nikolas hadn't been silently set down by a footman. His eyes were intense and his voice held more concern than even an hour ago. The Dark Duke was nervous. The ladies will be in the back tower, away from windows. He watched his servant leave. There is something off. My butler is having to deal with a squabble in the barn. A tower or a dungeon? Nikolas's joke was ill-timed and fell flat. Met with Gerard's confused face, he added, You said the ladies are in a tower. Again nothing. It would have been funnier in a dungeon. Gerard furrowed his brow and waited a beat. Have you gone mad? Have you let your attic... someone else taking up space in that daft head of yours? A proper tup. The Duke shed his proper royal accent and spoke in a Welsh sing-song tone. Unsure of what to do, Nikolas tipped his cap like a boy servant. He was thoroughly stunned. For all the arrogance and righteous indignation of his little English country, Gerard was a country Welsh boy, down to the melodic vowels. Lady Conroy boarded the train, as did your mother. The Duke searched Nicholas's face, his frame rigid with anticipation. Frustration seeped in. Nicholas had spent months surrounded by soldiers and Gerard's barbs. His mother, for once, was innocent. She was madder than a hare, but she was no criminal. My mother boarded a train because you told her the wedding would be here. Instead of answering, Gerard rubbed his jaw, the vein on his neck throbbing. He'd hardened since the carriage, and for no obvious reason. Nicholas scoffed. The bloody Duke was hiding something. Anyone on their way to the house would now be under suspicion regardless of how they received the information. The Duke's plan had more holes in it than fish in the sea. Who else did you send here? Everyone who was in contact with your mother. That's the whole bloody peerage. No, Rochelle. With a nod, the Duke released the servant and began walking toward Ada and Rosalyn. Their trunks were being carted up the stairs by footmen. There was a serious lack of female servants. Your mother only wrote to a handful of lords and ladies. Stacks of letters, stacks, dozens of envelopes she posted. There was a French diplomat who was taken ill on his ship toward here, but he's not on the list for the wedding. There was a slight hesitation at diplomat. Your mother wrote newspapers, solicitors, and even Lord Pichon's mother in Australia. Lady Pichon? Nicholas's mouth fell open. The two never exchanged 2 words. You were childhood friends, were you not? Yes, and my mother was beneath Lady Pichon for most of my youth. Dom's mother would never condescend to speak to the likes of... He cut himself off. While his mother outranked the widow in title, most of the ton did not give it merit. While a baron was normally several rungs below an earl, the Pichon family was an ancient line, and Lord Pichon was the Queen's younger cousin and openly her favourite family member. No one outranked a Pichon. No one. Why would she suddenly correspond with my mother? Chapter 29. Rosalyn Devereux. 2 large footmen carried both Ada and Rosalyn's trunks up the spiral staircase to the tower. With Ada steadying her, Rosalyn climbed the last of the stairs. Both women were to be kept safe in the tower, but something was off. Every few minutes, a whiff of sewer wafted over from the trunks. Rosalyn sniffed. It couldn't be the trunks, but perhaps the footmen? The castle was a country estate, with the town at the base of the hill. There was no reason any servant should smell of sewer. Her suspicion grew as the footmen glanced back and forth to each other. They appeared to carry on a silent conversation. Her hand went to her brunette wig. There was a level of safety in not having her natural hair on display. Rosalyn wasn't accustomed to the way of the ton, but there wasn't a female servant in sight. 2 women, one a future duchess, were being led to a room without a lady's companion. They'd not told their maids of the departure. Gerard was convinced they needed to keep their whereabouts a secret. Gerard wasn't just a duke, but one who kept the Queen's counsel. There were several stories to this bloody castle, and enough space an entire army could set up camp. Rosalyn could sneak away in any nook or cranny of this castle and fill her pockets without ever being noticed. Of all the places to have a secure wedding, this castle was not. If Rosalyn had not spent the better part of the last week in bed, she could demonstrate a quick scaling of the outside wall. She would have to pace herself if she were to unearth the secrets they'd come for. Climbing the last step, Rosalyn glanced through a window. Dozens of pipe chimneys were on the exterior walls. A vengeful tailor could easily slip in and out before a warning bell could be rung. A footman opened the wooden door. Despite being removed from the main living area, the room held 2 large beds and a modern privy with plumbing. While Ada gasped in surprise at the shiny furnishings, Rosalyn knew just how she was going to attend the arrival of suspicious guests. She could either climb down the chimney pipe or the more favourable privy pipe that dipped toward the kitchen nicely. Ada thanked the footman and shut the door. Rosalyn cracked open her trunk and checked for trousers and her bow and arrow. The quiet click of a lock set her nerves on edge. The footmen wouldn't lock them inside, would they? "Miss Rosalyn, can I ask you something?" Ada's back was against the door. Blast. Rosalyn had forgotten about Ada. She had planned to escape to the courtyard, but had no idea what to do with Ada. If Ada told the footman of Rosalyn's absence, Gerard would be in a fit. His suspicion wasn't fully settled, but there was something afoot, and he wasn't nearly as prepared as he thought. "This was my grandfather's." Ada twisted a ring off her hand and held it up. "There's not a jewel or anything fancy, but it's from my family, and Nikolas's." A lump formed in Rosalyn's throat. This beautiful woman was sharing a tenderness, but all Rosalyn wanted to do was escape the room. "I don't know what the future holds." Ada's lip trembled. Her hands went to her neck, her fingers curling around her necklace. "I'm not naive enough to think today will end well, but you hold Nikolas's heart. My grandfather would want you to have it. My father's loyalty granted him a title. You've given Nikolas a purpose, a foundation. The Whitworth family becomes better with each generation. Our future is always brighter than our past, and so is yours. You should wear it. You represent the Whitworth family more than you know." "Ada." Rosalyn inhaled sharply and stood, bow and quiver of arrows in hand. "Today will end how we choose it to end." "Take it." She stepped closer, her hand shaking. "Take it and let's plan what we're going to do." A dozen excuses ran through her mind. Rosalyn had never worn a piece of jewellery, nor had she ever dreamed of marrying. She loved Nikolas, that she knew with every ill-timed beat of her heart. A family heirloom was too real, as was the threat of today. The tailor, or tailors, were headed here. She knew that, as did the Duke. A turf war had begun, and Gerard, Nikolas, and Rosalyn would be in the crosshairs. Just a few months before, Nikolas had been shot for interfering, the very reason Ada stood near her with trembling hands. Firm and calm, Rosalyn said softly, "I need you to hold on to that ring for me." Ada paused, her hand still extended. She nibbled her lip and eventually nodded. Ada's eyes narrowed at something behind Rosalyn. Ada went to the window, her hand on the glass. 3 carriages climbed the hill toward the castle. "If Gerard is smart, he'll take up the drawbridge the second they arrive." Rosalyn pointed to the inner courtyard. "They'll arrive with smiles, pretending to be here for a wedding. I'm sure they'll ask where the Queen is staying, or where you are, and why Edwin thought to keep ours out of sight." The church bell was on the opposite end of where they stood. Rosalyn pointed to the church. "I will make my way there." On the glass window, she drew a line from the church tower to the courtyard. She would have the perfect shot if things went wild at the arrival. "What if everyone plays nice?" Ada's voice had become strong, determined. "If I'm not there to greet them, they'll become suspicious." "Not necessarily." Rosalyn could risk her neck, but Ada shouldn't. She might have been an orphan, but she lacked the grittiness to be a true asset. She was tender and soft, a lady in need of a lord. "You've developed a reputation for not speaking. If I was Gerard, I'd use that in our favour today." "I stutter, Rosalyn, but I'm never missing." The hesitation was back. Rosalyn had pricked an old wound. "If you go down there, Gerard won't focus." "Rosalyn, I have never spent a night on the street, nor have I scrounged for the last morsel of food." Ada straightened her stance. "But I'm not a wilting lily. I cannot sit idle while everyone else is risking their life. I will have a part. Gerard is my betrothed. Nikolas is my brother. This is my family. I will not be cast aside." Rosalyn placed the bow and quiver on the bed and made quick work of her brunette wig. Then you'll go as me. They were completely different heights, but Gerard wouldn't be watching for a brunette woman, only his golden love. Rosalyn changed into trousers and a jacket, while Ada plaited Rosalyn's hair. In turn, Rosalyn helped Ada change into a separate dress. Rosalyn was far too petite for Ada to wear one of hers, but at least Ada would be wearing a different dress. Gerard wouldn't be looking for her. Ada. There was one rule Rosalyn would have to lay down. If you have to choose between Gerard or your mother. Gerard, Ada blurted. She didn't apologize or gasp at her loyalty to the Duke instead of her adopted mother. If my mother is guilty or threatens the Duke, I stand by him. Tell me what you know. Nothing. Her shoulders hunched. I know she's not a criminal, but she is not innocent. Rosalyn admitted, like mother, like son. Nikolas has made a lot of mistakes, and he's willing to make restitution. I know. And that meant they might never be together. Slinging her quiver and bow over her head, Rosalyn opened the window. When I get to the bottom, you'll need to tell them the privy is broken and you need help. Once they enter, run out and lock them inside. We're far enough up they won't be able to sound the alarm. You'll have to avoid running into the other men as much as possible and get to the drawbridge. Get it closed, no matter what. Ada nodded solemnly. And if a soldier refuses, then we know where his loyalty lies. Rosalyn pointed to her trunk. There's a dark brown vial in there. Wipe it on a kerchief and put it on the man's face. A few seconds and he'll be rendered unconscious. Rosalyn? Ada tilted her head and nibbled her lip. I truly hope we can be sisters one day. Sisters. The sentiment caught Rosalyn off guard. She nodded but couldn't meet her gaze. I do as well, Ada. Rosalyn climbed out of the window and embraced the privy pipe. Scurrying down, she felt her heart racing. If life was fair, she could have taken a few days' rest before embarking on another adventure. Down and over she went until she could climb a chimney pipe. She'd lied to Ada. She wouldn't be in the clock tower. She would be in the top colonnade corner. Rosalyn wouldn't be able to see the drawbridge, but she would have a clear shot for the entire courtyard. Climbing into the corner, she searched the surroundings. None of the soldiers appeared to be on the second floor. Gerard's worry about security became clear. His own home was once a Welsh stronghold. He'd not filled the castle with enough men. A carriage came into the courtyard just as a few men shouted from her previous tower. The window pushed open and a man shouted down below. The words were lost in the sound of the carriage approaching. A cloud of dust billowed while Gerard stood beside his footman. An odd sight. There was no housekeeper or butler at his side, nor was there any of the busy hum of servants readying for a wedding. His solitary welcome might arouse suspicion. No one would show their hand if the game was already in motion. The second carriage came in. Below, the dust covered the passengers while the third carriage disappeared. With a loud crash, the drawbridge snapped shut. Rosalyn didn't climb out to see where the third carriage was located. She kept herself in the shadows. An argument erupted below as the dust settled. Dressed in the same navy dress as yesterday, Lady Rochelle stood across from Lady Conroy. Both women shouted at each other while Gerard watched, his face puzzled. Disappointment fell over Rosalyn. They were witnessing a simple cat fight. Her stomach twisted. That meant the tailor had sniffed out their plan. From the corners of the courtyard came 30 men, possibly more, with half of them aiming their guns at Gerard, the other half at the ladies. These were not his footmen. The tailor. Rosalyn had a couple of dozen arrows, not enough to make a dent in the soldiers below. None of Gerard's Welsh soldiers seemed to appear. There was either a mutiny or none of them were ever loyal. The crowd of footmen parted. A man with an ancient archer hat and a bow at the ready entered the circle of men An arrow pointed at the ladies. Chapter 30. Nikolas Whitworth, Earl of Rochelle. The castle had been eerily quiet. Taking a line from Rosalyn's book, Nikolas stood behind Gerard, dressed as a simple footman. Nikolas tugged his cap low to obscure his face. None of the other servants had come to the courtyard, despite the carriages arriving. Gerard had said there were close to 100 soldiers hiding in the castle's underbelly, but none had come to greet them. Nikolas wished Rosalyn was at his side and could whisper her thoughts. She saw details in a way Nikolas couldn't. Lady Rochelle had arrived first, Lady Conroy a moment later. Lady Rochelle had jumped at the Baroness, screaming, "Traitor!" With eyes wide, her voice reached a fevered pitch. "Traitor! Traitor to the cause!" From the corners, men filled the courtyard, guns aimed at Gerard, Lady Conroy, and his mother. The Duke didn't fold his arms or show any sign of distress. Movement from the second level caught Nikolas's eye. A flash of red. Rosalyn. Relief at seeing her disappeared as quickly as it had come. The castle was no longer safe. She wouldn't be climbing toward them if all was well. The men tackled the third carriage. A tall, lanky man with a smartly tailored suit came out with his hands held high. The driver of the carriage held up his hands in surrender. Gerard groaned. Prince Albert. A fear crept up Nikolas's spine. With the Queen's husband in the courtyard, the stakes had just tripled. Gerard had thought the royal couple was back in Buckingham Palace, safe and secure. "Don't point that gun at me," Lady Rochelle snapped. "This woman is a traitor. She's—" "You've gone mad, woman. I'm no traitor," Lady Conroy hissed and tossed something metal at the Countess. "Your son is a traitor. The whole bloody country knows it." Nikolas winced at her words. His sins would haunt him, and his future with Rosalyn. Neither lady had noticed the guns were also pointed at Gerard. A wax seal rolled around at Lady Rochelle's boots. Nikolas's hands went sweaty. The tailor's wax seal. Why did the Baroness have it? There were too many questions, too many loose ends that didn't make sense. Nikolas didn't know who to help or how. He'd never been a soldier. A rifle hadn't been in his hand in years. Nikolas sniffed. The smell of sewer wafted over from where the lady stood. Rosalyn had said she'd ruined formal dresses with sewer-soaked clothing. Nikolas stepped closer to his mother. She didn't smell. Lady Conroy must be the guilty party. Lady Rochelle inhaled sharply. "Nikolas?" Ignoring the gun, she stomped to Nikolas and ripped the cap off his head. "This is your doing, you deceitful child." "Rochelle!" A man with an old archer hat parted the circle of men, a bow and arrow at the ready. He aimed at the ladies. Nikolas glanced around. This had to be a joke. The archer had to be nothing more than an actor, the hat too comical to be true. "Do not." Stepping closer to Nikolas, Gerard grabbed his arm and gave a subtle shake of his head. He turned, putting himself directly in front of the archer. "These women are my guests." He held out his arms. "I am the Duke of Gerard." "I know who you are." The man's voice was low and calm. "I've no business with you." The Duke waved his arm in a circle. "You've taken over my home. I'd say your business has an awful lot to do with me." The archer came closer. His eyes were an emerald green and his skin had been darkened with days at sea. "Unless you're the meter who killed my sister, step aside." "Isn't this a lovely surprise?" Lady Conroy snickered, a mischievous glint in her eye, while Lady Rochelle's brow was furrowed in confusion. "The Dark Duke was bested by a—" The archer released an arrow. Lady Conroy's hat disappeared. Her hands went to her head, her face blushing. The men tightened the circle, moving Prince Albert closer. Tension was thick, palpable. The frustration and surprise on the faces of the ladies had Nikolas wondering if Gerard's plan had gone horribly wrong. The Queen's husband had landed himself in dangerous waters, and the Duke had lost control of his castle. Gerard's gaze flicked between Nikolas and the Prince. He clearly wanted Nikolas to do something, but Nikolas hadn't a clue how to help. "Here's Prince Albert." Lady Conroy pointed toward the Prince Consort. "He's the man you're after." The Prince, calm and collected, extended his arms in surrender. "I am at your service." Lady Rochelle spat at the Prince's boots. Nikolas balked. His mother, the woman who'd begged his father to accept the earldom from the Queen, had spat at the Queen's husband. The archer lowered his arrow an inch. "I've no qualm with the Prince, nor the Queen." "But you are the tailor." Gerard lifted his chin, his face stoic. "Or, at least, one of them." "There's a traitor in our midst." The archer narrowed his eyes. "Or two." "Lady Conroy is a coward and a traitor," the Countess hissed. She didn't cower. "She stole the tailor's seal and wouldn't give it back." The Baroness cackled. "I didn't steal it. John was given the seal." "Rochelle," the archer barked. "Give me Rochelle." Nikolas stepped forward. "I am Lord Rochelle." A whizzing sound flew by. An arrow flew through the air, nailing the archer's hat to the porch column. Shouts from the corner erupted. Men reached out and grabbed the ladies, then Gerard. Nikolas was shoved to his knees. He glanced up. The archer's hair was a deep red, his eyes emerald green. He didn't care that another archer could shoot him. His eyes held a murderous glint, their focus on Nikolas. He kneeled in front of Nikolas. "Your attempt to unseat the Queen was ill-advised, but killing my sister is unforgivable." Nikolas was a good many things, but a killer was not one of them. "I've stolen kisses, but never killed." The archer dropped his bow and arrow, stealing a gun from a nearby soldier. He aimed it at Nikolas's head. "You're a coward." An arrow hit the gun. The archer scowled. Another arrow whizzed by, then another. The hats of the men were stolen, pinned to the ground and the front column. A flash of black and red scurried from the walls to the top of the last carriage. In a vision of fury, Rosalyn stood on the roof of the Prince's carriage, an arrow aimed at the archer. A dozen gunmen shifted their aim from Gerard and his company to her. "Rosalyn, no!" Nikolas shouted. He would not watch her die. He struggled to stand. His face was shoved back against the ground. "Rosalyn," the archer whispered. Louder, he ordered the gunman, "Don't shoot." Nikolas wriggled to a stand. "Rosalyn, run!" She didn't move. Her face was on the archer, her arms taut, and the arrow aimed at his chest. "It cannot be." Retreating, the archer shook his head. "You are dead." "Do not move," Rosalyn ordered. "It's me, Ros." He held out his arms. "It's William." Nikolas's mouth hung open. They shared the same green eyes and dark red hair. William was several shades darker, a side effect of life on the sea. Rosalyn didn't move, her aim still on her brother. Her face was obscured by her hand clutching the arrow and bowstring. Movement on Nikolas's left pulled his attention. His mother reached for the discarded gun, an arrow stuck in the middle. She picked it up. Nikolas shouted, "No!" Lady Rochelle threw the gun at William's head. A gun went off. She screamed and sank to her knees, cradling her hand. A bullet had grazed her palm. Blood spilled down her skirt. Lady Conroy held up her hands. "I'm innocent. She's the tailor, not me." Nikolas felt the shame. The pieces fit together. His mother's anger at the Queen, blaming her for the death of her husband, Lady Rochelle's convenient information of the wedding, of Rosalyn. His mother had known everything, even his debt. She wasn't just mad. She was dangerous. She was a tailor. "You're a worthless wench," Lady Rochelle snapped. You're not innocent." "I'm not trying to kill the Queen," the Baroness pointed to the Prince, "or her husband. You've spent too many days in a dark room writing your little missives. Your mind is addled and everyone knows it." The Countess launched herself at Lady Conroy. "You—" Shots rang out. On the top level of the castle, dozens of men filled the corridors, their guns turned to the courtyard. One of the men fired his gun in the air, a warning shot. Gerard stood with a grin as the second level filled with more soldiers. William's men looked to him, unsure of what to do. "Ros." William climbed the carriage to where she stood. He appeared oblivious to his failed plan. "How are you alive? I came to the orphanage. You were gone. They said you died." She lowered her bow a few inches. "How do I know you're William?" "I've nothing to prove who I am." He pointed to the sky. "I only know that when I lay under the stars, I feel close to you, to Mum and Dad." "I don't believe you." Her lips formed a hard line. "My brother died on a ship." "I'm here." He held out his arms, oblivious to Gerard's men filling the courtyard. Nikolas sidestepped toward the carriage. The gunman next to him cocked his gun. "One more move and you're gone." "My brother would never have stopped searching for me." Rosalyn raised her bow, the string tight once more. "My brother wouldn't send orphans to an early grave." William balked and pointed to the ladies below on the ground. "That goes against everything I believe in. I came back to set things right. Why would I turn out orphans when my own sister died as one?" "I am not your sister." Her lip trembled. "Drop your weapons," Gerard ordered. Not bothering to look at the Duke, William raised a finger in the air. A woman's shouts came from near the drawbridge. 3 men carted out a struggling Ada, a brunette wig falling to the ground. Gerard's face paled. William folded his arms and jutted his chin. "Now that I have your attention." Chapter 31. Rosalyn Devereux. Rosalyn fought the shaking of her hand, her arrow pointed at a conman. His red hair and deep emerald eyes had almost convinced her. But this man could not be her brother William. Her brother was lanky and tall. This man had wide shoulders and sun-bleached hair. His eyes held no warmth. A lump formed in her throat. Her head and her heart were at war. Part of her wanted to drop her weapon and throw her arms around this stranger. The other part wanted to let go of the string and send her arrow into the impostor's chest. She'd never killed a man before, but the archer was nothing more than a liar. He was pretending to be William Devereux. No one could ever take William's place. It had been several years since she'd seen him last, and this man was much shorter. Or perhaps she'd grown. William was gentle, his eyes always bright with teasing. This man was stone, unfeeling. A shuffle sounded behind her, but Rosalyn didn't dare look. She would keep her eye on the enemy. He folded his arms and jutted his chin. "Whatever you're planning, stop," Rosalyn warned. She didn't know what was happening below the carriage, nor did she care. The leader was in front of her, vulnerable. He stepped closer, putting his chest against the edge of the arrow. "Do it, Ros." "Ros?" His voice caressed her. "Let her go," Gerard ordered below. "She's not part of this." Rosalyn glanced down to see Ada struggling in the arms of a gunman. Quick on his feet, the archer ripped Rosalyn's bow from her with one hand, the other spun her around, pinning Rosalyn to his chest. "Let me go." "I'm sorry, Ros," his voice rumbled. "But now that I've found you, now that you're alive, I just can't leave you to the wolves." "I said let her go." Gerard's face filled with rage. He marched toward Ada. A group of men tackled him, leveling him against the ground. Ada screamed. Rosalyn kept up her struggle. "My brother would never harm a lady." I'd let you go, but I know your skill. A soft chuckle escaped him. You're the better archer, but your body's always been a touch too weak. The lilt in his words made her pause. You don't know me. A seed of doubt was planted. She wasn't sure. The drawbridge fell open. William, if that was truly his name, barked out orders. The lady's in the first carriage. No, shouted Gerard, his voice muffled by the men holding him down. Take me. Nicholas's face paled, his eyes filled with fear. Leave Rosalyn. Just please, take me. You're of no use to me now, Lord Rochelle. William's voice soured at Lord. If you care for me at all, you'll leave them be, Rosalyn whispered. She nodded to Ada. She is a friend. You'll not harm her. As you wish, William whispered back. We'll release her outside the castle. Rosalyn elbowed him in the stomach. She turned and kneed him in the crotch. He doubled over. Scrambling down from the carriage, Rosalyn ran toward Ada. Don't shoot, William and Nikolas shouted. Her heart pounded, her vision blurred. She stumbled. Grunts and screams surrounded her. She sank to her knees. I've got you. Nikolas's voice calmed her. The smell of him. She reached toward his voice. His arms were around her. The world stilled and her vision cleared. Get away from her, William called out. Nikolas was ripped from her. Lady Conroy and Lady Rochelle were pushed into the carriages and driven from the courtyard. Do you have any poppers? William knelt before her, his eyes filled with worry. He held out his hand. Let's go, Ros. She shook her head slowly, careful not to become dizzy. No, William. You believe me? Relief washed over him. My brother promised to return to me. She kept her voice steady, her breathing slow. And if you're him, you broke that promise. He held out his hand to steady her. I was told you'd died. Then why try to recruit me? Rosalyn pushed him away. Frustration turned to anger. Brother or not, William was lying. If I was dead, why try to bring me in? William extended his hand once more, his brow furrowing. The defiant ringleader had disappeared. I'd heard a rumor and hoped it was you, but you're a slippery little thing. Liar, her voice cracked. Rochelle bragged about taking care of the stable boy who wouldn't join. His gaze flicked to Nikolas. Whether that was Lady Rochelle or the fool who's aligned himself with the Duke, either way, revenge will be sweet. Revenge will be sweet, Nikolas chuckled. He coughed into his hand. You're surrounded. Your one bargaining chip is Ada. Let her go, Rosalyn blurted. Ada had repeatedly supported Rosalyn, going against her own fiancé to let Rosalyn's voice be heard. I'll go with you. She eyed the Duke. Leave Ada here and Gerard will let you and your men go free. I'm not a fool, sister mine. William smiled, his eyes sad. The Duke of Gerard is no friend of ours. Neither is his fiancée. But she's a friend to me. Rosalyn stood and stepped in front of Nikolas. And so is Nikolas. William's eyes narrowed. Nikolas. That might not have been the best idea, Nikolas murmured. I told you, Ros, I'm not the shiniest jewel to show off to your family. No. William motioned toward Ada. Men shoved her toward the carriage. Even if you cart me off, do you really think you'll be able to contain me? Rosalyn folded her arms. You left me, William. You left me at the orphanage to die. His mouth fell open. I did no such thing. I was mistreated, poisoned. I escaped and slept in the street, on the roofs. I've been a sewer rat. There was a delight in watching William flinch at her words. You never came looking for me. I've poached for my own food and that of the orphans. Not once did I see your face or hear your voice. Ros. No, she cut him off. Pointing at Nikolas, she added, her Scottish accent coming back in full force. "There's only been one lad who's waded in the gutters of London with me. That wasn't you, William. That was Nikolas. So don't come out of nowhere to tell me where I can and can't go, or who I can and can't love. You lost that right when you left me at that forsaken place." William took a step back. "I didn't know. You came to exact revenge." Rosalyn let her head fall back, the sun on her face. "But all you've done is create more pain." He came closer, his eyebrow arched. "Do you know how much damage these people cause?" "Aye," she smiled at Nikolas. "Some of them are walking disasters." "How can you defend them?" He pointed to the carriage leaving. "They turned out orphans." He put a hand to his chest. "I came to clean house, to set things to rights." "Then go." She levelled him with a stare. "Set things to rights." "I'll not walk away," William balked. "You just accused me of abandoning you at the orphanage. I cannot leave you now, or I'd be guilty of the same thing." "A truce." Gerard's voice carried over. "We call a truce and walk away." Nikolas cleared his throat. "The man stole my mother." "There's been pain on all sides," Gerard tried again. With a nod from William, the men let Gerard come to Rosalyn's side. "We each have a dog in this fight and need peace. We both want the same result, but have different journeys to get there." William sniffed. "You're an Englishman." Rosalyn rolled her eyes. "And you're a criminal." William cracked a smile, his green eyes crinkling. "Same as you." This has been A Stolen Heart, Victorian Retellings Book 3. Written by Clarissa Kae. Read for you by Deborah Balm. Copyright 2022 by Clarissa Kae. Production copyright by Clarissa Kae.